longer justify its ever increasing cost and the wake of dry resources. We shall instead channel whatever to fund to better investment in public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that we materially provide for people. Monetary policy. Do house cleaning, thorough house cleaning is necessary. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct the fund from arbitrage to meaningful investment and the plant and equipment. Jobs that are powered, that will power the real economy. Interest rate needs to come down. Currently too high. Anti-people, anti-business. We have to work on all of them. To me, I know I've taken you through a winding time, a long time today. I will end this speak by assuring I will end that the mandate they have given me is trust misplaced. The confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria. Just let us be united. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless everyone.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the inaugural address by the new President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Please may we put our hands together once more for His Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal
Excellences, invités distingués, mesdames et messieurs, vous venez d'entendre l'allocution présidentielle de son Excellence, le président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, son Excellence, président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, JCRF. Merci, Excellence. Félicitations.
Thank you very much. At the end of the inaugural address, what we'll be witnessing next is the 3 hearty cheers.
To the special guest of honor,
National flag!
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise for the 21-gun salute. Officers and warrant officers uniform are to salute, and may I respectfully request our distinguished guests not to panic at the sound of the artillery guns by the State House Artillery Battery. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, n'ayez pas peur s'il vous plaît. Le son que vous ont, c'est le son de ce qu'on appelle TP Canon. Ça c'est à l'honneur du président élu, le président voilà, avec Tinubu. C'est juste pour le respecter. Merci beaucoup. N'ayez pas peur s'il vous plaît.
May I request we remain standing to sing the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you. At the end of the national anthem, the parade commander will now ride to take permission from the special guest of honor to march off the colors and the rest of the parade. Please, may I request we all rise as a mark of respect while officers and warrant officers uniform.
May I have your permission to march out the colors and rest of the parade?
Presidential permission has been sought and graciously granted there by His Excellency, the Special Guest of Honor, which brings us to the end of today's unique and historic occasion, which is the swearing-in ceremony of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of the Central Organizing Planning Committee, members of the Nigerian Armed Forces, the Nigeria Police, we appreciate the Special Guest of Honor and other invited guests for being with us to mark this historic occasion, which is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
All right, there you have it, the speech by the President, Bola Tinubu. You have to get used to that, actually. You have to get used to that because, I mean, what a speech it was. Because looking through that speech, some very key highlights. He spoke about agriculture, the economy, infrastructure, security, and some of them, I mean, the fuel subsidy, for instance, says is gone. They have to work towards a unified exchange rates.
He said it is gone.
It is gone.
Subsidy is gone.
And you know the big talk about fuel subsidy to be or not to be. Different governments went back and forth about the fuel subsidy, but he categorical from the get-go that it is gone.
And he said he will unify the exchange rate. There won't be multiple exchange rate any longer, and there will be a lot of house cleaning when it comes to fiscal policy in the country, monetary and fiscal policies.
It'll be very interesting to see what economic analysts have to say in the coming days, Sean, because the president has tried to signal or give a very strong signal that he is going to be focusing largely on the economy. I mean, there was a very broad header for security, but the economy, even which had its own heading, was further broken down into the many different aspects. Very quickly on his inaugural address, or in his inaugural address, you'll see that jobs is very high up that list, followed immediately by agriculture. Then you see the talk around infrastructure, fuel subsidy, monetary policy, foreign policy, each one of them occupying their pride of place and, you know, focusing very
Welcome. It's a wonderful day. In America, it's Memorial Day in America when we remember people who died fighting for this country. In Nigeria, it's a memorable day. That's the day that Bola Tinubu became the president, the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Whatever side you support, it's a reality and it happened today. So this is the beginning of a new era, irrespective of what will happen in court with the people who are contesting the election. The time is ticking. And Bola Tinubu just made a speech, his inaugural address, where he made some statements that are significant and very important. I want us to have a conversation around these topics. So if you want to join us, please do so. I shared the link, and even if you don't support what's going on, I hope most of you watched. I think this is the first time I watched inaugural address, inaugural process in Nigeria from the beginning, almost everything. There are so many things to observe, so many things to talk about, but I want it to be a conversation with all of you, not a conversation monologue. So if you're interested in joining us in that conversation, please do. And we will welcome you. There's so many things. I don't know where to begin. The first one was he's talking about, in the speech, he talked about cleaning house at the central bank. Of course, we know that he's going to send Godwin Emefiele packing, but we don't know the extent of the house cleaning that he's talking about. He also talked about unifying the exchange rates. So right now we have the special exchange rate for preferred people, government officials and things like that, and the one that regular people use. So he wants to unify that. The one that is interesting is the subsidy. Last week I think we talked about subsidy with a speech, an interview that Fashola granted the media, where he said that essentially subsidy is gone. So Tinubu repeated that today, but that's not the first time we're hearing that subsidy is gone. The question is, how is he going to implement it? And what are the fallout from that will most likely happen? So it will be interesting to watch in the next few days what will happen. I was thinking that by now there will be some appointments. He's been preparing to be president for a while, and should have some easy appointments that will have been made by now. If there are no ministers and there are no who's running the affairs of the country, so we hope that we will soon be hearing some news on appointments. We are going to talk to people in Nigeria. We're going to talk to people across the world. I know some people in Abuja. I'm trying to reach out to them. We're going to talk to them and get their view on the situation right there. What are they seeing, the people on the ground? In the meantime, let's take a break.
They are going to remove subsidy. The truth is that subsidy has been removed. First to think of it, because we see subsidy only as price. Okay? But the truth is that subsidy is policy driven by law and financing. The 2023 budget has no subsidy component beyond June. So as a matter of policy, this outgoing government has decided we can't fund the subsidy anymore. We are taking it to the end of our administration. As a matter of law, the Nigerian people have passed a law to end subsidy in June. That's my own perspective. Because it was made by the National Assembly, both chambers. Before then, the Nigerian people had passed the Petroleum Industry Act to say this thing must end. In my view, there's no subsidy to remove. It's been removed. A sunset date has been set for it by law. What remains for the new administration, in my view, is how to manage the impact and what it will do with the possible savings that come from not paying for it. Of course, it's another matter for the Nigerian people to tell all their representatives to go back and say we want it back. And it comes at a cost. So there's no subsidy for the next administration to remove. It's been removed.
All right, that was Fashola.
I am disappointed, very, very disappointed. In all my 67 years of being a Nigerian, I've never been this ashamed of being called a Nigerian. With the way the 2023 elections have been conducted, I don't know how you want to explain it, but I want to let you know something is wrong. And I know it's not every Nigerian that is corrupt, but I'm telling you, this level of bigotry, this level of impunity, this evil, this wickedness, I don't know how we're going to explain it.
All right. So we want to hear from the obedience, from different people, whatever you believe in. Join us and let's have a conversation. Eddie, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Doctor. Or is it after?
So Eddie.
Yeah, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Did you watch?
Yeah, I was following it while I'm painting my son's room. Yeah, for me,
Okay.
I feel Bola. For me, he's better than Buhari. First of all, going by his what do you call it, his speech. Even though, because he wasn't reading from the script, he was saying what I think is in his head. And going by what he said, he talked about unification, he talked about reaching out to the opposition, he talked about dealing security and mainly the economy. So for me, I feel just going by this speech, even though I'm not a supporter of Baba Blue, I'm not a supporter of Baba Blue or neither or P2B or whatever, but just reading by the body language, he has he could on paper he's saying the right things, he's ticking the right boxes, but I don't know how it will pan out in the future. But yeah, I think I like what I hear, so I wish him luck.
Good. Eddie, we stop hearing you. Eddie, we can't hear you anymore. But anyway, I got the gist of what you are saying. So you are sold. Let's see, Professor Nebulos. Welcome to the show, Prof.
I'm glad to be with you, my brother. So I'm with you all the way.
Welcome
I've not really listened to whatever he has to say, but based on his pedigree, Nigerians seem to have hinged their hope on him on so many areas: security, economy, repairing of damaged infrastructure, and all that. Based on his pedigree, Nigerians seem to be coming to grip with the fact that he can perform much, much more than the outgoing, than the Buhari catastrophe. Even though some will still say, well, he helped in bringing Buhari in. But of course, this is politics. He brought Buhari in, and eventually his hand became tied. He couldn't do anything. That's why he was waiting for his time, waiting for his turn. And eventually he pronounced to the world that it is my turn. Let's see what he's going to do with his turn. So he's just beginning now. I think the first way to assess him is when he reads out the names of his ministers, because that's going to go a whole long way in determining how far he will go in fixing Nigeria. Let's see the quality of the ministers he's going to appoint. That will really help us in determining how far it will go in fixing Nigeria. So we are on the program. So we'll be discussing as the topics come around. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you. Uzo, welcome to the show.
Doctor, good morning. Happy Memorial Day. I think say for day.
Happy Memorial Day.
If you have about Q and some beer for your memorial, he's still here busy. Taking care of Nigeria. Only God I will bless you though. On my own, they have happened. So nothing we can do. We are looking at minister. You only have to promote. Like you have so many super ministers already. Buhari, Buhari cabinet. Some like Fashala. You have to like from minister from we just like they promote them from.
George, are you coming out?
They promote them from the regime, his own regime. That one thing we're going to see. We're going to just remove some and put some. He just like remove one and put one. That's what he's going to see. Someone like a Fashala that don't even know anything. He was talking about success. He doesn't know what he's talking about. God just promoted. I'm listening to the wife, Things are going on, but for the first 1 month, let's see what's going to happen. But I hope pray things will work well. I can never wish Nigeria bad. So that's one thing I can never do. But whatever happens, that's what's going to happen. Then we can start for the following month. We can start seeing they say begin when one become somebody now from now early stage they did know. So for first 1 week, 2 weeks, you should know where he's punching hand on. But on minister side, I know that he's not going to like jump like one that are there in Buhari regime already. He's going to keep them up and just remove some that he doesn't want. That is not his. That put some that is that's what he's going to do. That's my own. That's my. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Uzo. Shegun, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So
So,
what's the question?
good. The question is, what do you think? Did you watch?
Are you all right?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I started watching around 8:30, then had a break, and then come back to. I was looking forward to his speech anyway. So, basically, pomp and pungentry, the normal thing that they had, the exchange of baton. Um, I don't think the process is just all the same. There's nothing special. Whoever was going to be sworn in president, they would have followed the same process. So, yeah, that was all right. And then handing over, and then the speech. Um, I know, obviously, he also mentioned in his speech that the court cases is still going on. I'm in support of that to keep going on, at least to have a closure. But however, between now and when that concludes, Bola Ahmed is the president, the end of one era and the beginning of another. So we'll just be watching closely to see. He's promised so many things in his speech. We'll be looking forward to his team providing the specification.
What stood out for you? What stood out for you, Shegun,
Quite
from the
quite a
speech?
quite a number of things stood out for me. So if you look at the structure of the speech, I think he tried to inspire hope, and he tried to you kind of put a face of unity. One of his major speech points that he said he said something about prejudice towards none and compassion towards all. He talked about ruling and dialoguing, but not dictating. So I think there is a kind of stretching his hand towards fellowship for everybody. So let's see how he's able to do it. I think the devil is in the detail of how he's going to be able to do that. And then the removal of subsidy. For me, obviously there's no debate about whether subsidy should be removed or not. Everybody knows that subsidy will have to go. But the best time for it to go is always in the beginning of the life of an administration. Because if you remove subsidies, there's going to be shocks and crises. But if you remove it at the early time, it's possibly you have time to recover, if you understand what I'm saying. So I think Buhari's government provided for subsidy to end at June 30. So from June 30th, there won't be any subsidy. It's going to get worse before it start getting better. I understand queues are already queuing up from news. So what we need to see now is how Tinubu hopes to manage the crisis of the removal of subsidy. So that stood out for me. His speeches were more pro-business. So again, a lot of reforms has to be done. We may not see movement in those areas immediately until all the house cleaning he plans to do has to be done. Another one that caught my attention, he said create agricultural. No. He talked about modern practices for animal farming. So again, I think that is, I don't know how he's going to push it, because that's going to be a run against what Fulani calls their own natural way of life, which is the pastoralic, moving from one area to the other. If he's talking about modern practices, which could be ranching and all that, if he's able to do it, that would be good, because it's going to have impact on communal clashes and also help improve food security. But how he's going to do it, again, is the question. There are so many things anyway, but I think subsidy, modern practices stood out for me, and then those two major quotes from it, from the speech I extracted. So we'll just be watching and keep looking at what he needs to do.
All right, thank you. UK, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Rudolph. Good
Yeah,
morning, everyone. Well,
how
one
are
thing
you?
I want to say is that I didn't really like how things, you know, is going in Nigeria, because if if they don't set the good pace, which means the way the election, went by, will continue in that trajectory. I mean, if they don't do things the way it should be, because it's not even about coming in, really. I mean, I'm not against the man, going into becoming president of Nigeria. But one thing I see in Nigeria is that anybody can because if you look at how everything was going on, which means even any of us can rule the country. It's about determination. It doesn't matter because if if things will go like this and all Nigerians, both the learned and unlearned one, accept it, which means anybody can rule that nation. It doesn't matter whether you go to school or you didn't go to school. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at things. But for him getting into power, so let's just give him a benefit of doubt because we don't want to cause problem. Because if we cause problem, I mean, it's not going to be good because the country is already in a big problem. But what I want to say is that they should make sure that whatever thing they are doing, they should do it well. Though we might be looking that, the way things, we'll still say, okay, let's give him benefit of doubt. I mean, he might correct some things, so that's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you, UK. Mazam, welcome to the show. Mazam, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you so much. I've been away for a long while.
I know.
I actually moved to another place, so yes. So that's it.
But in the same country?
Yes, I was in Scotland, so I moved to England. I got a new position as a manager in a company owned by a young man, a 45-year-old young man who put in about 50 to 60 billion naira investment. So this kind of things is why we are not happy with what is happening in Nigeria, because you see, they have an enabling environment here. When are we going to do the right things in that country? Does it mean that we accept anything wrong that comes our way just because we want to move on? It's not right. We can't be doing things the way things just come to us like that. It's not right. Someone came through an ill-mannered way of becoming a leader. Then we saw how their primaries went on. We saw how the election was conducted. We saw how everything, even last week, the court refused to sit. They absconded from their responsibility. And then today, we are having somebody who is a president. Just like the last person said that. That means we will accept anything that comes our way. So is that how we are going to be? Is that how we are going to continue? Anything that comes our way, then we should accept it. When are we going to have a precedence? When are we going to have a standard operating procedure? How are we going to move on like that? That's to me, to be honest, I don't see anything coming out of it, because yes, he will continue just like that, and we'll waste another 4 or 8 years, just like Buhari did. The hope you just said, Shegun, when Buhari came in, there was more hope than today. People were more hopeful on Buhari than on Tinubu, and today Buhari walked away with more depth. He put the country in so much chaos that we don't even know how Tinubu will start. So is that how we're going to be accepting things like that? No, no. No, I don't see anything coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Madam, I don't know if I mentioned anything about hope.
No, you said he gave hope. so to me, I don't see any hope, because it's the same story, and for everybody and for nobody. That's how it is.
Okay, well, I don't know.
The same thing we had after the Civil War. The same thing.
Well, I don't know how that came across anyway. I can't remember if I said the word hope. I'm not saying he may be trying to give hope, but whether we see hope, so whether we see hope in his speech or not, is a different thing. For me, he yeah, for me, he has made his speech. We'll just be watching. Do I have hope? I'm a bit skeptical, but I can expand on that further down the line. What I think of his
Yes,
speech.
because what I'm trying to explain is that you see in this country, it's just like you're looking for a visa to come to UK or to go to America or anywhere. They have laid down procedure what you must provide. If you don't have any of those things, you can't come in. And until we begin to put those rules in our country, we can't work. That's how it is.
Yeah, I agree with you, but just to be clear anyway, it's not like I'm supporting the process
Okay,
that has
I
brought
get
him.
you.
Yeah. So
I
just
get you. I
yeah,
get
my first
you.
commentary
Yeah.
is just on what he said. So,
Oh,
but not
okay.
on what.
All right. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right, Mazam, thank you so much. Ike, welcome.
Hey, Dr. Damage, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be in your platform this morning. I just woke up. You can see me stretching myself. I only went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. And you can hear me?
So, yeah, so you had no idea what happened today.
I really didn't want to know what happens anyway. So that has been my stand anyway. So
So,
he can
so
be.
what is your take on the speech that he made?
That's what I'm telling you, my brother. I did not listen, and I'm not interested to listen. I didn't need to deny myself a sleep for something I do not believe in. I have to be a principled man, and that is where I was trained, and I'm still who I am till today. So I cannot continue to pretend it is well, or like Mazan said, I've said it in your platform on 1 million times here. Anybody that is telling me to move on from what happened to Nigeria in February 25th, is only just making the case worse, because I don't care what he says. He has been saying for a long time. So what will he say today that is different? So I really do not. I said it here last 2 weeks or so. I said that I'm not going to stop the inauguration because the Constitution, they will always inaugurate him on 29th of, just as he did today. But I said here on million times, he's not my president. He can be president to you, to some people, but as long as I'm still living in this planet Earth, Bola Tinubu is not my president, and he will not be my president until the process that make him excellency is corrected. And if he wins, then I'm going to be able to send a congratulating message written in gold to the Asorok to congratulate him as the president of Nigeria. But as long as it is right now, he is not. If you don't want to believe me, I don't know, listen to your former president, Jonathan, this morning on Arise. The situation we are here today, it was caused by INEC. And if there is anybody that is telling me that I should move on, even the people that are telling you inside their own mind, their conscience, they know that we cannot move on. But because of one sentiment or the other, they are telling me we should move on. Now, I said it on this week in your panel. I said Nigeria is already buried. So what are we talking about? You are trying to resuscitate a buried person. It is buried. So the process has been there, and he has been inaugurated today. Nobody is going to stop that. But if we want to follow the process, your constitution, which they used to swear him in, said today you must get 25% in Abuja. If you go to exam, they say before you get admission into University of Lagos, you must have 70% of English language. And if you don't get 70% of English language, how do you get admission in University of Lagos? So what are we deceiving ourselves as if we are just trying to, come here to waste our time, trying to debate what is not supposed to be debated? Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to, what we want to do is to talk about what happened today. So those who, especially for those who watched, I know that we've been litigating this issue and we will continue. But for today, for the at least first 1 hour, let's talk about what we saw and what it means. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. It's good to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, I know. Nice to see you. So, what's your take on what happened today?
I see the hopes on the horizon. Uh, Unlike some people that are very, very pessimistic about the future of Nigeria. I see Nigeria rises above all the challenges that it's facing. Um, and what gives me that hope is the fact that despite you know, some of the trouble we've gone through, uh, people being uh, not believing the system, people believe that they're being robbed, people believe that they're being shortchanged one way or the other. I see the transition, even if the Supreme Court comes today and say, well, you know what, we are going to upturn the result of the election, and then we're going to have another person taking over. We've had a successful transition of power, and that to me signified that the country is on the trajectory of rising above all the challenges. Um, I watched power being transferred from one person to another, even though the same political party, the same political platform. But I see, that continuing to maintain that, there's hope for the country. I don't share the same pessimistic idea that, the country is full of gloom and doom. The fact that Nigeria is still in existence shows that we can withstand anything. I watched the speech. To me, the speech gives me, what we expect because it seems the man himself promised a lot. And I hope he was able to deliver half of what he promised. Subsidy is on its way out. We all know that. Even the past administrations already legislate on that. And the security is what I'm concerned about. It seems the downfall of the outgoing administration was simply because of the insecurity. If security has been stable and guaranteed in Nigeria, apart from the election shenanigan, we will not be saying what we're saying. And then he's approached during the speech kind of the focus on the economy per se. I think it's more like changing that trajectory. So he talks about double taxation, which is gonna any direct investors is gonna look at the fact that they're not gonna be taxed out of their money. So and also trying to unify the exchange rate, which is a big deal. You're trying to stabilize the economy. I believe you know eh, it's vague, but at the same time, it also show that he's ready to uh, tackle the economy at the same time. And how is it? He gave references to his fellow contestants as well. So, which is to me is a very good point because uh, he acknowledged the fact that the case is still in the court. I believe he also understands that judiciary will take its course. Whether he will have influences on that depends on the outcome of the court case. But by and large, I believe that Nigeria is ready. Nigeria will, we'll get there someday. I understand some people are aggrieved by the result of the election, but we'll get there. That's my take.
All right, thank you. Prof, I will skip you because you've had the chance to speak. I'll come back to you next. But let me go to Mab. Mab, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Dr. Family.
Yeah, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Did you watch
It's
the
my first time being here.
first time on the show? Oh, we're still
Exactly.
preparing music for people like you. But thank you so much for joining us.
But I appreciate the program, and a lot of people, I can't begin to mention names, all kinds of good ideas and fantastic submission, sometimes argument, and it's all good. It's just because of the country and trying to navigate how we can put our country back to one of the best countries so far we can think of. But God willing, if we can get the all our factors right. Yeah, having said that,
Mab, are you in the country? Where are
no,
you?
I'm in UK.
Okay,
Hello,
all right. Go
can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Did you watch the
Uh,
inauguration?
yes, I did. I did, and in fact, I watched yesterday one, the church service one, and all I want to, number one, I don't support him being the president, number one, but at the same time, when you are trying to calm yourself down and try to see, wait a minute, let me see if something can just motivate you or maybe calm your nerves down. Yesterday, I was listening to the wife, and the wife was saying, I don't know how some people take that, but to me, it's like, or maybe because this is the first time being on that platform, a presidential platform or something like that, saying they don't need our money to survive. And what? If you don't need our money to survive, but we know how you don't have factories, maybe TVC, television. Well, we know how Lagos money. I'm from Lagos, and I'm not part of those that want you there anyway. But particularly today, one, he mentioned a lot of things, and all what he was saying, picking things one by one from electricity is going to make it the transmission. He said the transmission, this transmission stage should be, they should, I mean, buckle up and make sure it's a little bit more efficient and something like that. He keep jumping from one thing so that I'm looking at, this is not Lagos State, man. This is Nigeria as a whole now. This thing is not easy the way you are. In fact, it's like it's trying to cover everything everybody is talking about. Under 4 years, you don't have money. You have debt, huge one. In fact, if you can sell all his property, I don't think that debt can consume that. So you have a lot of things to do.
Okay,
Why?
Map. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Map. We'll come back. We'll come back to you. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Good evening to everyone.
Yes.
First of all, I will say congratulations to Nigerians. We that accepted him as our president. And for those people who doesn't accepted him, that is their own cup of tea. But what I'm expecting is, I listened to some videos that some obedient said they are forming their own parallel government. They are going to swear Peter Obi in another inauguration. I've been watching the internet and I've been looking for that inauguration of Peter Obi. I haven't found that. So, Dr. Rudolph, if you find that link, maybe you can share it with us so we can go and felicitate with Peter Obi too in his own parallel government. But I would say congratulations to Nigeria for we that accepted Ashiwaju as the president. Thank you.
Did you watch the process? Thomas is
Yes,
gone.
I did.
You did. So what stood out for you?
Well, I pray for hope for Nigeria. That is it. The problem I'm having with Ashiwaju is just the age. But I think he has many good people on his side to make Nigeria great, to form a good cabinet so that Nigeria can be great. It's just the age. That is it. That is just my problem with Ashiwaju. Nothing else. He has done it in Lagos. He can do it again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Aaron, welcome to the show.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
Yeah.
For me, I watched the inauguration with a lot of interest, but I also saw aspects that need to be worked on. I'm keen to see what the first 6 months of the Tinubu presidency will entail. I'm keen to see if he's going to continue a lot of the projects that have existed in the past, but I also want to see if he's going to make use of that which is now made available, such as the presidential hospital upgrades that Buhari did before he left. as president. What will be key is not who is president, it's what they do over the next 6 months, who he puts into his cabinets, and how the governors of each state interact with that cabinet. Where will the checks and balances be on what those governors do at the local level and at the state level? That is what will be most important. I will have my eye on that. As well, I will also have my eye on Shatima. Shatima will be very important over the next 3.5 years, because you have to cast your mind back to when Buhari started in 2015 and he was taking a lot of trips abroad. Who was actually in charge of the country? That ended up being, for many parts, Osinbajo. So we have to keep our eye on the vice president as much as the president. Because one thing we've all seen from Tinubu is his ability to delegate. So it's key to see the people he delegates this power to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Open-minded, welcome to the show. Open-minded, can you hear me?
Yeah, good day, everyone.
Yeah, you don't sound excited. This is a very important day. You should be
Yeah, I can hear
excited.
you. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, but you have to speak up a little bit. Go ahead. We can't hear you
Yeah,
anymore. Can anybody hear you?
about the inauguration,
Speak
right?
up. Open-minded. Yeah. Wait, did you watch? All right. Open-minded. We can't hear you. Something
Yeah,
is
I
wrong.
watched. I
Let's go
watched.
back to. Oh, you watched? Okay, go ahead. So, what did you see that was of interest to you? Am I the only one that is not hearing
Um,
him? Adewale, can you hear him?
I can
as
hear
I said
him,
the
but I
last
think
time that
it's
I
there's
was in
a
this
delay.
program, that today we come and we have seen that today had come and he has been inaugurated as the new president of Nigeria. And I watched his speech keenly. He talked about subsidy, which is what I was eager to hear. And that is okay, a plus. We are waiting what will come forward maybe in June, I think. I know it will not be easy at the first stage, but later on, probably we can see the benefit. Not that not that I like him, or I advise people to vote for him, but he's there at the moment. There is nothing I can do, and I wish him well. I wish his government well, because this is Nigeria. If it works well, if it is better for the nation, then it is better for me also. That is why I wish him well. That's why I will not wish him to fail. I wish him to succeed. But what I am interested in is his cabinet. I want to see the kind of people that is bringing on board. This will from now, like as the last caller said, from now till 6 months time, we will know the kind of government he will run through his cabinet, through his people that is going to bring on board. Although we have a clue of some of them already, we already have some of them as few, but we don't know the new kids that we bring on board that can change things. So we watch keenly to what will happen from now to 6 months time, and also his vice. That guy is not left out. We have to also pay good attention to that guy, because we know his records, and we'll see what comes up. Hopefully, thank you.
All right, thank you, open-minded. Prof, there's something that Adewale talked about. I think he mentioned that I think Adewale, it's you. If it's not, you forgive me. That oil subsidy is best when it's removed at the beginning, or is it Shegun? One of you, I
It
don't
was
know.
Shagun.
Oh, Shegun. Okay. All right. So the question I have for you, Prof, if a government, like I know every government comes with what we call honeymoon, or maybe you can say goodwill. But I think that, if you talk about goodwill, maybe Buhari came with more goodwill than Tinubu is coming in with. Do you think that will be a factor in managing what will be obvious fallout from removal of subsidy? That's for you, Professor Nebulous.
He should unmute himself.
Yeah, Prof, unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, talking of goodwill, I was one of those who actually campaigned for Buhari because we thought, many of us then, we thought he was going to usher in a good hope based on his pedigree as a soldier and all that. But all that belongs to history now because many of us need to regret our action. Now, talking of goodwill, the guy in position now may not have that goodwill. And if you watch one of Professor Nebula's show recently, I titled it Tinubu, do not make Nigerians means worry. That simply means that since you are coming with a lot of overhand, coming with a lot of what some people call legitimacy deficit. So he has to prove his mettle. He has to show that he is capable of ruling Nigeria. And how will he do that? It is by running an inclusive government. No, not like somebody who said, I knew those who voted for me, I know those who did not vote for me. And that reverberated throughout his regime, and he marginalized some people based on that statement. I want Tinubu, he should not do something like that by thinking that these people attacked him during campaign, and these people don't like him, and so it's going to deprive them of dividend of democracy. He should see himself as the father of the whole country. So legitimacy problem that he's having now will be neutralized by the time he begins with that good, initiative by bringing everybody in. One thing I will actually watch keenly, although he has not promised us, if this guy does not inaugurate or effect through federalism, through his own time, to me, Femi Adebulu, he has failed. There is nothing he can do that I can give a pass mark if he does not use all the goodwill and whatever political will he has or he can garner to keep Nigeria through federalism, where the component states will be independent and kind of have autonomy to be able to act instead of what is happening now that everybody will be looking up to for the goodies every month. This is an aberration. If we cannot correct that, to me, at the end of 8 years, irrespective of whatever he does, he will be a failure. That's number one. Number two, many can agree with me that if there have been responsive and responsible government all this while, the travail of a Kwema in the UK will not be. If they have spent our money well to establish world-class health system, with Kwemadu, we don't have the problem he's having now because Nigeria would have taken care of him and the daughter. So, if this man, Tinubu, that is coming in now, what I expect of him, first and foremost, is to see to that health sector, establish hospital that can take care of himself because he's going to be running a health care now for his health issues. He should be able to make that one situated in Nigeria. We don't want to see a president that will be running away for health. It's an insult. It's an insult. How many times have you seen the Ghanaian president running outside for treatment, or Guinean president, and so on and so forth? When the giant of Africa is doing all this, for instance, he just is a disgrace to Africa. So we want Bola Tinubu to right all these wrongs. And time he's able to do this, running an inclusive government, bringing all the foes and friends alike together, making it belong, and all this jackpot syndrome will stop. Okay, then we will know that this guy is succeeding. Like I said earlier on, it depends on the people he surrounds himself with. The quality of his cabinet is going to determine all these things. But he must not leave any Nigerian out. East, south, west, north, everybody must be included. But he must vet. He must vet the kind of people that are going to work with him. And again, like what the did, anybody who stole in the Buhari administration is given higher rank. So we want a change to all that. that anybody who defrauds fund, who defrauds the people, because that's what where we are today. There is no deterrent. There is no deterrent mechanism that can teach people a lesson. So when people steal public funds, instead of jailing them, then I think some technicality of the law to execute them. So if that is removed, and anybody who dare to steal is apprehended and dealt with, to me, he would be succeeding. So this is my take for now. I didn't listen to his broadcast. I've not listened. I've not had that. I'm just saying this based on his pedigree.
Thank you, Prof. All right, Mr. Show, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph, and good afternoon to everyone on the platform and those in the comment section. I know the question is, did I listen to what happened or did I watch it? I didn't listen to it. I saw it because I had your show from the show you did earlier today. I had it on TV, but was muted. So I saw that you covered what was going on. Like, well, I didn't listen, but I watched it. So I couldn't tell you what they said and what they discussed. But it was inevitable that I was going to be sworn in. It is what it is. Like I've said many times, whoever's the president of Nigeria, regardless, I wish them well, because if they do well, Nigerians will prosper. My concern is Nigerians. As long as Nigerians are prosperous, I'm happy. And to speak to what Egmo said, Professor, regarding building hospitals and all of that, I think one of the reasons why they don't want to use Nigerian hospitals is because of patient confidentiality issues. Their worry is that the minute they go to a Nigerian hospital, somebody would leak while they're there. And Nigerians, they can drag anybody. They will say, oh, we're dragging them like a tiger jail, like I pass my neighbor. Then they will say, this person has this ailment, that person has this ailment, and it will be weaponized. I'm not in any way justifying them going abroad, but I think that might be one of their biggest worries. They know if they travel abroad, patient confidentiality exists. Even without going private, I've worked with and for the NHS for years, so patient confidentiality is something they take serious. Even as somebody who uses it for free, you can't, even when you work there, you're not allowed to check, in most cases, your own record. It's against the ethics. So I think one of the reasons why they wouldn't even use Nigerian hospitals, even if they are, world standard, is because they don't want their medical records out. To speak to that. Also, a few things, I'm just going to go from here to there. I listened to Mrs. Tinubu. I saw some of the things she said. Was in a church yesterday when she spoke for about a few minutes and, was quoting the scripture. She said something that I'm trying to understand. She said, our family has been blessed by God. They don't need Nigeria's money to survive, which I agree. You'll be an idiot to disagree with that. But I'm just trying to go back a few months ago where she said, people think her and her husband have money. We don't have money. I had to borrow 2 million naira from Mrs. Shetima. So I'm trying to put the two together to say, which one is it? And she wasn't talking about new naira policy. She was just, the context was, people think we are rich. We are not rich. I asked my husband for money. He said he didn't have money. I had to borrow from Mrs. Shetima and all of that. So, some of these things, I know it's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's irrelevant.
Sure.
Yes. Good.
I was wondering, did you read my script, Dr. Damage's script?
No,
it's
I haven't.
Not out yet, and you just repeated exactly what's there.
No,
so, I know you can. There's no way you read it.
Yeah.
You just
okay. Yeah.
Just
so it's some of those little things. It's some of those little things. If I can't trust you with little, to trust you with much, it's going to be difficult. Just be upfront with the people. Be sincere in some little things. You didn't need to tell us then that you borrowed 2 million from Mrs. Shetima to prove to us that you are one of us, that you're broke. No, you're not. So you're now saying that your family has money and all of that. I wish them well, because of Nigerians, not because of them personally. I wish whoever sits in that office, I wish them well. To the obedience, it's not the time to decide. Like I said on one platform I was on earlier, it's a tough one to take. For some of us, we knew what's going to happen from the day he was declared president. It was going to happen. Nothing was going to stop him. But if someone has benefited from going to court to challenge things like this, it's Peter Obi. He's enjoyed that. I know it was on a lower level or at a lower level, but the fact remains Peter Obi has enjoyed success going to the court. And that's why he's dogged, he's determined to say, you know what, I'll see this to the end. He might favor him, he might not favor him, but the man is determined, and it's called, on obedience, to be patient don't cause trouble, no anarchy. Let the court do what the court will do. When they rule at the Court of Appeal, I'll plead with the obedience, regardless of the result. You know, there's still Supreme Court. So even if we win at the Court of Appeal, we have to remain humble. I'm not saying don't celebrate, but don't treat it as if that's the final decision. And even if we lose at the Court of Appeal, we have to remain, positive, because there's still the Court of Appeal. I know it's almost impossible to trust the court. You're saying Ariwola, handle this occasion and is the Supreme Court justice. So all of those does not make for a good reading for obedience, but we have to remain positive. That's the best we can do. I'm not going to call on anyone to go out and go and cause war and go and fight and go. If I'm not going to lead it, I won't tell you to go and fight and go and do this and that. People can say what they like. My position is don't go and fight, don't go and cause any war. Peter B won't put his children in front and say, let's go and fight. So people need to be careful. And on this platform as well, because I'm one of the moderators, so can I please plead with people who would come later and start throwing words around and say, let's go and fight, carry guns and all of that. Aisha Yusufu's YouTube channel was taken down in the last 24 hours. I'm not sure for what reason exactly, but just to let you know, the things you say, they carry weight. So please be careful to what, I know people are angry, emotions are raw and all of that, but please be careful what you say so that we don't lose this channel. And if you send anybody coming here purposely to say things like that so that this channel can be taken out, please kick them out. Don't hesitate. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sho. Eddie, I want to get. I know that you are not. I don't think you are obedient in that sense, but I want to get two things that you think if Tinubu should do in the next 100 days, first 100 days, that will win you over to say that okay, I think he's on the right path, and I think I want to support him. Is there any two things that he could do that is important to you, or an indication to you that we may be on the right track in the next 100 days? Because that's the count. That's what the media always look at. What did you do in the first 100 days?
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
we can hear you, Eddie.
Okay. First, like Prof said, if he's when he chooses his cabinet, is it Prof or somebody on the platform said when he chooses his cabinet, he should reflect inclusivity. It shouldn't be like Buhari's regime that had, will I say, Buhari's administration that had people, most of the cabinet ministers from one section of the country. Because second thing I think he should do, second thing I think if he does will make me align to him, not like in the actual sense, is if he allows the how do I say, true federalism, like Prof practically said, true federalism. If he allows true federalism, like he said in his on his speech, if you listen to the speech, he said about state government generating their electricity and distribution and all that stuff. So that's one thing to say. I know that's something he fought for and in Lagos. So if he could do that, if he could allow that to play around the country.
Oh, that one has been signed into law. That one has been signed into law by Buhari. So
it's already been signed into law. Okay. Because he made that that's part of his speech when I read the speech. So yeah, I feel if he implements most of the things he said. First of all, if you compare his inaugural speech to Buhari, if you put them side by side, the difference is clear. Even though I'm not a supporter for Tinubu, but the difference is clear. If you go through both speeches, you put them side to side, you could see that one was coerced into governance. Buhari was coerced into governance. He wasn't prepared. But I feel from what Tinubu has said, from the body language, I feel he's prepared because he knows that Buhari's administration was sort of shit. But yeah. So yeah, I think them two things will sell into me.
Okay. Uzo. The same question.
Yeah, what I would say, as Eddie said, true federalism will be the key. Everybody looking at, his appointment should be of people of like minds. When you appoint, for example, he can carry all the nations along, east, west, north, middle belt, every part of the nation to have a seat in his cabinet. That will really like
But
be a
but
good thing.
Uzo, 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 hold
Yes.
on. Buhari did that. It's actually required by the constitution to make sure that it's every state will have a minister. So it's not something that they can actually avoid.
Like Minister of State
And when
for
you say true federalism,
the one I mean is that like the one you gave to Professor Koyomu, is that a minister? If the Kami have come out today say that is just nonsense, just to carry people along. What I mean is this: if you want to carry people along, you got to have the decision. Now you can't do a security meeting about status, no status, there's no status standard there. You can't do a security meeting in the southwest, no sat western idea security meeting. When you're hearing about their own village and know of the village people in that meeting. So what are they going to do? So that's what I mean. Not that appointing people as the minister portfolio like Amechi and all those that are portfolio minister. I mean people that have a decision, even in security level, that we are talking about Imo State. That there's somebody from that region that will tell you will tell you the meant going on there, how it concern his people. Somebody from the Burundi cannot be tell you what I concern somebody in the Imo State. Lay that behind. But my thing is this: but if you listen to us, I used to say, Yoruba used to say, Oriye Wambe. Tinubu head, they correct, but in health, it's not there. If you have a long time, you was in such a speech, somebody standing up without reading, without interpreting, reading from what is his mind. That if I listen to him very carefully, I feel that Tinubu know what that guy is going through.
Uzo, hold on. Uzo, hold on. I don't know what you're saying if it's true. I don't think he used a teleprompter. You may not see that, Uzo, but he didn't
Okay,
just stand. I wouldn't even
if he,
recommend
if
that
he,
he should do that. Anybody.
yeah, if he's doing that, he has still at least, even though he's doing that, you see the speech, he's still looking like it's okay. You know what is in the speech, you know what he's talking about. Not that you're reading from something that somebody write for you to read. And when you're reading it, you see the way they read it, the pause, but he's flowing with his speech. Because which one of those words, you know what it's affecting Nigeria how it is. So that's what I mean about that. One thing I know about him is this: he head is still there. If his mouth is still like Tinubu can speak tomorrow, but his head cannot carry it. His mouth will carry it. Secondly, I don't know why we don't swear in with the God of our ancestors. If we start swearing with the God of our ancestors, I don't think we'll be having this problem. Because when we read the Bible, they know that God is a God of justice, or Quran, they are God of justice. If they start with Ogu or Shango, I don't think they will. This will happen. Nigeria going to be well. If you swear with Shango, if I don't do the let Shango strike me. You see that they will do whatever they say they will do. That's what my take here. Or we should start, if they can start swearing with the God of our ancestors. After all, we believe in the God of our ancestors. So, if they can start swearing with the God of our ancestors, that would be a right path to go also. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Shagun.
Uzo, all the gods.
I had Uzo talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, who is speaking? Oh, Shagun, is it you?
Yes, it was me, but
No, I wanted to say that, Shagun. Oh, okay. Okay, you can go from there, but I wanted to add this. Uzo mentioned federalism, and people always say that. But what does it actually mean, and how do you pull it off? We know that the way, I don't know how Buhari did the electricity thing, without amending the constitution. I don't know, and it wasn't a big deal, But the other issues in that exclusive list, could there be changed? So go. I want you to address some of those things when you talk, Shagun. Right.
Okay, is that also a question for me?
Please. Yeah.
Okay, first thing what I wanted to say was Uzo, all the gods, both Shango, they're all, and the Christian gods and Muslim gods, they're all gods of justice. It's just that the Christian gods and Muslim gods have a bit more mercy, and it's not as instant as as the as the as the traditional gods. But having said that, let me answer the first question that you have put through. What two things would make, would they have done in 100 days? For me, personally, I don't think there's anything he will do that will legitimize the process. So whatever he does in the first 100 days, um, as long as the court has not, put closure to the electoral process, for me, it really doesn't make much difference. However, to look at it in another light, that what I hope he will do that will help the country, for me, one should be in we should start seeing movement in how to address the security challenges of the country. The first thing is I want to see him stretch his handshake all around the country in an effort of trying to bring everybody together. One of it maybe releasing of Nnamdi Kanu to try to endear the southeast. Another thing would be, reaching out to all the northern allies to try to see how they can curb the various security challenges within the areas. I think for me, it would be a good indication that he may be leading Nigeria in the right path. Sorry, the second question again. I think I lost track of that.
I wanted you to address when people talk about federalism that they want him to put that in place. Does that really mean for real in real terms, and how will he put it in place?
Okay, well, I don't know what he will really mean, but my thinking is, so when I was listening to his speech today, he didn't mention anything about restructuring or federalism. I've tried to check his manifesto. Maybe I missed it. But if he's going to restructure the country, the first thing will be to start devolving power. So they've been able to say people can generate their electricity. Then the next thing would be probably state policing. Then the next thing would be probably more resource control for people within their various areas. I think when people start taking ownership of their resources, they then seem to be in control of the things that are happening. And then when people start taking ownership of their security, they then also begin to take ownership in their region. For me, because everything points to the center, that's why everybody's getting agitated. If everything is localized, people will concentrate their agitation, their protests, and everything to their own region. I believe Southeast will concentrate their fight with their elders within the areas. Southwest will concentrate in their areas, and then for me, that's the beginning of maybe true federalism. And true federalism really is going to be a journey. It's not just going to be one radical push that everything just turns around. So that's just the way I see things in terms of restructuring or true federalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Shagun. Adewale, let me add this to your question. So, talking about who will be in the cabinet or the people around the president, we are now sure that Ababio most likely will be the Senate president. We are sure that Ganduje and Wike will get prominent appointments. So when you see these names mentioned or these people in these positions, does that give you confidence in terms of what President Tinubu might be able to do? Or even the people who are skeptical about what they are seeing?
Before I answer that question, let me hatch to the list of what I expect him to do within 100 days. I wrote some things down. He talks about security during his speech. Before I move to your question about those old politicians, he also talked about reforming security architecture. Um, I I want to believe that he was able to do that within 100 days whatever other plans that he has will be able to be successful in the sense that right now Nigeria is not safe. The northern part of the country is not safe. Uh, the reason I want to believe the reason why he didn't touch much about the restructuring is because that's a very, very controversial issue, and you don't expect him to be, putting that in his speech on his first day, on his inaugural speech. So if he's able to reform the security architecture of the country, perhaps if it has to, send, some bills to the National Assembly to reform security apparatus or adding more or give legitimacy. But you talked about a little bit about the earlier. He talks about the what do you call it? True federalism. Uh, Constitution has to be amended, and how can we do that through National Assembly? And it's a very rigorous process. However, I believe he can do that. Also, he talks about power generation and identification of the country. I believe he can do that, even though General Buhari signed executive order. He can also codify that law into law by sending a bill to the National Assembly for constitutional amendment, and they can have that in our constitution so that there won't be much litigation in the future. Because I foresee that anything that is, executive order can be subject to interpretation under the Constitution. So I want to believe that it can also do that. And then the review of every political agitators that are in custody, including Nnamdi Kanu and all that. Within 100 days, it can, review that and, prompt the judiciary to speed up if there's a need to review and to release any one of them or to charge any one of them to court. And speaking of the question that you asked me, we can't do away with politicians in our politics and in the public office. We need them because governance is different from politics, and sometimes they both go together. And you can't put them, technocrat in the public office without political background, because some of these decisions and policies that will be formulated are also attached to politics. So you don't expect because we have stakeholders, and most of the time when these policies are being formulated, it's looking from the perspective of stakeholders. What do they intend to gain? What do they intend to lose? And so seeing Ganduje in his cabinet, it's not. I don't think it's going to be out of place because these are the you need politicians, all right, to be able to help navigate some of these. Uh, Political entanglement that you might face. Some of these cabinet members might face in the process of carrying out their job function. But I get it. People don't want to see old faces and all that, but we cannot fend them away because sometimes
Not just old faces, but faces that are and they were not just old faces, but people who are quote unquote then they had dents. People had questions about their
Mhm,
credibility or integrity. So it's not just old faces.
mhm. Who doesn't have blemish? We are human. We are prone to make errors, right? Now, I say that with all sense of sincerity. We are all human beings, all right, including politicians. We see these people as being, have a lot of baggages. But the thing is, tell me which of our politicians today doesn't have baggages? Who? If you dig deeper, you find something attached to their apron that you can use against them. But my take is that no matter who he is going to appoint, whether he utilize Ganduje, somebody speculate that Ganduje might become the FCT minister. To me, is a low cabinet member. It's not like when you appoint somebody as in finance ministers or works and housing or power. So, but even if you appoint those politicians to place, I understand the sentiment that these are a politician that we don't want to be seeing, but in some cases you need them for you to be able to navigate and get your policy right so that can help you politically. So
All
that's
right.
my take on that one.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Doctor, can I just say something
Thank
on
you.
the
Let,
cabinet? Shagun.
who is speaking? My system is slow. Okay, Shagun. Yeah. Sometimes I don't before the mouth opened. I it takes time. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I want to say is I'm
Go
not
ahead,
too
Shagun.
enthusiastic about his cabinet, and I'll tell you why. I, obviously, it's been said that Tinubu obviously knows how to source for talents and competence and put them in his committee and work. But I think his cabinet, maybe in this first term, would be made up of payback time for the various people that have helped him to secure things. He will try to reward them by putting them in position. And if you do that, then the competence that will probably help him achieve some of the aspiration will be diluted. So in that case, I'm a bit pessimistic about the composition of his cabinet. I'm only going to see people who has helped him achieve his dream of becoming the president just put in positions, and we won't probably see in the first 2 years infusions of talents like Obasanjo did with the likes of Okonjo-Iweala, with the likes of this other woman, with the likes of Amina, even El Rufai came to Obasanjo through some scouting of talent. So I'm not too enthusiastic, and for me, that is one of the areas. I hope I'm wrong, because I really want the government to succeed. But I think it's just going to be a combination of paying people back, people that have helped him to win the election. You take this, you take this, you take this. At least in the first composition. That's what I think. Hope I'm wrong. Well, that's what I think.
All right. Yeah. There was 1 minute. Just
Yeah,
1 minute.
I just want to remind Shegun that any person being appointed minister is representing this some stakeholders. Let me put it that way. It's representing some political blocks. So because for a president to appoint people, you appoint from each various states, and each state also have people that represent them. So anybody that is appointing to this cabinet is representing the state, the political stakes from that state, and not necessarily that he's handpicking them. So it's possible that they could use those people as a proxy, to do whatever they want to do instead of them being the person that will be seen on national TV every day. So I want you to look at it from that angle.
Well, I'm really not talking of
right.
of representation. I'm just talking about the competence side of things.
All right, let's go to TK. I will come back on the line, Aaron. But let me. He's in the dark. I'm guessing he may be in Nigeria. TK, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, TK?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Yeah. First of
Are you
all, as
in Nigeria?
regards the sure, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Where
Yeah.
in Nigeria?
You can see the environment. That you surely know that this there I am from Lagos, to be precise.
Okay. Did you watch
Yeah.
the inauguration of Bola Tinubu as president?
I listened. I listened to it. I didn't watch it. I listened to it through the mainstream medias. So I listened to the last part of his inaugural speech, and well, congratulations to Nigeria. He has been given to the nation as the president of the country. So the next thing for him is to play fair and not behave like our past president that has left now. He needs to work so much on who will be in his cabinet. Because if I look at all the people that have been nominated, that be on the list, what we have been hearing so far, they are not people that we can vouch for really to push the country forward. So and he need and the first his first tenure, his first year is very very important because we are people of history. If you remember what happened in the first tenure of Buhari, his first 6 months was so important. His first year was so important, and from that time to the leave office today, what happened in the first year affected and negated to what we are experiencing right now in the country. So it should not make mistakes. It should not make mistakes in who he appoints. If he misses it this year, in his first year, in the first 6 months of his administration, I don't know where we will be at the end of his tenure as a nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Sydney before I go back on the line. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Well done, Dr. Rudolph, and every other person. Yeah. Yeah, good to see you guys and have a chat on Nigeria so far. So, should I just go on the question you just asked everyone?
Yeah, exactly. Did you watch the inauguration first? Did you watch?
And I didn't really watch it. I just took snippets of it. Really, I was not. There's no motivation to watch it because it's same. Okay, there's nothing exciting going to happen really, and that's why sometimes Nigerians we think that something um, exciting is going to happen, but it's going to be same business as usual, same drama. They'll talk, they move on to what they need to do. And with regards to the federalism question, I think Shetima, in one of his outbursts, he said, "Federalism, my foot." So that's that's why you can't see it in his statement.
That's why you can't see it in his statement.
Because that's what it is.
Because
it's
that's
not
what it
part
is.
of it.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Former President Muhammad Buhari is at kind of foot dragging when it comes to firing people, literally.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead there.
Okay. All right. So, with regards to some of the things he said in his speech, which I've looked at, he mentioned things like doctrine and architecture of security. I don't know what that means. I think we'll check what he means in the next 100 days, what he wants to do with the security architecture and doctrine. Doctrine would be how they function. And for me, it gives me a lot of questions like, how does he want the security architecture in Nigeria, both the DSS and everything to function? Because one thing we must know about leaders is they cannot be different from who they have been. Anybody expecting Asiwaju to be all of a sudden different is wasting their time. He's not going to be different from who he is. Number one, Asiwaju has a penchant for capturing state. So the architecture will be state capture. That's going to happen, whether people like it or not. His architecture will be that. Secondly, is that he talked about house cleaning. So in the next 100 days, I want to see what he means by house cleaning in terms of the monetary policies. So he's saying house cleaning in terms of monetary policies. Definitely one of the people he will clean is Emefiele. So Emefiele should be packing up his things. And then I want to see how he wants to clean the monetary policies, because he wants to bring down the monetary policies and the dollar and all that. So those are the things that we have to look at genuinely to watch out. In terms of his government, he has already told us his government how he wants to get his government, appoint his people. He's told us he's not going to look at he's looking at, and he generally, like I always said, he generally looks at competence and area of in specific areas. He would likely put round people in round holes, especially in legal, in terms of places like the medical side of things, places like finance. He would tend to bring technocrats, but technocrats that understand politics. All right. So if you look at him from his track record, you have to look at him from where he's coming from. What has he done? What is his pattern? And that's it. Will he be a president that will always be there to engage with us? No, I don't think. He'll be very elusive because that's his style. And so Nigerians should not complain. Oh, we want president to talk to us. No, 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 no. It's business as usual. That's what's going to happen, and we should get used to it. In 100 days, is it going to be in the country in 100 days? Can any Nigerian tell us now that Asiwaju is going to be in the country in 100 days? He will not be traveling for medical issues. We can't determine that. He will be traveling for his medical thing once in a month. All right. So the problem is, how in 100 days is he going to navigate the nation? What is this? How will it influence the tribunal and the courts that are currently in session? We've seen what has happened in the last few days in the courts and all that, how judges turn up and all that. So it's these are the real challenges. I don't think there'll be much to expect. The only difference is that he may be a bit faster, he may be a bit decisive than his predecessor. Buhari was not decisive in many things. He was a bit slow. So, but I think as Siwaju has his list already, he has his list of men to start immediately. That's what Buhari did not have. And I think because Asiwaju is a better or astute politician than Buhari. So Asiwaju already knows who he wants as Senate president, who he wants as speaker. He's already done the ground politics. And the way he does it, he just sets it in motion and gets away from the scene. So he doesn't get into murky waters. So I don't expect him to bring in people like Ganduje, but he will give them something. So
Okay.
That's my own outlook of his government.
Okay, thank you. Let me. I don't know if you're what state you're from, but there's something that happened in Anambra State in 2003, I believe, when Chris Ngige got the governorship position, and he was under attack for not actually winning the election, and he ended up performing that at the point when P2B was getting his mandate, some people were saying that he should forget about it and let Ngige start. So don't you think that something like that might happen in this case, where he has a motivation to show in a very short period that he could change things such that...
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be much, much better than Buhari. That's a sure. I mean, he's going to be faster. He's going to be, in terms of his speed, he will be faster in terms of setting up government. Buhari took time to set up government. So he will not take that time to set up government. He already has his men in play. However, he's has a lot of tentacles with a lot of people he needs to play ball with. The northern oligarchs. He needs to play ball with them. He cannot exclude them. The El Rufais, the Gandujays, people that really helped him from the north, Shetima's guys. He needs to appeal to them. Kwakwanso, he's making deals with Kwakwanso. He needs to appeal to them so that he keeps that place, which is his base, intact. Then the Southwest already with him, they will just align. Where he's having issues is the North Central, the Southeast, and the South South. Now, in the South South, how does he play with the people like Rotimi Amechi and Wike? Looks like he has abandoned Rotimi and he's going to play with Wike. All right, how does he play around that? So he's playing politics, but in terms of pushing the country, like what Ngige did, Ngige needed to win his people. So I feel that Asiwaju is going to try to sweeten the thing, to sweeten things for Nigerians in different areas. How he will do it, I don't know, because the truth is that he doesn't have the young people. The young people have zoned out from him. And most people that voted Obi have zoned out, and it's really fragmented. So he needs to find a way to tone down. And if you look at what Kenyatta was speaking, said, look, that's the narrative and the voices that have been speaking in these last few days, that, look, you need to become a father of the nation. You need to find a way to win back the military, win back people, to say, okay, let's give him a chance, or let's just go with the flow. So I think we would expect marked difference, but not in really major. Not in really major.
All right, thank you. Let me get Aaron and Show in before I continue the other way. Aaron, go ahead. What were you expecting if you, let's say his people are watching and they are looking for what to do in the next 100 days that will make impact for you?
For me, it would be an increase in funding for every sector of the economy. So funding for the police in regards to insecurity. And when we talk about federalism, Nigeria already has federalism. You just need effective federalism. That's all you need. And also, we need to increase the amount of funding for each ministry. So when you talk about finance, it has to be more effective. There has to be better budgets and better plans. The budget for the whole nation needs to come out a lot sooner, and there needs to be more openness in how NNPC delivers its results to the Nigerian people and where investments are made. Right now, we've just had the Dangote refinery come on board, but we need information about the other refineries. When we talk about the ports, we need information about all of the ports in the South, as well as the dry ports that Buhari has made in the north of the country. When we talk about the environment ministry, we need updates on Lake Chad and other developments. We've spoken also today about the ability for state governments to generate their own power. Well, what about the national plans already in place in regards to hydropower and gas power? We talk about the AKK pipeline delivering gas beyond Nigeria. How is that going to develop power and power plants for other states within the federation? What about the rail? We talk about effective ministers. Rotimi Amechi, despite his ideals and his behaviors, whilst he was Minister of Transportation, he was highly effective in taking Chinese money and building out rail lines that he didn't get to finish due to funding. Tinubu's biggest challenge is not about uniting the country. It's about putting money into the pockets of the everyday Nigerian and improving their lives on an individual basis. That's what it really is about. It's ensuring that we don't run a budget for the whole country of 200 million people of only $50 billion. $15 billion of which goes towards subsidy. Less than 800 million of which goes towards developing hospitals. What you need to do is, instead of running a budget of $50 billion, the budget needs to be closer to $200 billion. So how do we get there? We don't get there through agriculture. Agriculture, whilst it can employ many Nigerians, it doesn't have enough export potential. Instead, Nigeria should be focusing on manufacturing of finished goods, and it should be focusing on making a better connection between our universities and our businesses that export. What I want to see in Tinubu's next 90 days is I want to see him have a national plan in place for power generation that includes every state that generates its own power from the law that Buhari signed. I want to see a national rail, highway, and transport plan in place so people can drive around the country and they can also then connect with the ports. And then when it comes to insecurity, we need a proper plan on funding Nigeria's army and police. And then finally, when it comes to environment, we need to look at Lake Chad and the Niger Delta. What is the plan to clean up the Niger Delta and expand Lake Chad? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much. Sure.
Right. With regards to my expectations over the next couple of months, 3 months, thereabout, I've set my expectations very low. I've said it many times that it's very easy to surpass Buhari's government. I think Tinubu will do better than him, but still, I still not expecting much. And that's simply because of the people that Tinubu is surrounded by. Like someone rightly said, his first tenure will probably be about, repayments, paying people back. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. So the appointments would mostly be about people who supported the men he built, who he cashed in on to help him, which is a smart political move and all of that. But when you see people like Rotimi Akpabio being the number 3 citizen, this is a guy who has a case hanging around his neck. And I know Adewale said that if you look deep, you would find cases around everyone. But looking deep and not having to dig deep are slightly different. I mean, Sam Allardyce, English football manager, well known. He managed England national team for only one game. The reason is because he was stitched up by a newspaper that I think they're extinct now. They set him up similar to what happened to Ganduje. And he said, agent, you pay this, you pay that, we play your player, if agents come and they bribe you. While he was the England manager, that was his downfall. It was a setup. But he confessed to something like that about taking bribe. Ganduje was seen collecting dollars or whatever currency was stuffing in his pocket. These are the people that we're going to, hand over Nigeria to on a bigger level. And that's what worries me. You can't plant a mango and expect oranges. These guys, the level of baggage they carry. Yes, I agree everyone has a baggage if you look deep, but the level of baggage these guys carry worries me. It would be stupid of me to expect much from them. I hope I'm wrong, because people tend to think, because I said that I wish whoever leads Nigeria, I wish them well. People tend to mistake it for me supporting Tinubu. No, you don't expect me to wish him bad so that I can say I told you so. Because every day he fails, Nigerians are the ones that would suffer. Tinubu and his family would not suffer. So me saying that whoever is the president, and I say that on purpose, I don't say Tinubu, and that's because it's difficult for me to even say that. So that's why I keep saying whoever is the president of Nigeria, I wish them well. If it's Tinubu, I wish he succeeds for the sake of Nigerians, not because I support him, but I'm not expecting much. The level of baggage around these guys is astronomical. I mean, the one that killed people in Kano, allegedly killed people in Kano, the guy in the House of Rep, 13 people burnt, alive or whatever in the NNPP secretariat. The judge in Kano State, there's not enough evidence against this guy. How can you say there's not enough evidence against somebody? So these are the sort of people we're dealing with. The level of corruption is crazy. Impunity is off the chart. And these are the people that will run the government. So how can you expect much from these people? They're going to borrow more money. You can tell. I mean, clearly we don't have enough money. They will borrow more money to steal, to consume. That is the biggest problem. That's my worry. I sincerely hope that they prove me wrong and do well while our case is in court. And I'm hoping that wherever they stop, that, if Peter Obi is given the mandate, if, the court rules in his favor, it comes to continue. Now, what I would want to happen urgently is for security to change. The level of insecurity in Nigeria, people are becoming numb to this news. We don't even discuss it anymore. The amount of people killed on, I don't like when they say people died. They didn't die. They were killed on a daily basis. 100 here, 50 there, 80 there. People are killed on a daily basis. And we have, we have a president. That's on you. One of your primary assignment is to protect the lives of your citizens. It's the people who are alive that would enjoy electricity. People are killed on a daily basis, and some people think it's a game. It's all politics, all not politics. It's all games and fun until your family becomes the board on which they play the game, until you become the dice that they roll. It's not a game. People are killed every day. The president hardly talks about it. The presidency experiences shock, we don't want that anymore. So if Tinubu can please start by looking into security, the people need to be alive to enjoy the good roads. They need to be alive to enjoy electricity. So security for me is the biggest deal. Whatever needs to be done, needs to be done. Protect the lives of Nigerians. It's the least you can do for them. When they are alive, then we can now talk about electricity, because these are the things that will generate money. Aaron, Brennan talked about, finished goods. You need electricity to run that. So we need electricity. Sort security or insecurity, give us electricity. Nigerians are not lazy. We will make things happen. We will meet you halfway. But when you run a government and you just talk about irrelevancies, I have 14 wives, that's the proof that I can be leader in the house of, these people, they just go there and they just joke, they talk about BS all day, every day. So whoever, if the news can get to them, please, security is very important to us. Electricity is very important to us. Do those two things. and we'll carry on with the court case. Whatever happens in the court. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Osita, welcome to the show.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone on the panel. Good afternoon, Rudolph. It's been quite a while.
I know. Some of you disappeared when they challenged.
Yes.
That's also something that we can have a conversation around. In terms of the commitment of the citizens. It's not just when the election is around the corner that people are committed to the conversation. It has to continue, irrespective of where we are at the stage. Go ahead. It's not for you. I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely. What's been happening is most of the time when I come in, you already handed over to someone.
Oh, okay.
So I've been staying. I've been communicating. Basically, it is how it is at the moment.
Did you?
Sorry.
Did you watch?
No, I saw a few clips. Okay. I saw a few clips, and sorry guys. Sorry. It's my newborn. So he's recently starting to crawl. So this is the first time he's having a real fall. So, but he has to learn either way. But the mom is there. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Right. So, but we're already here. For me, someone already, I can't remember who said it, but obviously Tinubu doesn't have the, what is it called? The sort of physical energy for the sort of, aggressive, hands-on approach we need from the number one citizen, from the presidency, from the president, which means you have to rely more on people. He will have to rely more on, go and do this. He just has to rely more on people. Naturally, a president, of course, relies on the people. What you need to do is stay there and sit on the table and take decisions. But the current situation Nigeria is in, we need someone who is able to even move out of the office, who can easily get into a chopper and say, okay, such a thing is happening in Kano State. I need to get to Kano State in the next 45 minutes. We need that physical presence of daily, governance, leadership. A lot has to do with perception. He's not going to be that person you're seeing every time to have that conviction that, yes, he's on top of the situation. So, someone here said Tinubu's problem is not going to be uniting Nigeria. No, it's part of it. Part of the problem is convincing Nigerians that he is equal to the task. Part of the problem is convincing Nigeria that, to the contrary of our belief, that he actually is able to do the job. Imagine a situation where if Tinubu, maybe like Tinubu of 20 years ago now, he is now made the president, and within the 100 days that he's been in office, imagine if he's able to go around the states again, to go and have a relook at the problems by himself. Do you know the kind of confidence that we put in people? But he lacks that. So, which brings me back to saying that now it depends on the capacity of people who get into the ministerial positions. Now, I also understand that for ministerial positions, each state is entitled to produce a minister. But now, how do we allocate those positions to the ministers? Is it going to be another game of, reward for all the inputs you made during the election? And I can bet you 95% that will most likely be the case. Let's take, for instance, I know you mentioned Ngige at some point. Ngige currently, or now, of course, he's living, but he was serving as the minister. I think he's Minister of Labor. Someone should correct me if I'm wrong. Yes? Now, what was Ngige's academic qualifications to become a Minister of Labor? The last I checked, Ngige was a medical doctor. He was functioning in the medical, I mean, in the health, in the health sector. So how is it that when we are making appointments, we forget to put the right? There's a way they call it, put the square pegs in the right hole or whatever.
But you can give it to Ngige. He was a governor, so as a governor, he must have dealt with labor issues.
Definitely, he must have dealt with labor issues. But there are people who have been heads of Nigerian Labour Congress. There are people who, who in their academic background, you would have seen that they've had a lot of background, qualifications, educations on human resource management. What is his qualification in human resource management? And now you want to go and appoint someone to be a minister of agriculture. This person's got no background in agriculture. You want to appoint someone the minister of housing. This person's got no background in architecture. He's got no background, So and now that brings me back to another thing someone said about Rotimi Amechi. You think he's been effective? Wait till you see someone who has the background, the industrial experience in constructions. So he needs to step away from the reward system. People say he's a hunter of talents. Now that's something that is about to be put to bed, because yes, it can be easy to have done it in Lagos, or with the perception people believe that he did it in Lagos. But the federating state of Nigeria is a different ball game.
All right. Well, sister, we'll come back to you again. Let's get other people involved in the conversation. Ike, I know you didn't watch. I know you don't accept him as president, but we're trying to find out if there's anything that he could do in the next 100 days that will make you rethink or give him a chance.
Well, I just want to thank Oyster and Show for their submissions. I really completely agree with Oyster, my brother, and Show, my brother. First of all, let me start by the fact that the outgoing Minister of Education said that he has nothing, he didn't know anything about education before he was made the Minister of Education.
He performed very well.
I don't know, my brother, let me finish. I don't care what he's performing. That's what we're talking about. What is he called? The Minister of State of Labor, your senior advocate of Nigeria, said his appointment was illegal, but he was there for 8 years. So right now, as we speak, it is all about rewarding those that produce the vote. If not, why the competition as Senate president? He was supposed to be all Jews or Kalu's position.
How is that supposed to be?
But that is why he supported the Muslim ticket, with the belief that is what they're going to give him. But right now, it is clear to him that it is all about the vote that you produce. Now, like Osta said, or Show, Abio is going to be the third most powerful person in Nigeria. A man that is so corrupt that allegations are around about him everywhere. But he is going to be the third most powerful man in Nigeria. So the construction of the administration has already been set up already. So what are we talking about? He's already telling you what he's going to be. El-Rufai, Gunje. These are the same people. These are the people who gave him whatever made him to be where he is right now. So like somebody talk about security, it was Show. At least if he can be able to secure the life of Nigerians. Like I used to say here, Nigerians have been killed and buried already. But if a person can wake up in the morning and walk from one neighborhood to another neighborhood without looking at your back, who is following you, at least Nigerians can be given the opportunity to go out for their daily bread. I'm speaking from the experience where I come from. I'm from Imo State and I'm from Olu local government. I used to say it here in your platform and other platform, Mr. Damages. If you go to Olu local government today, in many towns and villages, there is no any more young man in Olu because of insecurity. Because it's like Olu senatorial zone is where it's like that is the headquarters of ESL. So if you are a young man, they see you on the street or they meet you in a restaurant, you are a member of ESL. So everybody have decided to run away from Imo State to go somewhere else for their security. So I am expecting that the new administration will, consider more of the security of the life and properties. My brother who said, Aaron said, he mentioned areas that we can need to, bring investment, manufacturing, yes. But where is the infrastructure? We are talking about electricity. Is it not only in Nigeria that when people go to church on Sunday, when they ask them to pray for what they want God to do for them this week, they say, I pray that we have light for 1 week. Is it not in your country, Nigeria, where people go to pray for light, for God to give them light, that they should have light for 1 week? So this is my point. So in as much as the starting point of it, you have already seen the people that have surrounded the president-elect and all the cronies of the people that have been speaking on his behalf. And I want to completely end like this, what Oster said. Listen, he said it at the Chatham House, that his government is about telling Segu to, hey, Segu, go and speak. Hey, Sydney, go and speak. Hey, they will like, go and do this one. Hey, this man, go and do this. He's not doing that. He's not doing anything. He has just fulfilled his life ambition today to be president of Nigeria. So the same people that is going to a point that is going to around the face of a population of Nigeria of 250 million people, these are the same people we have already known. These are the same people me and you is crying every day about the amount of corruption and impunity that they have committed in different areas of position that they have heard before in Nigeria. They are still the same people that are going to run the face of the new government. So I don't know why we continue to defend something that you cannot defend. I'm a Nigerian. I want the government to succeed, but your beginning of your succeeding is the point. Because he have to reassure Nigerians that he wasn't just elected by the people who gave him the vote, but he was elected by all Nigerians. And I should remember that he should start from apologizing to Nigerians for what happened in Lagos today. He has never made any comment. He has never said about the killings of innocent people in Lagos. Those who came out openly to say, if you are not voting for this particular party, pack your things and leave. The same people are walking free in the street of Nigeria. There has not been any consequences of anything.
All right.
So you cannot convince me of anything until I see you begin to start from the beginning and show Nigerians, listen, election is over. But everyone that has contributed to the insecurity and lack of popularity of my government that caused one thing or the other, that you were the head of APC and you were sitting down and they were saying what they were saying against the Nigerians, if there are no consequences up to this time we are talking about, we are deceiving ourselves.
We keep going to the same two religion Nigeria and Nigeria. I keep saying the Yorubas and the Northern Nigeria. But I keep saying that what is Tinubu is a sick guy being president.
Hold on, who is speaking?
His speech is wrong. The guy is wife.
Who is speaking?
I'm not sure anybody is speaking.
Oh,
I heard someone was speaking.
someone was speaking. I think
Tinubu was speaking. Tinubu was speaking.
Yeah, Tinubu, if you want to speak, you have to wait for your turn. That's one. Secondly, you have to show us your face. I don't know where you are. You have to wait for us to call you. Okoye, you're next. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Long time no see. Happy Inauguration Day, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
All excited that Bulaba is now the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and President of Nigeria. However, I think I'm quite despondent regards to the happening today. I'm not really that overly excited with Bulaba being the president. One of the reasons is that our democracy is still very much like, an autocratic system of governance where, the hope of everyone is actually, heaped on one person, this Bulaba. What was Bulaba going to do? To be honest, I'm not expecting, I'm not expecting anything. I'm despondent with regards to his administration because it's going to be just more of the same things. It might have a little incremental sort of development on infrastructure, on on the economy, but these things takes time. This brings me to the point that I really want to make, serious point that I do want to make, which is strengthening the institutions of government in Nigeria. Because the institutions of government in Nigeria is very, very, very weak, appallingly weak. That's why one person will wake up one day with a lot of money and buy a whole institution like INEC, and everybody will be dancing to his tune. This is, this is unheard of anywhere else, where where institutions are so weak and people is so desperate that works in those institutions are so desperate that anybody with money can come and just do whatever they want. Our judiciary is sold. There is for the highest bidder. Our police, the same thing. Where do you look? Where did you look to find any strong sort of institution that makes democracy to work? Because without institutions, there's nothing like democracy. Tinubu is not going to, do everything. It's through institutions that is in place that he's going to carry out his policies. And if those institutions are not there, it's not going to succeed. It's not going to happen. The same people will still, stuff their pockets with the money allocated for these institutions, and the people will still remain poor with little or nothing to write home about. So,
okay. Let me push back a little bit. So, if this were to be P2B that was being sworn in, will you have the same position? Will you be saying the same thing today?
No, I wouldn't be saying. I'll be honest. I wouldn't be saying the same thing because I know Obi wants to strengthen the institutions. That people talk about state capture. It's not about capturing a physical geographical area. It's capturing the institutions of government. That is how you capture a state. It's make it so weak that the top, call them technocrats that run those institutions are so dependent on you that even if they don't have any talent, people praise them as having any talent, but they just really, dancing to the tune of the Godfather, like we have in Lagos. People always talk about Lagos this, Lagos that. Lagos is still a shithole. Excuse my French. It's still a very backward place compared to good cities of the world, great cities of the world, where the world is. So I mean, if he doesn't get serious about strengthening the institutions of government in Nigeria, nothing is going to change. Nothing. Police is an institution. The police is an institution. The army is an institution. Economy is institutional. It's supposed to be an institution. So if it doesn't do these things, strengthen the institutions, we'll still come back in the next 4 years and still talking about the same thing. And these things takes time. It's not going to, wave a magic wand and everything will just fall into place. So I think, those that, expecting that things might change, that he might do this or that, please, they should stop, expecting these things because it's not going to happen. Even if it's going to happen, it's going to take even more than 4 years for anybody to see any effect of Tinubu's government. It's going to take more than 4 years because what is there, what is entrenched at the moment, is still more or less like Buhari. Buhari government will still run till the next 4 years. If Tinubu has a chance to become to win the next election in the next 4 years, then that's when we know that Tinubu actually will see the effects of his own policies. Otherwise, there's nothing there to be expected because there's a lot of work to do. There's incredible amount of work for him to do. Where would it start? Security, the insecurity in Nigeria, the infrastructure deficit. He's now talking about removing the subsidy that everyone is relying on. You know, where is it going to start? The economy is in tatters. Where is it going to start? What kind of headway is he going to make? He might, to be honest, people talk about him bringing, people to help him run the government. I'm actually thinking if he's a really, really smart guy that knows what he wants, he will get rid of all these old people that follows him around because they're all psychophants. Wike, Ganduje, what's their name? All these people should be gone. He should bring in some new, fresh ideas because all these guys they don't have ideas. Wike doesn't have idea. What idea has Wike got? What is Wike going to do? Or Ganduje, what is he going to do? Anybody can build flyover if you have the money. It's just being honest, doing what you say you're going to do. Anybody can build flyover. He doesn't build it himself. He used the state money to do it. So I don't see these guys as, having anything to contribute to Nigeria because Nigeria needs a serious Nigeria needs serious thinkers. They need serious people that can profile, deliverable policies that target the people. And if that doesn't happen through the institutions of government, say goodbye to all this brouhaha about Bulaba, because we're going to come back next 4 years and still, if it's going to be there in the next 4 years, and still have the same conversation.
All right. Thank you, Okoye. Electricity, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Bola Tinubu, the president, mentioned you today in his inaugural address.
Point of correction, Bola Tinubu, our president.
Yeah, I said the president, yeah.
No, our president. Don't say the president.
No. This is a technical issue. I was telling somebody that there's a difference between the way CNN talks about American president and the way BBC talks about the British Prime Minister. So CNN will say our president. The British BBC will say the British Prime Minister. They are British. They have to separate themselves from anyway, but that's the difference.
Mine is a sense of humor because most people say he is not our president. But whether we back to the cockcrow, he is our president. Now, thanks for the opportunity given to me. And the day it has come, it has gone. I didn't watch it because I was at work. However, with due respect to his argument in respect to the health of Tinubu, I'm going to take everything from a different perspective, and you can give a pushback if you want to. Every one of us here right now, 2468, we all, whether we're in abroad or not, belongs to a constituency in Nigeria. And the section of the Constitution actually highlights the health of the president, if there's a concern, prior to election and when after he has been elected. So, if we are genuinely concerned about the health of the president, then we need to bring it to the attention of the legislative arm, who have the power to now put the president under checks and balances that our people, your people, are concerned over your health. Section 137 is prior to the election. I was looking for the other section in the Constitution is after the president has been elected. Now, let's take our mind back to the time Donald Trump was there. People had concern over his health. He was subject to medical checkup. So it's there in the Constitution. So the man has become a president. So if we're going to get things right, we need to get this right, start from now. I'm not concerned about who we appoint or not because they've been appointing people from time memorial and we've not seen a change. So we have to start to, like that man who came on the show yesterday, Dr. Arnold. And I think I pointed it out to you, Dr. Rudolph. You should make it as number one on your list that we need to start for a change to happen in that country. We cannot ignore this constitution. Take it to the market any day. I'll say it today. Today, the 29th of May, 2023. Maybe you will say I'm a prophet. I will take that to a position. if we are going to see any change in that country, meaningful change, then we have to start to talk about the constitution, the citizens, because it's already there. If you have concern for the health of the president, what needs to be done. So I completely disagree with Show, whatever, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name, when he's arguing. Listen, if there is a crisis anywhere, even if Tinubu, as it is right now, if he needs to get to Kaduna, okay, he will get to Kaduna, because it's not the fire brigade. He's only going to inspect. It's not the police. He's only going to inspect. He can give order from wherever he is. Even if it's in America, he will give the order. Then he can go and inspect later. We've seen crises all over the world, in America, this and that. The president don't visit immediately. They only visit after it has happened. And it takes time for them to get there. So if we are concerned about the sanity of the president, it is highlighted in section 137. I can't find the other one, which is prior to election. There's another one which I will find, which is after he has been elected, when he's a president. So please, like I said, with due respect, we can talk from now till thy kingdom come. He is our president. It is our country. And let's focus our concern where matters. Like what Mr. Aruno said yesterday, we have to keep the flame high. And the only way we can do it, that was why I was trying to get him to commit to pushing for this election, constitutional. Unfortunately, he is not aware of the section I highlighted. So, and I understand where he's coming from. He cannot commit to what he is not aware of, which is a fair argument that anybody will put. So please, gentlemen, on the floor, let's focus on what matters. We all have constituency, whether we are in abroad. We have family back at home. This is time to be reaching out to them. Like I said, and I'll repeat again, over and over again. Let's make this journey, this fight, this struggle, a meaningful one. Starting from today, May 29th, 2023. I project 1 year by the special grace of God to push for this campaign of awareness of the Constitution. And anyone who comes on the show to say the Constitution is a fraud, either they pay the person to come and take Nigerians' minds away from the Constitution, or the person is just a total ignorant, with due respect. Because if you destroy the Constitution, if we tear it right now, we will have to write another one. And so please, let's focus on what matters. The health of the president is highlighted in section 137. When I get the other one, if I'm still here, I will bring it up again. I yield the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ike, you're next.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, everybody in the panel. First of all, I want to congratulate Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the new president of Nigeria. I guess he have succeeded to get success, become president, his lifetime dream. There's nothing wrong with the lifetime dream. And that is the reason why, not until somebody is put on the ground, never count them out. He made it. But why did he want to be a president of Nigeria? That is the fundamental question. Why is it his dream to be?
I thought he said that at the speech he made today. He listed.
Man, well, whatever he said, why? But I didn't watch the speech, and I don't want to watch it. But if we go back, do Nigeria want to change? That is the question. Does Nigeria want to change? Because what happened during the presidential election wasn't the people that are on the ticket that did it. It's the youth of Nigerians that did it, not the people in the ticket. Because the people in the ticket, whether they pay them or not, they are the people that did the deed. And when we talk about INEC, talk about different infrastructures. It's the people, not the people that are elected. It's the people that are doing what they are doing. So for me, for Nigeria to change, it's going to be really difficult because you have to start from family, like from family.
Hey, hold on,
Hmm?
don't go too far. Is there anything that Tinubu could do in the next 100 days that will convince you that we're on the right track with him as president?
Well, in the next 100 years,
No, 100 days.
Nigeria, 100 days. In the next 100 days, Nigeria have a big issue. I don't think there's anything to be accomplished in 100 days. I know that it's a cliche. America asks you as a politician, what are you going to do in the next 100 years? Yeah, in the next 100 years in Western world, there's things in place already that one can accomplish. But Nigeria, structurally, there is nothing in place. So there is nothing you can accomplish in 100 days because
What about
security,
Is
security. You can't accomplish anything in the next 100 years because let's say, for example, you have to change police architecture. When you change that police architecture, you're going to give them firearms for them to do the work. To import firearms from Western world to Nigeria, 100 days is over. If you want to change the army, the way you want to hire more people in the army or in the police, it's going to take more than 100 days to train. So the problem is that it's going to be difficult to change things. But guess what? I think he have opportunity to be the best president in this modern time. When I say that, I'm saying that with a great insult. He have the opportunity to change things that are mistakes from Obasanjo to Buhari, mistakes they have made. He can change that if he really want to govern.
Give me one, and how will he change it? One of the mistakes, and how will he change it?
So let's talk about this security architecture. He have 4 years to change the really. You need to. You can't have 200 million people and you have 300,000 police. Out of that 300,000, 75 are watching the elite. If you subtract that, you find out that that is number one. And number two, you're going to give them the training and pay them the way they deserve to be paid. Because if you hold them accountable, when I finish training you to be a police officer, you can't go outside and start harassing people and start checking cars and doing all those. Do police work. But for you to do that, you have to pay. That means you have to change the whole mindset of the police people.
Right.
Then you have to create the 911 like America have 911. You call the police. If you call police in Nigeria, you're going to die before they show up. So those are the things he can have. Put the right people, not these people, the old people, old politicians. By the way, Wike is not old. Wike is in his 50s. Wike is not even 60 years old. So when people say, oh, he's old, no, he's not old. But what it is that he has been in the system for many years. You need to do away with these people that have made the system the way it is now and find the new set of people. That is what I have.
Thank you so much. Osi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, apology. I need to step out. I sent a message to you, Dr. Rudolph. The section of the Constitution is section 143 and section 144. Emphasis on section 144 in respect to his health. Thank you. I apologize for interjecting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Osi, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, what am I weighing in on the
Did you watch the inauguration? Did you watch
honestly, no, I didn't. But I think I saw some snippets of it.
Okay.
But
right.
if you want to weigh in on how I see the whole thing.
Yeah, your impression of his speech.
Yeah, so I am not overly optimistic, but at the same time, I'm also trying to make sure that my hope, overcomes my our recent experiences, and for two reasons. One is that I do not think, based on all the clips, based on all the things that we've seen going on, that this guy is in a good mental and physical state to be able to preside over a country with this kind of mental challenges that we have today. That's number one. Then number two is that your success is as good as the process that produced you. If you come in through a fraudulent process, then what happens is it becomes very difficult for you to rule. Why? Because you become a victim of blackmail. You could take a cue from what's been going on in the Southeast. Most of the Southeast governors, usually, they are not produced by the mandate of the people. It's usually through the Abuja power structure. And when they get in there, they spend almost the entire time trying to make sure that they hold on to their position because they know that they are custodians of illegal mandate. That's exactly what is happening with what I presume will happen with the Tinubu presidency. Because now he has to make sure that the legal system is compromised. Other than that, then he's going to have a real challenge of somebody actually, declaring his the whole presidency legal. So he has to make sure that the system he's able to, compromise our already fully compromised justice system. And that goes with also the way he interacts with all the politicians and the people that we already know, brought us to the level we are now. So his age and the factors that threw him up are just the things that make it virtually impossible for him to work. Now, does that mean that we cannot see some symbolic changes? Maybe, because I believe that nobody's going to be as terrible as the last 8 years, which is to say that even if Tinubu decides to be on autopilot and not do anything, just not do anything, I think he will still be better than what we had in the past 8 years. But in terms of a real systemic disruption that will change the status quo as we know it now, trying to address the issue of, massive insecurity, total economic collapse and all those things, it requires a total disruption of the system, to the scale that it will almost be a revolution, which is not what we expect to happen in a Tinubu presidency, which as a matter of fact, I'm thinking that, what we're going to see is something close to what happened with Buhari in the sense that it's going to be more like a surrogate presidency because when he's not in a good state of health, always junking out and going to Europe and all those things, some people are going to be holding way and calling the shots. And the terrible thing about this is that the nation is going to be in the hands of people who will be free to do whatever they want, but they won't take any responsibility because we won't even know who they are, the people that are pulling the levers. So that's my take on the whole thing.
Okay, Osi, thank you. Let me, for those who are here that have not seen what happened, let's just watch just a minute of swearing in.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
All right. For those who watched the whole thing, let me ask a question. This is general. He sounded very well when he was taking the oaths, but during the inaugural speech, his voice was not as strong as he was at the taking of the oath. Did anybody notice that?
Yeah, absolutely. We did, And if you've been following him up, even when he accepted the nomination during the famed APC rally, it was the same thing. The guy couldn't even go the elevation where he made his acceptance speech. He was faltering from back, and you see his aides trying to come to his aid just to make sure that he doesn't fall. This is exactly the same thing we're experiencing. So, I mean, it's very clear. It's very clear that that was the case.
All right, Janaba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me once again. I watched the inauguration speech and all the activities. I believe he was very present. I actually was looking for that moment of his instability and all of that. And above all, I believe very well that Tinubu will do better than Buhari in many ways. I was a supporter of Buhari. If Buhari was not there today, I would say Nigeria missed greatly. But today I can't say that. And that's one of the reasons we have to give him a chance. Let's give him the next 100 days, 1 year to come and see what he can do. And by the way, nobody just govern the whole country without the citizens know themselves and also do to contribute in any way they can to the society. So the notion that it's all about Tinubu, I don't think so. Let's hold ourselves accountable. Let's do the little thing we can do in our own way and see how Nigeria will turn out to be. Not those that believe that today there is no tomorrow. I think if there is no today, there is no tomorrow. So I'm optimistic about Nigeria's future than ever. And I'm looking forward to see where all Nigerians can have differences and respect the differences we have, and not just to go to extreme of wishing Nigerians home and abroad evil simply because the man on the top is not their choice. And I don't think why, I don't understand where we in diasporas come to this saying about this is a mandate or no mandate. We don't have any other system. The system we have is INEC, and the worst case scenario case go to court. So let's be patient and see what will happen. But I think that where you have interest, you should um, have have to be optimistic, and you have to work towards it to make sure that your investment is not wasted. And we have beyond investment here. We have family members, we have other people over there that we want them to succeed as well. And the notion that we go this up and down and this and wishing people stay in the church, I'm more grateful today to see that this day come to pass, because all this while the Christian community, the Islamic community, and all the things have failed us, because all their prophecy, this shows that it's a lie, because this day come to pass. Last week people are saying today will not come to pass. Why? For personal reason, for hate. I'm not a supporter of Peter Obi, but I will not wish Nigerian evil simply because I don't support Obi, and if Obi become a president, we should fail. I don't think so. That's not the way society reason, and we move forward. And I think we have to step out of this, because the whole world, especially we that are in diaspora, have seen what is humanly possible and the rule of law is. People are looking up to us. And whenever we go on TV and say this kind of thing, people are more discouraged when they hear our voices. So we should tame this thing down and hopefully things will change. And if not, then that gives us the opportunity. And that's why I said we have made a lot of progress through media in this era. Media is the only way you can stay here and speak to issues in Nigeria or any part of the world. So we are still not where we're supposed to be, but we have made a substantial progress. Let's keep that momentum on, not this rhetoric of it's not my way, it's a highway, and it's not my way, Nigeria must go on flame. I think we should pull out of that kind of statement. Thank you.
All right, Janaba, let me just make sure I got you right. Are you saying that everybody must agree with the president, the new president?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure because
nobody. No, I say we can disagree to agree, and we can say we don't like the person, but we cannot wish the country evil because we don't like the man on the head.
Okay, because there's nothing going on in Nigeria today that didn't happen here when Bush Jr. became president, or when all the subsequent presidents, even Obama, there were people who were totally against them, who did not believe. So it shouldn't be an excuse for the people elected not to perform.
No, they have their human right. That's what I said to you. Everybody have their right to not to even tomorrow, not to say they are part of it or they support him or anything, or they don't have to like it, but we all have to respect. We don't have another institution. The institution we have is what we have in the place now, is the INEC, and once you don't agree with INEC, you go to court, and now, above all of that, the leadership or the humanity start from all of us. Let's do the little thing we can do to make Nigeria better.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be out for now. I'll join you later.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Hi.
And before you ask, I didn't watch the inauguration. There was no point.
I know you wouldn't watch, but what about people around you? Did they watch? Were they talking about it? What are people saying in Enugu?
Everybody is doing cleanup. Today is it that we are easy to do cleanup.
Did they not swear in your new governor? No?
They did.
But nobody went there.
Nobody I know personally went.
Okay. All right. So what about the news? The TV in Enugu, did they have
yes, they carried it live.
Okay.
I know Afia TV aired it live. Afia TV is based in Enugu and is on Channels TV. Is on DSTV. I know they aired it live. I've seen snippets of it. My WhatsApp is agog. I have quite a collection of people on WhatsApp. It's amazing the kind of people I have there.
So what are people that you've spoken to? What did they say? What is their impression of what happened?
There are those that are celebrating as they should. I mean, those are the ones that think this whole thing is a football comment. We won you. Hey, we won you. See us now. We have carried cup. It's not their fault. I can't blame them. They can't see beyond their nose. It's not their fault that the destiny of 200 million people is about to go down. No, but this whole whitewashing and trying to downplay how horrific this man's administration is going to be is just getting me tired.
Because how can you say that when he hasn't started, you don't even...
does he need to start? Are we not doing presidents again? Are we not doing people based on their past?
Okay. So
the man is a walking disaster.
So the question we're asking now is there anything that he could do in the next 100 days that will make you rethink your position about him?
I am hoping he proves me wrong, but I know he won't. And it's sad. I'm laughing about it because I live in Nigeria and it's going to affect me that way. But see, when people say you don't like Tinubu, so you don't see anything good in him, it's not true. At least I can speak for myself. It's not about liking him. I don't even know the man personally, so why would I have a cause to hate him if not for his antecedents? So it's not about liking him as a person or wishing. And this thing people say about you come here, you speak ill of Nigeria, you don't wish Nigeria. We've been wishing Nigeria well since how well has it gotten? So maybe it's time we face reality and start calling a spade by the spade. There's nothing like wishing Nigeria ill. People are saying things exactly the way they are. If it makes you a bit uncomfortable, sorry, maybe you need to come out more often and feel the grass, and stop living in that uhuru you live in. Everything is not all right. I am hoping. Let me say this again. He proves me wrong, but I already know. Well, I already think. I already feel he won't. Why? Antecedents.
All right.
And I don't know about Tinubu's next 100 days, but I am hopeful about the Enugu man, His Excellency Peter Mba. He promised Enugu people
you already
going to give us do I have a choice? What? He said he will give us water in the next 180 days. And if you live in Enugu, you will know how crucial that is. I lived in a part of Enugu from 2018 to 2020. Where I enjoy the services of water board. You open your tap and water is rushing. And we paid minimally for it. Clean potable water. Buruburu destroyed it like he destroyed every other thing he made. The man came in and told us Enugu State is in the hands of God. We thought it was a joke. We didn't know the man was abdicating his duties. He just told us straight up, every Enugu State is in the hands of God. We thought, okay, here is a good, God-fearing man. He's trying to wake up us religious, spiritually. We didn't know the man was abdicating his duties. He sat there for 8 years. Everything went downhill. The water board I knew that used to rush in my former place suddenly stopped, and it has remained that way till today. So for this guy, for his next 180 days, we are holding him by the blockers. He said he's going to give us water. I mean, that's the only thing I'm interested in. If you live in Enugu, you know how serious the water issue is. It is serious. So it is serious to the extent that when agents are showing you, when you're looking for accommodation and they are showing you prospects, and for some funny reason, that one has water, they sort of see it, they'll say it has modern facilities, it has running water. They tell you, come and take it to, it has running water. That is how terrible it is. That it is now a luxury to have running water in an apartment you're paying through your nose for. So if he says he's going to give us water in the next 180 days, and I'm actually I have started counting. I was asking them on Twitter yesterday, please, when do we start counting? Do we start counting from 29th today, or or when we should give him, maybe when he finished partying and everything, we start counting the 180 days from tomorrow. So me, I've started counting. I don't know for Tinubu. I can't make head or tail of everything he said, because the man is, anytime he opens his mouth, they say town hall that is different or one bala blue. You see them, they've taken the light. These are the issues, and somebody will be there whitewashing issues for me. Whoa, me, I'm tired.
All right, thank you, Ngozika. Adewola, let me. Why I know you weighed in on the 100 days thing. I want you to. This system that keeps coming up about Shetima, the vice president. What are the concerns, and is it something that is only expressed by Southerners, and is it expressed by Northerners? Whenever we mention this new administration, people talk about there's a concern about the vice president. Do you have that concern, and what is it? Do you know what it is?
I can't speak of everybody, but I think the concern is if you watching Tetima on television, he appears to be a very brash and outspoken individual. And in politics, you want to have somebody who is, has a temperament, who you believe that you can actually predict what he or she is going to say in the public. But Chetima come across as a young, brash politician that will say whatever comes to his mind without minding whose house is God, and that also the fact that he's from Borno, where we have the unrest, the insecurity. He's already been in the time as sponsor of Boko Haram in the first place. So you see all these things adding together, kind of put that, people having that mindset about him as an individual and him becoming the vice president of the country. People now having a doubt that it might have some, some games on his sleeve. But he's with the master of the game himself. So, and his position of a vice president is just a cabinet level, doesn't have any constitutional power. So, the concern of the people, I think it stems from the fact that him being a politician, also a governor from Borno, and he's public statesman so far, what kind of led to that doubt in the people. But as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have any constitutional power. The Gaban is still going to be in charge. He said that during his meeting with the Khan. He talked about people shouldn't scare about the vice president and his cabinet. So that's my take about Kashim Shettima.
All right, thank you. Let's Nathaniel, welcome to the show.
Can I just I want to leave real quick. I have something, but before you give me that question,
Okay.
I wanted to speak to for those who didn't watch the speech, Tinubu gave a shout out to the youth, and he acknowledged their sacrifice and also acknowledged that youth also build economy. But I strongly believe that the youth will play a part in the administration. He also gave a shout out to the health workers, especially the nurses during the COVID. He gave a shout out to them during his speech. But at the same time, but one thing I want us to, or me personally, I chose today to be optimistic. It's a deliberate attempt on my own part to be seeing the silver lining in whatever blemish we have or whatever trouble we have in that country. In 1961, January 20, the 35th President of the United States gave a speech. And in that speech, him himself being a youth, said that we, the country, should ask what they can do for the country. A president is like a monarchy where we come from. A president can't do it by himself. But Nigerians should also have an attitude and a change. We have to change our attitude. We have to be full of positivity. If we continue to follow this path of not saying any good thing about the country, we will remain in the same place we found ourselves. Nigerians can derail even a good plan, and even if you have God sent individual to Nigeria, Nigerians sometimes can be very, 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 very negative. If we change our attitude and we embrace positivity, I believe we can make endways. Tinubu, God bless him. God bless the Republic of Nigeria. And that's what I'll tell everybody. Thank you, Dr. Dami.
Thank you. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you so much. Nathaniel, welcome to the show.
Good day, Dr. Rudolph, and good day to all your panelists. The last brother that just spoke, he said we should not be pessimistic, we should be optimistic. If we can go and study why Nigeria was created, I think his vision will be more clearer, so that in his own definition, he will know how to a kind of handle or do what is necessary so that Nigeria will come out of bondage. This man that is sworn in today, there is nothing that is positive that is going to come out from his government. Because if there is anything that will be positive, since he was elected or selected, the killings that is still going on in Benue, that is going on in Jos, at least by now, before today, he would have started saying something, how he will address the security situation in Nigeria. Nothing has been coming out from his mouth. And even the last few days, a few weeks before the exit of Buhari today, Buhari is still borrowing money when Nigeria is highly indebted. What has Mr. Tinubu said about this last day's borrowing of money? How is he going to handle all these things? So Nigeria has been programmed in the way it is, and the people that will bring solution are the people that will have alternative idea to the ideas these people have. I'm not pessimistic as human being, but this kind of groups, people that are ruling Nigeria. Look at the election that just passed. I never have faith in the election because the election has been rigged all over the time since even the inception of Nigeria. The people that are in the court, look at how judges were delaying that those cases didn't come up. And in the few days where they were kind of trying to table or trying to say something about the case, they swore in Tinubu. Where is this legitimacy? Where is it going to come from? So anything that has to do with their presidency is always fire and force, because from tomorrow, if you doesn't talk the way they want you to talk, they will come after you, and so on and so on. That is how Nigeria has been. So for me, I just pray and I just believe that if people that have alternative mind, like those ones that say we should not go and vote, I believe those people they have the best for us, because somebody like Brother Osi, I think he's one of these Igbo Congress man. I saw how people were insisting that Ekpa is the kind of the wrong guy. Nobody should follow him. We must vote. We must vote. Look at the result. What are we going to expect from Jagaban? Even when his boys were killing our people in Lagos because of election to vote or not to vote, what did he say? He did not say something, because we Africans, we have been programmed with this fake the fake democracy they gave to us. When the time of election, we'll be talking about ethnicity and religion. Nobody's talking about free education. Nobody's talking about water, as my sister said. Nobody's talking about hospital. But after the election, we'll now come back and say, oh, we want to do the light, we want to do this. It's all crazy. We should not have faith in them. If there's any good idea in us, let's think of how we put it together. We'll get alternative alternative thing to get away from this mess Britain have programmed all of us to do. That is the way I see it. And none of these guys have a national. For me to quickly say this, none of them have a nationalist mind. Does it mean that we go and wake Awolowo up from the grave, even the late Dr. Azikiwe, or can we go to the grave of Nelson Mandela? So we don't expect anything from them. They need to have a nationalist mind because Africa as a whole is a mess. The World Bank and all the rest is used to program Africa so that we will continue to be looking for greener pastures around the world. If we don't have a nationalist mind to get Africa out from this mess, from these wrong guys, it's going to continue. It's going to continue. So let's find alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Bello, welcome to the show.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and it's nice. Thank you for coming on today again, to rock minds. Well, first of all, for me, I'll say congratulations because we have a new president. Whether we like it or not, we hate him, we whatever. We have a new president. And for me, I want to welcome him with an open heart. Like no matter what we in our mind, think about him, no matter what we feel about him, he is our leader as far as today is concerned. And we can only be optimistic that good things happens to our country from today or from tomorrow because officially, it just starts from tomorrow. So, I wish him well. And, for the people who are pessimistic about, this man, that they don't really see anything good or they don't really expect any good about him. I'll just urge all of us because whether we like it or not, wherever we come from, we're all Nigerians. And if you do well, it's going to be for the betterment of the country, not just if we have electricity, electricity is not going to be good for only Yoruba or Hausa or only Igbo. It's going to be good for all of us. If we have even Buhari that we are all castigating, at least we can still say okay, he still do something in terms of what's it called, infrastructure. For the people, most of the people here who are Easterners, if you travel through the Niger Bridge, you will not say, oh, because it is Buhari that constructed the bridge, or it is his name that they used to name it that we're not going to pass there. Sometimes we have to welcome the government with open minded. I understand there are cases in the courts. People who are still, there's still problem in issues about the legitimacy of his election and everything. Let the courts do their job. Let's leave that to the courts. We shouldn't be prejudiced about everything. Oh, I know in my mind his government is not going to be good. No, I don't want to belong, join that class of people. And for a lot of people who kept citing, the way Nigeria was founded, what it did for some people in 1960. I was not born in 1960. We are new generations, and we should think differently. Because every time there is an issue, we are quick to say, oh, what they did for the Hausas at this time, what they did for the Igbos. I used to say something.
1960 is better.
I used to say something when my father was alive. My father, whenever we have this kind of, political arguments, he talk about, oh, during the days of Ojukwu, during the days of Alowolowo. And I used to say something in my mind like, I don't think Nigeria will ever be better until this generation leave this face of the earth. Because they will always bring the whole to wound. Like whoever is in government, like people like Buhari, because they've been there. Yeah.
Don't you think that has infected the younger generation? What you are
Yeah, thank you, and that is where the problem is. We are the younger generation. We were not there with these people when they were doing their deals. Well, I don't want to look back, but if you really want to look back, there is no sense. The people,
okay, let me name names. The names like Ojukus and all these things that that you believe, they have their flaws also. The Goans and the Wari, they all have their flaws. But that is the past generation. This is the new generation, and I believe that with the I mean with technology and new ideas and everything, we should be thinking differently, not be thinking about these old folks. You know, on a good day, I mean, most of us that lives in diaspora, I mean, I still had an anger yesterday with some of my friends. Some of them Igbo, some of them South, Yoruba. We come to the table, we chill, we enjoy ourselves, we go. You understand what I'm saying now? We don't wish bad for each other. And that is how we can, build a nation. If we live in a nation, it shouldn't be about, you are Yoruba, so you don't deserve this. No, it should be about, we are Nigerians, Nigeria first, before anything. You were not there when they were fighting Biafra war, and I doubt if any one of us were there. But now here we are today. I think we need a kind of a reorientation. I understand the problem we are facing now. The reason why we have this kind of mentality is because of the way our country has been. Since the new dispensation. But I believe something. Since 1999, besides Goodluck Jonathan, all of these guys the old guys have been ruling us. Look at Obasanjo. He was there. He has been there. During the Biafra, during the whatever. I mean, why the same thing? You understand? Even though, I expected something better from him too, but eventually, his government went the way it went. I'm disappointed in his government as well. But with Bola Tinubu administration, he's new. If he mess up, we will criticize him. But for now, let's just open our mind. Let's say good thing about Nigeria.
Will be good for all of us.
I pray, I believe.
All right, Bello, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I just say something? I want to drop off.
What Bello said, please, if you can allow me.
Okay, after you, Shegun, just 1 minute for intervention.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay.
Brother Shegun, Brother Bello said something about we should forget about the old generation and not to talk about the old generation. I still want to ask him let him know the same old people you are telling us to forget about, that see the same people that are still ruling, the same people who told you that you are the leaders of tomorrow, including the president right now. They are what is the age of the president? The one that we just took office today. What is his age?
Thank you, sir.
The point I'm trying to make to you, those old generation you want us to forget, they are still the same people that are sworn in today.
Let me a quick answer to that, sir. I live in America. I don't know where you live. The way America was founded, I mean, if you go and look at the story, America had its flaws in the past, the black people, issue and everything. But today, America will come together as Americans against any threat or any foreign enemy, regardless of your color or wherever you come from. And today, American president is it 70? I can't maybe 70 something years of I can't remember. Joe Biden is an old person too. Okay, so I mean, are we going to say because and now it's even seeking re-election? But no, we want to. We don't have problem with that. But every time we are quick to say, these same people. No, and now let me come back to the same people that you're talking about. Tinubu was not there during the days of. He didn't rule us during the days of Baba Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Amadu Bello. And due to his antecedent took him to where he is right now. If people are not good with him, they will not vote for him. Whether you like it or not, this guy got votes. Whatever you think in your mind.
You say the ring election.
All right.
Did you read for him?
Okay, okay, everybody. Bello, that's enough. Let's go to Shegun. Shegun, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to drop off. I just want to say something, maybe a bit diversion from what's been discussed. You asked a question. I think you asked Adewale what the concern was about Shetima.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, from news flying around and from what I just perceived, I think there are two things. Obviously, there is the news about whether he was a sponsor of Boko Haram at some point. So if you're bringing somebody that sponsored Boko Haram or support as on number two, that's a bit of concern. The other one is I don't like espousing that thought, but the other one is because of Tinubu's health, that you don't know if he's going to last long throughout his presidency, and then that means the presidency goes back to the north, which some people will then consider that's not free and fair. And the last one, I think, is from the way he's sounding, I don't think Shetima is a kind of person that you could easily tame, just like the Oshibajo was tamed when they saw the tendencies that he could probably do something better and outshine his boss. So if you can't tame Shetima, then maybe you could possibly be having the likes of Obasanjo and Atiku between Shetima and Tinubu. So that's just what I want to say. So I'll drop off at this point.
All right, thank you. Sure, can you move to Richard? I will be back just a minute. Richard, you'll be next. Sure, can you help me?
Sure, no problem. Okay, so Richard, let me see, Richard. All right, welcome to the show. You're muted, Richard. You need to mute yourself.
What about now?
Oh, yeah. So the question Rudolph asked before he left was, what are your particular concerns about Shetima? That's the question. But if you have other submissions you want to make, you can add it to.
I have nothing negative about him. He's a cool guy, well educated. He's a family man. He has his children. And anybody who has a stable family, we never think of, let's set up people who will be slaughtering people. I have problem with most of us. We want to slaughter all our old people. We don't need them. We need them. They are wiser than us. We might think we have all the education in this world, but we are making wrong judgments. And that is what life is all about. Your choices. God created us. And when I was still in Nigeria, one thing my chaplain was telling us that the greatest gift God gave us is the gift of choices. Choose between the right and the left, wrong and right. All right. Now, Shetima was a commissioner, and Mamadou Sharif was the governor of Borno when Boko Haram started. So Shetima succeeded the former governor. Why is it that you're now saying that somebody, Sharif, thank you. Why is it now that somebody who was a commissioner is the one that started Boko Haram? I mean, I don't like this name calling. It's not taking us to anywhere. It's causing division. We are totally polarized now. We're not facing the truth. Just look at what's been going on. These people who call themselves youth, people like me, and almost everybody here, we are well-traveled, well-educated, but I don't like our judgments. Oh, the judiciary, they've taken money. I mean, I'm happy we have so many people who live in America here. We had a national election in November 2020, and Trump has a right to say that he was cheated out. Biden won. Why was he cheated out? He believed some states, most of them, they had Democratic governors. They moved or they shifted the poll during the game. For instance, Pennsylvania state is one of the big states. What they did is this. I mean, there are ways of casting votes in America. You either go there physically, you have 30 days to do that, or you mail your vote, your ballot. And when you mail your ballot, the rule is this. They must receive the last ballot a day before the last day of election. All right? Now, Democrats, they use the opportunity of the COVID, the lockdown. They now say, oh, don't bother about the dates. And so Joe Biden won Pennsylvania and some other states.
Now, the Attorney General of Texas was joined by the Attorney General of some Republican state. So they went to the Supreme Court of America. They said it is illegal for Pennsylvania and some Democratic states to move the polls during the competition. Guess what the Supreme Court said? They said it doesn't concern them. What happened in that state, you can't prove it to the Supreme Court that that affected you. And that's exactly what the Supreme Court of Nigeria did recently, that the PDP has no right to challenge double nomination. That was one thing. They went further to say that in 1999, Atiku Abubakar was already a governor-elect of Adamawa before Obasanjo chose him, that the PDP had no problem with that. Was that not double nomination? So there is no double nomination with Shettima. But because the youth of today, because we are in America, we are in UK, we are in Canada, we think we know more than those before us. No. Everything, this aggression, you can't hear it from Chief Nwayawu. No. You're not going to, because they've seen more. And they achieved, when they were in my age, it was already a multimillionaire. I'm still struggling. They achieved more than that. But because we think we know, and we don't know nothing. We have poor judgments. And we are so aggressive. Our judgments are so wrong. If this happened, oh, the court has collected money. Justice Uche was one of the Supreme Court judges that gave the verdict that the PDP has no right. Do you know what he said? He was angry. Go and read his version. He said, you guys, you cannot bully us on the internet. That you are used. He was even calling the police that they are not doing their work. That police should go after anybody who bullied or threatened a judge. But since that time, only happened like 4 or 5 days ago. Nobody was saying that. They just said, court dismiss it for technicality. There was no technicality in that. They gave like 5 reasons. That number one, there was no double nomination. This guy already, Shettima already picked up the form that when it comes, that senatorial form to return to the Senate, he was nominated as a VP. When you have chosen to be a running mate, you don't pick no form. You don't contest no primaries. So where's it? That's what's the, so, not my words. That's one of the words of the Supreme Court judge. That where's the double nomination coming from? But so we think we know more than those before us. And so that's Richard, not the case.
Okay, quickly. So, fair submission. So the questions I would like to ask you is, you said we are not facing the real issues, and you've not mentioned the real issues. You've talked about a lot of things. So what's the real issue, number one? And number two, when you say the younger generation are angry at the older generation, don't you think they have a right to be angry? Because, there's this perception amongst the younger people that you're told, oh, go and run for local government office. How old are you? What do you know? Go away. Whereas these people who are in their 60s and 70s and 80s now, they started assuming office when they were in their 20s and 30s. But no one stopped them at the time. They were encouraged. The environment encouraged them, allowed them to prosper. You mentioned the billionaire in his 30s now. How easy is it to achieve that in current day Nigeria? And who's responsible for the Nigeria we have today? Is it the young people? I don't agree. I think it's the older people who have created the Nigeria of today. These are the people who enjoy, they tell you the beautiful stories of Awolowo. They tell you the beautiful stories of you can leave your door open and travel. How did we get to this place? I'm not responsible. I'm only in my 40s. So the people who are 60 and 70 and 80 are the people I and many of my generation think created the Nigeria we have today. So you can understand where this anger, pent-up anger comes from. So, but, there's only one question. What is the real issue that you said we're not facing?
Oh, thank you very much. The real issue is accountability. All right. Now, my sister Ngozika, I was watching when she was talking. She said there was no water in Enugu. That is not the responsibility of Buhari or federal government. That's the responsibility of the state and local government. I watched it when Dr. Alex Oti won won election in Abia, and he came on Arise the following day. He said he's meeting 26 months of unpaid salary. 26 months. That is, everybody in Abia will say Buhari has caused poverty. I'm an Ijebu man from Ogun State. My state and Lagos Ogun State and Lagos are only the 2 states that can pay their salaries, that can run their government without federal allocation. So the stories are not the same. Let us call our local politicians to order. Now, why the youth responsibility is this? last Christmas, a lady just passed out from the Nigerian army. Second, I think a lady now, maybe second lady. She's in her prime age, 24, 25. She traveled to Enugu to celebrate Christmas with her grandmother. Guess what? Because she wore the Nigerian camouflage, that's an offense to some youth. They call themselves maybe ESCN or iPod. They went there at night, kidnapped her, stripped her naked, videotaped her naked. Imagine how you feel if you are a 25-year-old young lady in your private. Some idiots, they strip you naked, videotape you, and release it to everybody in the world to see. And nobody in the Boland condemned her, including Chimamanda. She was in Anambra having a chieftaincy country. She called herself a feminist. She has a platform to condemn it. Nobody condemned it. That is why businesses are moving away from Southeast. And you keep blaming Abuja. When my governor, Soludo, first became governor, he needed money. He's a well-educated person. He knows about money. He knows how to run the economy. He needed money. Guess what? He said he raised taxes, but people couldn't pay. Some 2 months ago, he came out and said, you know what? I'm so sorry. What I thought I'll be able to do, I can't do it because the revenue is so low. One of the reasons is this. Igbo people are business people. They open their containers on Monday. And one stupid youth said, no work, stay at home on Monday. And you can't open your containers. How are you going to make money? How do you, if you are, hold on, if you are Aliko Dangote, hold on, please. Hold on, please. If you are Aliko Dangote,
Richard, hold
you
on.
have billion.
Richard, hold on. I think we're so far away from the topic. I'm actually interested in getting back to what happened today. Richard, we welcome you and I salute you, but I want us to concentrate on what happened today. Then we can get back to this issue.
Okay.
When you said the main issue is about what is happening today that we're discussing. Because what you are pushing us, where you're going now, there are so many conversations that will now move us away, totally away from this. One day, if you watch this channel, we will bring the issue up, and then you can go into that, you know. So let's continue again on the same line of our conversation. Because
okay. Thank you so much. I've been watching you every day. Sorry I couldn't come back since that time, but I'm always with you. And I actually want you. In New York, I lived in Brooklyn for 14 years before. I'm now in North Carolina. So I would like us to discuss more one-on-one personally, because I know you have the platform. I want you to change the orientation of some of our people. Please, I want you to use your platform. You're not going to know how far that will go. Now, what happened today? Well, it's sad. Things are really bad. And it is sad that, number one, I give Bola Tinubu a big credit. He was bold. He said no more subsidy. I'm not an economist, but I don't subscribe to that. He should have said, okay, we'll withdraw it slowly. Right now, we have global problem, inflation. Germany used to be the largest economy in Europe. Only 2 days ago, they said their economy is now in recession. UK is going through hell. There's American legislators are lying to the people. They are printing money and they are deceiving us that they are raising the debt ceiling. They are printing money, spending money they don't have. There is global economic problem. If you remove the subsidy, now inflation in Nigeria will be like super inflation. It should have looked for a way to gradually reduce it, allow Dangote to start producing, if that will help the domestic stops. You understand? Now, people say, I'm not an economist, but they say the subsidies only helps 30% rich. Well, it might be true, I don't know. But the thing is, if you are buying a liter of or gallon of petrol, gas for 200 naira, and you remove it and it becomes 600 naira, 1,000 naira, the rich will still be able to drive their cars. They will still buy bread or a Congo of gari for 10,000. But what about the poor? That's the way I see removal or no removal.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. I like that you picked one issue that is of concern to people who have listened to his speech. Sure, you have something else to add before?
No, not really. What I was just going to check, I'm not sure. I've tried to check if this is true. I read that Ganduje handed over yesterday because he didn't want to miss out on today's inauguration. And he handed over yesterday, and the man, jackpot. Some people are saying he's running from EFCC before they catch him. So he's come to hide under Tinubu.
Looking for a job, and you have to beware the decision will be made.
So he actually handed over yesterday.
He did, yes.
That's interesting.
There was one governor I had that left the country. What is it? The governor of Zamfara, you see, in the country.
Yeah. EFCC they actually wanted to pick him up today, but I think it disappeared like yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, I had he left the country. Okay, welcome to the show.
I'm trying. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. It's nice to be here once again. And first, I would like to ask you, Rudolph, at least now you have how markets, like I always ask you anytime I come on your platform, Tinubu is here now, very good for your platform and your kind of being person. I hope this time around you have over 200,000 subscribers ahead of Adeola. Just watch it. Don't let Adeola catch it before you. And the early bird takes the best food. Okay. So having said that, also I like to greet everyone in the house, and I've been listening for a while. The last time I came into the show because I always like to watch at the background. I don't like coming in. I don't like people seeing me online or something like that. But anytime I try to come like this, it's like because if I see like, okay, there's a way I can come in and contribute in one way or the other. Number one, I thank you for your platform and the opportunity you are given. Nigeria is so polarized and so divided this time around that any platform, any opportunity that we see to calm the tension down. The problem we have in Nigeria is this. Most of the time, when we are angry, or Nigerian people, wherever we find ourselves, we are the kind of a people that even if you want to criticize somebody, or even if somebody do good, because that person, we hate the person, we don't like the person's face, or there's an opportunity from that person, we just condemn it in total. Like there's no good things that can come, because your topic for today is Tinubu is whining, what next? So let us forget about, let's leave the past drama or the argument that we have been coming from. Let us look at what next. What next in Nigeria now is the debt ceiling, the debt that Baba Buhari left us. Baba Buhari is one of the greatest disappointments. But like the last speaker before Richard said, he did some things regardless of the disaster his administration become. He did some infrastructure, fantastic, but at what cost? And yet, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is there since Goodluck Jonathan and his own administration. They could never finish that road. I don't know, maybe like our people will say, every failure, like I always say to our people, every failure is a demon, the village people and everything. But thank God, all the Mami water on the road to Second Niger Bridge and all the village people there and the gods, they have been able to collect the sacrifice. I hope those ones in Ibadan Expressway will collect their sacrifice and let us move anytime we get to Nigeria. The debt ceiling, number one. The second one that we are facing in Nigeria now, like Richard said, the subsidy. But to correct Richard, the subsidy has already been removed, not by Tinubu, not by this administration, but the last administration, if you follow Nigeria news. Because the last time they asked Fashola, I was listening to the news about 5 days ago, he said there is no subsidy for the next administration to remove, because this last administration has already removed it technically from their own, because we are waiting. Like Rudolph, we always say, thank you, Rudolph, for this word. Very soon, Dangote has already prepared us for the time so that we just hand over the country to him. So now we are waiting for Dangote to help us to fix everything. And we don't say very soon, one day we'll just go and beg Dangote, I beg, come and take over this country and be helping us to run it. So Dangote refinery has come back on stream. Now we have already removed the subsidy, hoping the magic will come. Forgetting that Dangote will have to make his money because he has to pay his shareholders or his creditor and all that and pay back the loan. Then the third thing, because of time, the Nigerian is facing, the level of poverty in Nigeria is so much that I don't know how Buhari and his people, and if anybody has the information on this, they think that they can share $800 million within 3 days, that they want to take that loan to pay themselves or to pay who. I don't know where that one is being done, that people will just go and take that kind of money. And the fourth thing that is happening in Nigeria now, so all of these are in the table of the coming administration. how will they be able to solve it is the kind of team which we are going to be looking at this administration and the Tinubu, who are the people you want to put together. Not like Buhari. Buhari used 6 months sleeping without having a cabinet, and Nigeria economy and everything goes down the drain. By the time he will pick up from there, he went back to sickness, and then everything just from there, Nigeria just go backward. And for them to have left the country for Oshibaju that was doing well, the Naira and everything, the person, he become a star boy, and they have to victimize him and go and strangle him in one corner that we never hear about him until the last day of the administration for him to come and do documentary for us. How his boss is a Baba Father Christmas of the Nigerian and giving everybody 20,000, how much thousand are they sharing? 10,000 naira, like good patient Jonathan, all this money that they are sharing, there's God. So this administration is coming in to inherit a lot of burden and a lot of problem. How are they going to solve it? What are they going? Which cabinet is he going to put together? And we are now using this opportunity to beg the opposition. If you have anything to contribute to Nigeria, please don't say because you lost election. Believe me, you have already lost the court case. There's nothing you want to present there. Nobody, they never unseat. I don't have any inside information. Please don't come for me. I'm just telling you that they never unseat any president in Nigeria. And if you know the kind of sultan or igwe or emir or king that Nigerian president is, you know it's totally impossible, and INEC being in the midst of affairs. So if anybody or any one of them has any idea, I'm using this opportunity, like Showore and all this kind of thing. Showore, your time will come. Rudolph man, please, if there's anything you guys have to contribute to this administration, let us come together and help this administration, because this is only Nigeria. If you like, say Biafra and all these things, look at Sudan. They divided which year ago. One economy, South Sudan, is totally in shambles. The other one, they are killing themselves. If Nigeria divide tomorrow, we'll start killing ourselves. So let us even go to that route. Like all this kind of sharing or dividing ourselves. How can we make Nigeria great? That is my own submission. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you. Mama Echo.
Leko.
Yes, Mama Echo.
We are not fucking moving on.
Why?
If you want us to move on, all my picking one and kid during this election resurrected for me. Did you understand me?
Mama
if
Echo.
You want us to move on, Leko and Bello. If you guys want us to move on, every of my fucking child that you people killed during this election.
Mama Echo, I had to meet you. Remember the rules here. You can't use such language. Not here. I'm sorry. You can make emphasis without. I don't know why people think that makes it important. Oh, you guys can hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I don't know why people think you have to use certain languages to make your point. You can easily. Some people speak very softly and they make their point. You don't have to use certain words. There are kids who watch this. There are parents who put this on and they are cooking and their kids are watching. You can't be sounding this way.
I want to say something.
Osi, go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you so much. And I just. I know you've been asking what is it that Tinubu can do, for some of the people to change the perception they have for him. I'll key into that. But before, I just wanted to just respond a little bit to what Richard said. Richard is well-spoken, and I quite agree with a whole lot of things. But I also think that he had a way of pursuing a lot of straw man's argument and went just totally off the rail. When you talked about, how people in the Southeast respond to the fate of the young lady that was killed, that was totally wrong, because a lot of us put out statements condemning that, just like we condemn every killing that happens in the Southeast and a whole lot of other things. But there is a consistent pattern which we have noticed, which is the fact that even when the whole Igbo intelligentsia meets at a place and issues a communique, people like to take IPOB position and project it as the position of the Igbos. That is just totally wrong, and it's very callous. So I would want us to not do that. Before we make that kind of statement, let's make sure we have our facts. Hang on one second. So, but that's about it. Now, in terms of Tinubu, let me just say that even as we didn't believe that the process that threw him up was legit, we still wish him well. Because at the end of the day, if he succeeds, we all succeed. Now, Rudolph, when you talk about, what can be done in the first 100 days, let's just say out front that, in the grand scheme of things, nothing could be achieved in 100 days. And so what we are left with is things that are very symbolic. And it's always a Nigerian thing, 400, first done this in office and all those kind of stuff. It could only be symbolic. But then symbolism also matters in leadership. Because most of the things you see that body language helps. Let's say that Tinubu starts out, for example, and decides to obey the court order that Nnamdi Kalu, who was renditioned, in a very crude way, should be released. That's one positive, because what he says, I've always not been in the same, I've always been in the opposite camp with Kanu, but there has to be something about, sticking to the rule of law. Buhari administration never respected that. And what they end up doing was just moving on the goalpost. So if Tinubu does that, he's going to enjoy a whole lot of sympathy from a whole lot of guys, because one, we will believe that he respects the law. That's number one. Two, people are going to be looking at how he approaches his cabinet in terms of who he nominates. One, they'll be looking at the spread. The old guy, the former guy, was accused of nepotism, which we could all see that was the camp. It was almost like the Daura group and nothing else. So when he starts to make his nomination for Senate hearing and all those, people will be looking at, his chief of army staff, his chief of defense staff, his chief of naval staff. Does it have that kind of representation that makes people believe that this guy is actually a Nigerian president and not a president who is out to get those that he feels didn't vote for him? So that is it. Then they're also going to be looking at competency. Is he going to rely on technocrats who actually are able to look at the problem, identify it, and know how to solve it? Or is going to be one of those crony capitalism that is just going to look at, those of them that help to throw him up and, give them political appointment, even though they know they can't do it. So there's a whole lot of symbolic things that Tinubu would do, and at least we start to enjoy some measure of goodwill of the Nigerian people, because we know that even though the process that threw him up is not ideal, but maybe, just maybe, he's ready to rewrite history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osi. Richard, I know you want to say something, but I don't want to, because that would put us away from what we're talking about. Let me continue the conversation. We still have a lot of smaller topics under the same big thing about what happened today to discuss. But like I told you, after today, we'll be open to talk about every other thing. It's not just about election, and so we can talk about issues. KJ, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you for also opening up this platform for today. I watched a little bit of the swearing in, where he was delivering his speech. And, because I find it a bit difficult to understand all he was saying, I lost interest and I zoomed off. I have followed from the background, right from when your program started, and I made a few comments. But I'm coming on now because, what Richard said is really, really threw me off. I don't like it when people come on stage and make statements about the Southeast just because you feel you can speak about the Southeast. But I won't want to go there. And I also do not agree with what's his name, the other guy who spoke after him, who was saying certain things. Look, moving on. Each time they say, let's move on. We said the same thing when Yara Adua came to government. He said, my election was not perfect. I'm going to do it. Let us move on. We moved on. The next person came, Jonathan. We moved on. The next person came. We moved on. Now we are now in the era of Tinubu, and we're still going to move on. When shall we stop moving on? When shall we now do the right things as other nations do their things? We're not looking for a perfect, election. Even if they have rigged the election and they just allow the beavers, just like the INEC man promised, so we can go there and look at the results. Nobody will complain. And people come here, especially those my Yoruba speaking brothers, and think it's a Yoruba thing. It's not a Yoruba thing. I don't care who rules Nigeria. I'm concerned about equity, justice, and righteousness. That is on which a nation is built. It's not built on moving on. Because if you move on today, tomorrow you still have to move on. Next tomorrow you still have to move on. When shall we stop moving on? And some people say, we are too impatient. Man, in my primary school, I read Adamu Chiroma as Federal Commissioner for Finance. In my university, I graduated, I have a master's, I still see Adamu Chiroma playing a role in the Nigerian government that I was 8 years old reading in the primary school. Come on, guys. What are we talking about? Are we so what shall we tell our children? So that Rudolph don't cut me off, let me quickly go through one or two things. And I believe that nothing is really going to change. You see, Tinubu is going to take some days now after this celebration today and tomorrow, and take maybe 2 weeks to relax and gather himself back, and then we'll now start making appointments. The country, like I said yesterday, is going to run on Shetima. You need strength. Those of you, I've been opportunity to be in a minister's convoy as a consortium, media consortium. It is not easy to run in such an office. I'm talking about minister. I'm not talking about the president. You wake up most times 3 a.m., 4 a.m. You are still hitting the road. You have not even finished editing and submitting your report. Another one's coming. You can't do that except you are well. You are well. You are well. Nobody's concerned about his health. We didn't call him to the opposition. He gave himself for service. We should talk about it because he's serving us. He's not serving himself. Okay, it's not his personal company. And none of you who are here saying we should move on will give your company to Tinubu to run at this age and his health. Come on, man, let's grow up. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Nebulous.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be back again. I lost out at some point. In as much as I wouldn't want us to dwell on tribal or ethnic sentiment here at all. We are talking about Nigeria. Okay, from the word go, I never supported Tinubu because of my own sentiment is because of his Muslim ticket. I saw it as a slap on the Christian fold. And the fact that he did not even grant interview to any local journalist or local media, I saw it as a no. That he doesn't regard Nigeria as anything. He went to Chatham. I have my grounds for him on those areas. But now he has been elected. Like somebody said, it's not easy to remove a president based on any court proceeding or whatever. It will cause chaos. That we know. But now, living with what we have now, my own is that if this guy wants to actually carry everybody along, like I advocated earlier on, that he must run an inclusive government, restructuring simply means one of the ingredients of restructuring. I heard Rudolph asking, what is this true federalism and all that? One of it is that making sure that all the regions are autonomous. Let them control their resources as it was before independence and shortly after independence, that enabled the likes of Awolowo to develop the West the way it is today. Allow that kind of autonomy so that, look, the reason why we have what we have, somebody is saying Chiroma has been coming all this way, yes, because the system allows it. It is that system that allows Deadwoods and other people like that to just occupy spaces where people can think should have occupied, is what I'm asking to be removed completely. If we structure the country, for instance, every region is able to generate income and be paid some taxes to the federal government. That is how we know who are really politicians. Let me tell you, Nigerian system now encourages laziness because the federal will always, distribute money every month So many of the states are not even viable. That's why they can't pay salary. The one that comes from Abuja, after they finish sharing it, they don't generate any other thing. They are waiting for another month again for the good is coming from Abuja. They don't generate anything. They rely on the resources from the Niger Delta, from the east and west and all that to thrive. What I'm saying is that if the country is restructured, everybody go back to your tent, oh Israel. Now, that is the only panacea that will guarantee a kind of peace that will not let Nigeria dismember. Now, when each of the state or region, depending on how it is, configured, everybody now you now see a whole lot of energy and zest from all these states wanting to tap the resources that God has given them so that they can feed their own people. You will see heavy competition. I've been hearing this for a very long time. We want to make the Southeast, maybe Onitsha or something, the Japan of Nigeria. Japan. When will that dream come true? Turning Onitsha or even Aba to Japan of this world. If you do not restructure, if you do not empower the people, that dream will never come to fruition. It is when we restructure, give power to the regions, enable them level of autonomy to generate and and to actually then you see ingenuity of people actualizing themselves. As it is now, we all depend on Nigeria. Everybody just cutting from the cake. Nobody is baking. The one that people are even baking, they don't even want to contribute to the center because center always gives. And that's why our initiatives are dying. That's why we have the Jackpot syndrome, because the local people like states in state or another state, they don't encourage the people who are actually innovative in their land. Everybody depends on Nigeria. So that is the problem we have right now. Until we are able to encourage true federalism by way of restructuring, we can never make the Nigeria of our dream. That's why I'm so passionate about true federalism alias resource control. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. So what we're going to do is, I have a lot of people who are in backstage and they want to come in, and a lot of people trying to join. So when I pull you off from the studio, you can stay in the backstage, and then we let new people come in to weigh in. OCO.
Please, can I call it Tinubu?
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, you need to hold on first. You not yet. I'll get to you. OCO.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'll greet you all. I just want to say my mind and God. And I was personally feeling insulted by Richard's statement. Richard, with all due respect, we all live abroad. You need to apologize to Nigerians, especially a lot of them. You can see where you were talking. People get angry. People emotions are very high, especially the Nigerian youth. I call myself used to come. I'm in my 40s. I will tell you this. When you finish this program, go back and hear yourself. Our words are very powerful. You can't come to social media and start saying that we judge the Nigerian youth. They do this, they do that. Listen, I would have gone way below this to give it back to you. But out of respect, I will hold my emotion back. The same Bible that will tell you, respect your parents, do this. The same Bible equally tells you, do not provoke your children to anger. This man has forced people like me out of Nigeria. I didn't stay here out of my own making. And God knew that I tried my best to serve Nigeria with my strength. I tried my best to sacrifice everything. Nigeria has never, the only thing that Nigeria gave me, which I remember retro, I came here with Nigerian passport legitimately. Have they done anything for me? Never. And I have never benefited from that same system. So you do not have any moral background to come to social media and talk down on Nigeria. I felt so personally offended by your statement. And sir, I would want you to make another video on your own side, apologize to us. That's on one side. Professor talked about, either professor or somebody about talking about moving on. For me, I have nothing personal against Tinubu. Tinubu has his own agenda. Tinubu is a Nigerian like me. He has his ambition. And he has said it time and time again that he wants to be his president. It is his turn. He has the right to do that. If you follow P2B said that I am not challenging Tinubu, I'm challenging the process. The process and that's what we are saying. What we are saying that let us know the process that has brought us to this, even from the time we have failed as a people. Let me be honest with you. If you move all Europeans to Africa and move all Africa to Europe, I give you less than 6 months. Europe will be like America, and America will be like Africa. Listen, it's all about the institution. It's all about the process. This process, we cannot say, let us move on. And whereas the same issue is still repeating itself on daily basis. How can you say move on? And that was the move on we used after the independence. Because the problem we have that we forgot history. The same move on we have moved, that's the reason why everybody is still agitated. The Biafra agitation, if we are sincere to ourselves, even Rudolph may not accept it openly. He's an Igbo man. No Igbo person has truly been healed of Nigerian civil war, unless you are just pretending. These are the kind of conversation we will ask. You talk about true federalism. Prof, I like that kind of line of thought. The Igbos don't feel, I'm an Igbo man, the Igbo don't feel that they're part of Nigeria. They are being sworn in. My family here, my relation, they are not even listening to the swearing of Tinubu. It's not about Tinubu, it's about the hatred in the heart of every living Igbo person you see outside the country, even within the country. And Buhari did not help matter. But if, like you said, if I were Tinubu should build on the mistakes of Buhari. But I don't see Tinubu doing that. From his appointment so far, you have seen that it's a continuation of what APC has done. I'm coming. Allow me to land. From his appointments, you can see it's like a written agenda. We are not going to allow that. Listen, let's say it like this. Let's assume that the vice president that just finished was an Igbo man. The president coming was Tinubu. I doubt if Nigerians will be welcome. All you'll be hearing, oh, Nigeria is only for Igbos. But you don't see Igbo say, oh, is it only Yoruba? We have seen Obasanjo. We have seen Osibanjo. We have seen see, you cannot remove religion. You cannot remove ethnicity to our problem. And unless we are still deceiving ourselves, if you use the phrase, let's move on. Before we move on, we must fix these things through dialogue, through conversation. Where have you gone wrong? Okay, I'll leave this thought. Before you start saying, am I supporting division? Yes, I'm supporting to an extent. If you believe that the Igbos are part of Nigeria, let me be honest with you. P2B would have the best card Nigeria will ever had to unite the animosity, the grievance in the heart of the Southeasterners. Unless if we are deceiving ourselves, no decent Easterners still see itself as a Nigerian. And that's the basic truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Osio. I don't want to, you see, that's the problem we have with fact-checking people. If I do that, that means we have to go back to you and go back. And there are a lot of people who are waiting. I would have asked you, for instance, what appointments did Tinubu make? I don't know what appointments you are talking about. He hasn't made appointments. But if you...
When I mean the appointments, sir, I mean his party. Tinubu is APC. APC is Tinubu. He's part of the restructuring. They had by saying the Senate president go to this. Look at what they are giving. No. We must say ourselves the truth. Tinubu is part of the system.
Osi, thank you. Just to make it clear to people who are watching at home, they might be wondering, like me, what appointment, because he has not. So, man of prestige, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Do you know what we're talking about?
I partially know what we are talking about. I think I got the gist, But before I proceed, to begin with. I did not watch the inauguration this morning. It's too early over here. I'm not going to waste my time coming up, to watch it, to watch the inauguration to the selected president, which I don't believe, but he's a Nigerian president. That's all good. But before I proceed, I have a comment to make. Just a minute before I proceed about Tinubu inauguration. This is regarding to Richard. I'm not gonna come here and insult you. We don't insult people here, but I'm gonna use a word for the statement you made, which I thought was gibberish. Just the statement, not you. About moving on and all that kind of things. And you use the analogy about American government about going to court and everything. You can't compare Nigeria with America. I mean, they have an institution that work. So coming here to compare Nigerian politics and judiciary with Nigeria, that's nonsense in my own opinion. That's just strictly my own opinion. So most of the things you say, like I said, in my own opinion, is gibberish. I'm not going to go in detail about it, but I just summarize what I feel about your opinion. So when you come here and insult every Nigerians, they should move on and other kind of things. I don't believe it. That's just strictly my opinion. So let me go back to Tinubu. I don't want to waste time on your narrative, Richard. Let me go back to Tinubu. I did not watch the inauguration, to be honest, but hey, whatever he said or whether restructuring, I mean, I got the gist, from
He could have appointed you into a position now that is important. You wouldn't know.
He has done what?
I said you didn't watch the speech. Probably he appointed you to a position that is important, and you
Oh
didn't
no,
know.
that's the last place I will serve. I wouldn't even want to have any kind of misdirect position in any president in Nigeria, let alone Tinubu. No, definitely I'm the last person. You can you can promote that. You definitely I'm not in that situation. But anyway, I did not watch the inauguration. I mean, it's all good if you watch it, you like it. He's Nigerian president. But in my own opinion, he's selected. So that notwithstanding, I respect him.
Man of Prestige, the question we're asking people is there anything that he could do in the next 100 days? OC said 100 days is too small. 6 months that will make you change your viewpoint of him.
Well, it's not about changing my viewpoint of the personality that is there being the president. It's about Nigeria, what he can do for Nigeria. So I wish him well. I want Nigeria to prosper, being a partial business person, have some business. I would like him, to promote any kind of, be a presidential that can promote any kind of business, in that regard. But notwithstanding, he said he's going to remove the subsidy. So I don't know how that's going to happen. I hope he does it right now, the first 2 years or whatever, take whatever, any kind of fallout that may come out of it. Maybe the last 2 years or the next 4 years, if he's still there. I hope he's still there, regardless of how I feel about him. I hope he ruled for 8 years, long life for Tinubu. I don't know him personally, but I know about his antecedent, what he did, I don't know how he made his money, but none of anything about him is so unpredictable in that regard. So I don't know the kind of person he is. So definitely remove the subsidy, that should be a good team, but he's gonna suffer for it, regardless of the refinery people are talking. People are thinking Dangote refinery is gonna come and redefine Nigeria. And not so fast, people. It's not going to be that easy. Go and read the whole point about Dangote theory, how it's going to work. It's going to take a time, maybe 3 or 4 years, before we start seeing any something fruitful about that. So I would like. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay.
Liking to remove the subsidy, that'd be a good thing. I don't know about restructuring. I mean, Shetima is there, he already told you, restructuring my food. So I don't think the Northerners will like restructuring. But that would have been a good thing to start with, if they can restructure, Nigeria. But like I said, I wish him good luck. I'm a Nigerian. I don't support his. I mean, I don't believe his presidency was legitimately, elected. So, but that notwithstanding, a lot of Nigeria do. So it's a good thing. So let's see what happens. How you able to transform that country, in the next 4 years. Good luck, Tinubu.
All right. Thank you. People like Femi, they are very quiet. I know, Richard, I'll give you a chance to respond, but hold on first. People like Femi, they are very quiet, and, other people will just be talking. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Richard, and thanks for the compliment. So I did end up watching the entire inauguration, what have you. So something was going through my thoughts while I was, and it was intentional. I mean, this has nothing to do with whether it was Tinubu or it was Peter Obi. What was going through my thoughts was one of the very fundamental things I spoke about, which even the professor also highlighted. And it was how Nigeria is a complicated place, and the thing is, if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, we're gonna definitely keep giving the same result. It's not even like being pessimistic. I'm kind of optimistic only if Tinubu kind of goes the route of restructuring. How he and his people do it is, I mean, it's not for me to do. I mean, there is the one that applied for the job. Whether it will, of course, we know all the charade that the election brought up, and of course, I've often spoken about fairness, justice, and equity. And I mean, it's often it says that righteousness exalts a nation. Obviously, we're not righteous. We just hypocrite in Nigeria. We claim to be the most religious people, but everything we do is contrary. But having said that, if they can go the route of restructuring, because the truth is Nigeria is at its most divided level ever. And whilst one wants to would really want to wish Nigeria well, because just like John Abba, for example, has mentioned, whether we like it or not, despite our sentiments, we have people in Nigeria and we are betrothed to Nigeria. I'm not happy with the entire situation even up until this moment. But if we can go with restructuring, really, things. I mean, there's going to be maybe not immediate exponential change, but we're going to see changes because the fractures are there, and the only thing that can solve it is definitely restructuring. However you want to put it or say it, with respect to and of course, something I kind of took cognizance of in the midst of the speech was he specifically mentioned something to do with creating 1 million jobs for the digital economy. You know, I since I was born, we've been hearing promises and is this words are cheap. Politicians anywhere in the world, even in America, it's not even a Nigerian thing. Politicians, they're for example, I don't see you, Rudolph. You can never be a politician because you have to be. It takes a certain kind of candor. It's like you have to have special skills to go to school of lying to be able to come up with figures. I don't know how it's going to happen, but let them start restructuring. Oh, thankfully they've Baba, no regret. Buhari has managed to put us in debt, so I don't even know where we're going to start from in terms of trying to fix other things that include electricity and whatever. Because if you don't fix certain things, I don't know where the 1 million jobs are going to come from. And you know what? Let me just skip it that way. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Femi. I know it could be frustrating sometimes. Okay, Richard, let's hear Richard. Richard, go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much for the opportunity. I quickly want to, because I'm at work, unfortunately, so I have to go back and fill more prescriptions. So let me just spend like 2-3 minutes. Then I'll be watching from behind the stage, and I'll be coming back and forth. So it hurts when people misrepresent your facts. Number one, I never mentioned anything like let's move on. I will never say that. There's a case in court, and when there's a case in court, we are not allowed to report it because we can't be before the judges. It's wrong. So what I'm saying is this. I mean, what I was saying is this. His sister, I forgot her name, was saying, "Oh, it's really tough in Enugu, no drinking water." So that's why I came in that, hey, it's not the responsibility of Abuja that we should hold our local politicians accountable. There is no reason why I think Governor Ikpeasu, I don't know the former governor of Abia, why should he hold people 26 months salary? There's no other governor, no other state out of 36 that hold people 24, talk less of 26 months salary. That we should hold him instead of looking at Abuja. It's not everything Buhari. Is Ikweazu saying Buhari is owing him? He's not getting this.
Richard, hold on. You see, this is why I don't want us to go into this. So, for instance, I will ask you a question like, I don't know this fact you just stated that he owed. I know they are all owing people, okay, but I don't know about 26 months. So you're talking about 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it
and
could
2
be
months. Yeah, I did. It's not my word. It was okay when they had the when they had the March 18th election. Dr. Alex Oti won. Dr. Alex Oti was the one that said it in Arise News. It's still on YouTube. He was the one that said, "Hey, 20," and unfortunately, he promised that by December he will pay 26 months salary. Arrears. I don't know where he's going to get the money. And the reason why I'm saying,
this, Richard, this is what is going on. Even if it's from OT, it may not be everybody in the States. Sometimes what happens is that they will pick one, maybe
one,
let's say tired these people or retired teachers, or But I'm not defending that. Of course, nobody defends it, but
definitely.
Nobody defends him, and I don't think Ngozika was saying that it's the fault of Buhari that Azo is doing this. And she didn't say that it's the fault of Buhari that they don't have water in Enugu. I don't think she said that. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want us to get into this. One day you'll come back and we talk about these things. How we present things. It's not that I'm not questioning what you are saying per se. I'm just saying that I didn't hear that from Ngozika. Buhari's fault that all these things are not happening. And she said the new governor is promising to give them water in Enugu. She didn't say Tinubu will give them water. So at least you understood where it to come from.
No, that's exactly, you first asked her that, did she watch what happened in Eagle Square? She said she's not interested, that she doesn't have no hope in that. And then you came to the local, she said, oh, that governor, that she has hope in that. She doesn't have hope in Abuja, but she has hope. So that's why I'm saying she's putting the local problem onto Abuja. You understand? That it's not everything that happens locally that's the fault of the central government. Let's hold those local politicians accountable. And then we went further to say, okay, the elders, they're not giving us the opportunity. Then I said, no, we're also not doing the right thing. We're not channeling our energy, our anger towards the right thing. I said, by the time you lock down a state for 1 day in a week, it's hurting the economy of the state. They're not making money. Go to check National Bureau of Statistics. Go to their website. I'm from Ogun State. What Ogun State makes in a year is what 2 states make in Southeast. Then you're going to have economic problem. 1 state makes what 2 states makes. It's right there in National Bureau of Statistics
Everything
website.
you're saying is important. I want you to understand that. But I don't want us to go away from the conversation here and start debating that, because there are heavy things you're talking about, and someone can debate that. Someone can say, for instance, that the difference in how much they make in Eastern states and Ogun states is not because of the stay at home, that it has always been there. Somebody can make that case. No, it wasn't like Anambra State was making a lot of money from internally generated revenues until they started staying at home. I'm not saying that actually, hold on. The World Igbo Congress will tell you they've done the study. They can tell you actually the amount of money that the East is losing because of the stay at home. We don't want to get into that. That's what I'm saying. It's very complex. We'll talk about that when we have that as a topic. So we wish that you join us another day and we can talk.
Yeah, I'll be in the back.
Richard,
let me go.
He can call me. Let's debate these things.
Okay.
Let's talk about all this.
Right. So Richard, you know what? Yeah. Okay. OC actually is a publisher of Ikenga Online, and I've been hoping that one day we are going to bring OC as a guest. So Richard, if you can send me on private chat your contacts, I can connect to 2 of you.
Which one is a private? Is it the same chat?
There's a private chat somewhere. On the right. I don't know what you're seeing from
hold on the right.
I'll send it to my email, drdamages@gmail. I will connect with you. All right, let's go on. Where are we? Austin, I think. Austin is next.
It's my turn, no.
No, it's your turn when I say it's your turn, Mama Echo.
You dey find my trouble now. Everybody they see am. You better let me say my turn. Make I go me and leave my alone.
It's your turn when I say it's your turn. You broke the rule, so
I break the rules.
Austin, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Austin. You muted yourself again, Austin. I think you're. Okay,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me first of all say good evening, everyone, wherever you watching from. And Mama Aisho, I will just do a little bit so that you can call me, because I always respect you with any platform I see you. You say what is next from Tinubu regime? So first of all, my happiest day today is missing Buhari gone. So that have relieved a lot of things for me. He's gone, and he's gone forever. What I will be hoping for Peter Obi, by his grace, when he come here after this shenanigans of Tinubu sworn in, the second Niger bridge, the name should be reversed immediately away from Buhari's name, because he doesn't deserve anything for his name to be put in anything in Nigeria. I'm not anybody can insult him now, because it's the right to insult him is gone. Because good luck Jonathan received worst when he was even in office. Not to talk of somebody for 8 years, what he can implement for Nigeria is banditry, kidnapping, and all others. That is what he can implement. The government of Tinubu, that is what I'm going to hit up. What we are going to have for Tinubu is going to be similar with Buhari. Is his turn, is Yoruba turn. So he is going to act worse than Buhari, because in their own party, crisis is going to come. The Northerners is not going to see Tinubu like the way Buhari acts. They are not going to wait for him, because if they see him want to go to that route of Buhari, they will do everything to take him out. Whether he's sitting or he has all the military protection and everything, police, the Northerner is going to do everything to take him out, because they cannot wait, because they are too hungry for power. They cannot wait to see Tinubu go away. That is one thing you are going to see in his government and his APC gang. For his administration, that he is celebrating that he won, which he never won one, he stole one, until the court decide. Because if people still say they don't have faith for the judiciary, for me as a person, I believe there is still one faith, hope left for me for the judiciary, which is the case. It's not only Labour Party, Peter Obi is in the court, PDP is also there. So there's a lot of resistance for Tinubu to face, because he's not going to do anything. For him to start with, he have to open the border to relieve the punishment Buhari have put on Nigeria. He should open the border first. That is what he should start with, so that things will start coming east for Nigeria people.
Wait, hold on. Austin, hold on. Is the border still closed?
Yeah, it's closed. You can hear Buhari said before, about 4 days ago, before he left, he said he closed the border so that Nigeria should hungry and go and fight for themselves or they die. That is what he said.
No, he said why he closed it. It's open. The borders are open.
Why is things still very much expensive in Nigeria? When people cannot get food, they cannot get anything.
In the world. Are you in Nigeria, Austin?
No, I'm in the UK.
Okay, I think so.
I'm in the
UK.
Yeah, I'm in the UK. I know what it costs me. Every 2 weeks for people back home. I know what it costs me. At times I sit down and cry, I shed tears, So I still have family back home. I have 2 guests back home. I have 3 children here. So fighting back home, sorting issues back home is a big war we are facing. It's not easy for what Buhari have put us through. Now we were hoping that things is going to come out for good for everyone, when we see that Mahmoud Yakubu just derail the hope of Nigeria and turn everything into total black art. I listened to former head of state, the interview he had, I think about 2 days ago, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He said one thing about we Nigeria. He said Nigeria is a resilient people. When they ask him about the regime of Tinubu, He said Nigeria people will not allow Tinubu to do whatever he think he's going to do. He said Nigeria will come out for him, all areas. And it's true, we will come out for Tinubu. If he wants to surprise with Nigeria, what he's going to do before the court case will take him out from that place, he will try to fix things that is very urgent for Nigerians.
Like what?
So that
Just give me one. Give me one.
He's going to deal with the inflation. He's going to deal with the economic situation.
Do you know how he could do that?
He can do it if he wants to, because all the people who were in Buhari government who stole all the money, he can begin to arrest them, to retrieve money from them. He shouldn't think about
the one in the UK. Have they been able to fix it? Inflation in the UK, where you are.
You cannot compare the UK with Nigeria.
I think they are smarter now, so they should be able to fix their own faster than Nigeria.
It doesn't show. It doesn't show here. It's only we foreigners who complain that things are expensive. Like me here, I cannot complain. You know, I'm not born here. I just come here, reside here.
Austin, you mean the British people are not complaining there about the prices?
If they complain, they smile over it because they don't see it to punish them. They see they are punishing the foreigners.
Austin,
I'm telling. I know what I'm saying.
I used to live there, Austin. I know. Thank you so much. Mama Echo, welcome to the show again. Austin,
you don't satisfy yourself.
No, I'm not yet. But if you want me to
not satisfied.
move on, I can move to other people.
I could just come on, go do my normal thing. It is not get work to don't stay here.
So Mama Echo, I was expecting that you are going to come and say you are sorry that you broke.
I will still say it, but then you don't satisfy yourself. That is the question I ask you.
So, but we can't allow that to happen, you know. I thought the first time
Let's tell your people to stop telling my children to move on, because that alone provoked me. You understand?
So
I'm sorry. I am sorry. Make I do my talk. Make I come out. And to this, to the Nigerian youth, I know they don't care about you. Who is that making noise? Who is that? The background is noisy.
Yeah, I'm trying to
find. Maybe it's from my side. Let me mute myself.
This to the Nigerian youth. I know your leader don't like you. They don't believe in you. They've dampened your hope. They want your work and labor in 9 or 8 months to be in vain. I know how painful it is. I know. I know they step on our constitution today and they've destroyed it. I know how painful it is. So I want to say to you, be courageous, be strong. These wicked people don't define your tomorrow. You define your tomorrow yourself. For the case in court, it is not yet over, children, until it is over. For those who believe they don't unseat on a wuru-wuru president, you do not have the final say. The constitution we all believed in talks about president-elect, not Yakubu select. So the person on seat today is not president-elect according to the constitution of Nigeria. It is president-select according to Yakub, INEC, and all the people that buy my children to make sure he gets there. So for now, Chief Tinubu, you have parallel government you are running against. You people came in deceitfully. Your wife, few months ago, says she's broke. You people are broke. You people don't have money. And that she was even collecting money from the vice president's wife, which woman was she collecting money from? And she has the audacity to go to redemption camp And he was lying to our face that they are rich, that they are not coming to eat Nigeria. What a shame. Remi Tinubu, you are a sorry. You are a liar. Declare your asset. All of you declare your asset. Because a few months ago, you people said you do not have money, and you are collecting money from another woman. So how come you are going before us in ROCG telling us that you are so rich that you are not coming to eat Nigerian money? So you have started a journey with lies and lies. So that when you people start looting, Nigeria will not question you. You are just there for a period of time. According to the Constitution of Nigeria, you people are not president-elect. You are president-select. So Nigerian youth, be strong and be courageous. It is not over until it is over. And for those who wants me and my children to move on, I will give you the condition for which we are going to move on. All my children that you buy during the election, resurrect them for me. East, north, west, and south, resurrect them for me. All my Igbo children shall be born in Lagos during this election. Restore it the way you born it. And not have to make you build a new one. No. The way the shall be. One at a born. Now I go give them to us. And release Nnamdi Kanu for me. If you do all this, then we move on. But if you do not do all this, allow the court, which is the judiciary, to do the final say. But I speak to the judiciary. You were supposed to be checkmating the three arms of the government. But what you people have executed so far, you have not executed your role because you collect Ghana must go. If you do not want to set the country ablaze, do the needful. Because me and my children, we refuse to move on. Reason is because you people call my children lazy youth. At 8 months or 9 months, they prove to you that they are not lazy. The man that stood behind said, I am not giving you anything. My children use their energy, they use their time, and they use their money. If Yakubu has not declared cheapest result, and he has declared the original result as it is from the polling unit, and Tinubu the thief won the election, my children wouldn't have worried. We would have moved on since. We would have told ourselves, let our effort has gotten us thus far. Let's work for 2027 so that we can overthrow these people. But that was not what happened. The election was rigged in broad daylight against the labors of my children. How dare you? How dare you look at 70% of Nigerian population, look at their effort and energy and money, and you are telling them to move on for robbing them in broad daylight. Nigeria, it is move on that has made our country to be so decayed that we are reproached and we are ashamed to the Western world. What a shame we are. Nobody should ever come before me in any platform to tell my children to move on. If you dare it, you have me to contend with. I am their mother, and you will have me to contend it. So if you just learn the language of move on, go and practice it with your children. Do not practice it in front of my children, because you will have me to contend with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Icho. This one we're supposed to take a break, play my magic, but I don't have my magic here with me. So let's continue a little bit. Let me. I want to hear from someone I've not heard from. Jonaba, I'm skipping you. Sorry. I'll come back to you, Jonaba, but I just want to hear from Christian. Christian, welcome to the show.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Actually, though I didn't watch, but you asked the question, what will Tinubu do for me to change my mind? Well, first, if you release Nnamdi Kanu. Second, if we put on table or program for a national dialogue, that will make it for me. But basically, those two things may not happen. Okay, because in actual fact, what I sometimes I don't understand when people come here and get too much angry about the happenings, because here in Nigeria, what happened in that election was the normal Nigerian normal. Okay, from the very first election to the last one, it has all been rigged, and so rigging is a normal in Nigeria. In fact, what would have been a normal is if it were not rigged. So yeah, his appointments may be just for the politicians, but that's not going to solve Nigerian problem, because Nigerian problem is more of conceptual issues, structural issues rather than economic. I know somebody living here in UK said that the inflation and all those things. You cannot have a good economic economic in fact, you cannot have, unless there's no have economic growth unless you have a good environment for it to happen. And therefore, for him to even to start having economic environment means that, first of all, everybody will buy into that concept of Nigeria, and which is not yet done. So yeah, I guess he will still have much problem on his hand, and if he leaves, he might still be living with this problem, leaving it behind him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Christian. Janaba, let me ask you, because I think you've said something about what we're talking about. Let me ask you, what's happening in Benue? Did they swear in the new? No, did you monitor that? Because we are blaming everybody for facing the national federal government. Nobody cares about the state. I know in your state there was a change in the governor of the state. Did you watch?
Today I watched the presidential election. I can find out in a little bit what happened in my state of Benue.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. So, somebody mentioned Northerners, and Jonaba is from the north. At least technically, Benue is in the north. So, Jonaba, I asked this question about Shetima. What is it about Shetima that when his name is mentioned in conversations about Nigeria and the new government, people feel that there's something to be worried about? Do you have that concern?
No, I don't have that concern at all. Shetima is a Kanuri man from Borno State. I said it during the election process before the election date. I mean the voting date. Shetima is a very seasoned politician. One of the things that I've observed here is that we all talk from our own way of how we see Nigeria. Most of us, we leave the East, enter the airport, and we do not have relationship with the northern, the eastern, the western part of the Nigerian, and that make our view of Nigeria very narrowed. Shetima is a Kanuri man. It's not Hausa, but then if you look at a typical, and I grew up in Borno State, and I went to school in Borno State. So I know Borno State very well, not just Maiduguri as the capital. I know it's like that's where I grew up. So Shetima, with the last time they were showing picture of him having dialogue with the Boko Haram member. I can't confirm that for sure, but I said that to you guys that there is nothing wrong even United States of America negotiate. There's nothing wrong if you mean it.
Can you mind?
Somebody talking to me. United
Use
States
your
of
code.
America negotiate with their
Take this
enemies
blue. The other one.
if at all there is a reason to do that. And the last time, if you watch the handover of power, he said he nominated an Igbo man to be his chief security, and he nominated a Christian brother to be his chief of staff, just for to include everybody in the government. That is politics. I'm not saying that make him a good anything, but that is the politics. And we don't play politics. Me and my brother, we are two different persons in our belief in politics. You have appeared on your show several times, but we never go after this show and we become and he said that is a do or die, because it's a politics, it's a game, and he's entitled to his own opinion, and I'm entitled to mine. But I've seen that in this place, so many people is like, people is so brutal that if it's not the way they want it, it's highway, or it's their way or no way. And that's not how politics or life goes. Life doesn't go that way. Setima is a good guy. He's going to do well. He's a man. He's a man that when he says something, we have two type of leader. There are stooge who can manipulate and he cannot even deliver because somebody will be telling him what to do. If a good leader that is have a mind of his own, have a clear vision and follow up, he will deliver. And I'm wishing him and the Nigerian people the next good 4 years. And it's ludicrous or it's delusional to believe that somehow a court case is coming that will take him out of there, take the regime out of there, and we're going to have another whatever, whosoever, whether it's Atiku or Peter Obi there. I don't think there's no way for that. So let us accept what we have for now and work with it and see how Nigeria can be transformed, or there will be any changes at all better than what we have experienced in the past 8 years. And that is what I'm looking for. And I'm somehow optimistic. I'm not in their government. I'm not an official, but I'm hopeful that Nigerian people also will hold them accountable because they are aware. They watch the show, and you can hear the speech from Shetima that day that they call him. He knows that they call him Boko Haram. Maybe it's from your show. I don't know, but he knows that they call him that, and he make a joke about it.
All right, thank you. Before I go to show, yeah, electricity. What's up?
I would like to do a little bit of pushback in respect to what John Abba just said, just one or two things. I mean, saying that it is delusional for people to think in respect to the court case, I don't think that is fair. It's a court case. It's people's expectation. Doesn't mean that they are delusional. Now, if the court case, if we go by the rule of fairness, if the court case, if the judgment come up and say, indeed, there is a problem with everything, so therefore, Tinubu is not the valid president. If it goes that way, listen, let's look at it. If we put things in context, let's put things in context. For example, the case that Atiku took against Tinubu, I read the judgment. It's a fair judgment. But if the judgment comes and it says, oh, Obi don't have a ground or Tinubu don't have a ground, you can't say people will have that belief or people will wait to that side, that delusional. I don't think that's a fair statement to make, particularly coming from a pastor, with due respect to your position. Because even God himself talks about fairness, equity. So if we're going to apply equity, we need to put our argument across very well. Now, I am in support of people moving on, but on the ground that let's move on and let's start to apply the principles of the Constitution. I was here earlier and I told Dr. Rudolph, I said today is the 29th of May, 2023. Then I was going back the videos I did back years ago, 6 years ago, when Kanu started. I now saw what I said there. I said this is from the host of heavens. I think maybe I don't know what I drank when I said it. I said this is a proclamation.
Not just drinking. Maybe you smoked something. You have to think about that.
I said this is a proclamation. I'm going to read it out in letter that the way it is. This is a proclamation that it's just here. I'll just bring it up. Come on, you open. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's up here. It is hereby declared by the host of heavens that not until Nigerians begin to promote and implement the provisions enshrined within the Constitution, along with the help of God, will there be a positive change. I did that 6 years ago. I just saw it again. So let's move on and let's back at the right tree. We're backing at listen. I don't care who is the president. I have to be honest. Even if it's Peter Obi, I'll be telling you the same thing. Even if it's Atiku, I'll be telling you the same thing. Whoever is there is not the issue. We are backing at the wrong tree. I will say this again. Put it on record. We are backing at the wrong tree. I challenge Show what he said in respect to Tinubu's health and this and that. And I highlighted section 147, section 137, 143, and 144. It's there. Let's do the right thing. So if we're moving on to do the right thing. Tinubu is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It doesn't matter how anyone feels about it. But for change to ever happen is for us to actually be talking about the provisions of the Constitution and create an awareness, educate people, and push from there in respect to the legislators. They are our problem, not our president. Our president is not our problem. Buhari was there for 8 years. It's not our problem. Your legislators, our legislators in both houses are our problem. And until we, the citizens, start to do the checks and balance, we will continue this talk for another 4 years. Tinubu will become, listen, well, finally, the president has, the power is vested on the president to appoint INEC chairman. Now, the House will do checks and balance if it's possible. I mean, how do they call it? They will do vetting. They will do. They'll bring him to their whatever it is. Because of the relationship between the executive and the legislative arm, I said it here that MC Oluomo may be the next INEC chairman. So, guaranteed, Tinubu will be there for the next 8 years. If you like, doubt it. Tinubu will be there next 8 years until you and I stand up and start to do something. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me play this. Hold on, everybody. Let me play this small video of Tinubu, something that just came up when he was signing after the swearing in. People are trying to figure out what happened there. You have to watch. It's only 15 seconds. The wife was trying to take the pen away from him. Just watch and see. Okay, maybe we'll have to do GoFundMe and get me a new computer. Did you guys see it? I played that because of people talking about his.
Can you replay it again? I didn't catch what.
It was black before.
Please.
Okay. Yes, he was struggling with the wife.
Yeah, I think she was trying to take the pen from him, and there was a kind of a bit of struggle there. I don't know.
All
All
right.
right, are you just
So yeah. So
This is what you're going to be seeing in the next
no,
decade.
there are people who are dedicated to. There are people
Everybody's
who,
going to be old. I'm not here casting about this, that, but this is what you're going to be seeing. So this is just the beginning. But anyway.
yeah. So hold on. We're going along the line. I think who is next? I think is.
No, let me talk. I want to eat because the guy mentioned me on and called me. It's a very serious allegation of calling me a pastor on the platform here. You do not see pastor attached to my name here in the first place because I come as a neutral person and I don't want to be attached with any religion for whatsoever. And I have the due respect to all the people who call me pastor. I don't have a problem with it, but there was never a time you watch me making my statement that I make it on a religious line. I speak as a free man and I speak as a man, not as a religious leader. And if I even follow that, my church will be dismissed. There will be nobody, and thank God you're not paying me that anyway. So it's a good day. So
Dr. Abba, he's telling you the truth.
Mama, don't go cut me
No,
short.
he's telling you the truth.
No,
And as a leader, you are
your
supposed to
truth. You
stand
are the
by
one
the
that even
truth.
tell children to put a.
You
telling me
tell
the truth. The truth
tell
that I
us
tell
the
you to
truth.
decide from. You
You are
apologize?
representing God, and so therefore you are supposed to speak the truth and stand for justice and stand
I
for
stand for
fairness.
justice
Don't
and
call
fairness,
black,
but I'm not going
don't
to speak
call
on
black
issue that
white for us
I
here.
don't have clarity on, and I'm not going to talk
Then
on
stop
assumption.
becoming a
I'm
pastor.
not
Go
going to
and
talk
remove
on
it in your
assumption.
church. Don't tell them resign in your church. Resign. But that we
You
don't know
you
say you be
should
brother.
resign and apologize to this law for
Resign,
even
or we
telling
go
your
call you
children to
brother.
carry knife
But
and
as
stone
long
in
as
their
you
pocket.
remain a pastor in your church, you cannot be coming to come and tell us otherwise. If
Mr.
not a
Stroke.
brother, go and
Mr. Stroke.
resign and become brother.
Okay,
That's true.
don't worry.
Resign.
Okay, Mama H.O., I don't have a problem with you. There are people in this life that doesn't offend me, so you are one of them. So the issue is that
You see, any person will get problem with me, I like her. You know why?
No, I don't.
Because your
There's no
problem don't
reason
pay
for
my
that. There's
bills.
no reason for me to have a problem with you.
You like you.
The issue is that Dr. Rudo and electricity, I have respect for you guys and I'll continue to be myself on this platform and I represent myself. I do not represent the ministry. I do not speak on the behalf of my ministry. I speak as a free Nigerian on the platform and I speak on the political issue and that is where my stand is. And things that I don't have fat on, I'm not going to speak on it. And I understand you say it's a delusional. And if it's not delusional today, there are pastors that slept in the church yesterday to today, that this today will not come up. Let us not be hanging the hope of our people on hopeless situation. But if that works for you and you take you to the next day, hoping that there will be better day, it's okay. It serves that purpose. But the truth is that in the next 4 years, even if Tinubu is not there, you will have Shetima. So for you to say that the court issue, well, fact you don't have on, let them go and make their case. We will see. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say something to Mr. John Abba before you leave, please? I want to leave myself. When I made my reference of delusional, you said people who are expecting the judgment to come and Tinubu will be removed. And with due respect, John Abba, being a pastor doesn't necessarily mean you have to own a church. I teach the word of God. And I talk politics. And God is interested in politics. For crying out loud, when I say equity and fairness, you go to the scripture, you will see equity and fairness there. So if as a preacher or whatever, because I have heard you say you are a preacher or you're a pastor, so I'm not misquoting you in any shape or form. So if we're talking about fairness or equity, we first of all need to go into the word of God. God practiced fairness. God expects fairness. Psalm 20, Psalm 24, Psalm 15, Ezekiel 18, if I am correct. It talks about fairness. Go to Exodus. It talks about fairness. The law of perjury is in the Bible, Exodus chapter 23 and 24. The law of not joining the crowd because it is the masses. So let me join the masses to do wrong. It's in the scripture.
What is the
And these
wrong
things
thing?
are
Define
practice.
the wrong thing. I'm not cutting you off. What is the wrong that I did?
No, you say no. You are not representing. You are being yourself. If a pastor, you speak. Let's speak the truth.
Okay, what is the truth in your own? That election is rigged is a truth that you have a proof?
No. Listen, I voted. Okay, I voted for P2B. I saw what happened, and I am saying again that let's move on the basis of what, going back to the provisions of the Constitution. I have accepted Tinubu as my president. If the court case comes up and P2B win, and if there's a fairness and equity is practiced, is upheld, and they say P2B win or Tinubu win, Tinubu continue.
Third person will not win. A second person will not win. A third person, and you are not. And you
Okay, whoever the second person is, okay, whoever, if it's article, like I said, I don't care who is the president. Just don't get me wrong. I care about the legislative arms, those who makes the law. That is why I said the problem is. So if we are going to practice, we cannot remove fairness. Just because I'm a preacher doesn't mean
God
I'm
is
not going
not
to
a
come
God
here.
of fairness. That's the problem you are looking at. God
You
is
say
a
what?
God is not up to fairness. Fairness is not in agenda. If it's a fairness, or there's no Bible that will tell you say God is God of fairness. God is God of judgment. So you cannot use judgment.
No. John
Fairness is
Abba,
what?
with
In
due
what? Yeah.
respect,
What is fairness?
don't do this. You are too
No,
much
you
for this.
don't do that. You are talking about fairness. You are talking about judgment. So you go to court now and it's a fairness they'll use to judge you. What are you
Then
talking
if
John
about?
Abba, I yield the
God
floor
is
to
God
you.
of judgment, God will judge Tinubu.
I yield the
God
floor,
will
please.
I
judge
need the floor
Tinubu.
too. I'll see you again later.
Bye.
City and Mama.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
If God
So,
is God of judgment, he will judge Tinubu. He will
I have
judge
to
him
be
without
fair to
fairness.
Rudolph. I have to be fair to everyone. We have to practice fairness to each other. If a sin against man is a sin against God.
So you
So
have
if I,
a category. You see, let's not bring religion
Jonaba,
here.
you've spoken.
Please,
I give you
please. You are because you are still referring to my issue that he does. You are misleading people in this way.
I move on from you, John.
You are misleading people. Please.
John, are you the misleading
if
us?
you say I am sorry, with
Jonathan,
due
you are the
respect,
one
John.
misleading us
If
here.
you say I
You
am misleading people, then you have to substantiate your allegation with fact.
All right.
I have done that to you. You say God is God of fairness. What is fair? Fair is like you are now trying to see the election that you don't have the result. You are not an INEC until they think that let them go and prove in the court. But as
But
far
that
as
is what I am saying to you, that even don't say people are delusional if they are expecting the judgment to favor whoever they want to
good
favor.
luck.
That is what
What
I'm
I
saying.
should
Don't
say,
say they
good
are
luck.
delusional. That's
Good
my
luck.
point.
Good luck.
Good luck to you
I
too.
want to good luck. Right?
Good luck to you too. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, brother.
All right. So this is
it's
what happened.
obvious say John Abba don collect a Ghana must go when he go Nigeria. Now make they come here, call the yakpata for our face.
This is what happens when we don't follow the rules. We don't, it goes chaotic. I enjoy it sometimes, but I don't think people at home like it. I just removed Mama Echu again, because one of the things we said here is that you don't make accusations. It's obvious that Jonava collected money from you. Don't just say things like that. I don't know why people can't argue on substance on the issue. You can disagree with somebody on anything, but you don't have to just say, it's not right. All right. What happened was that my computer was frozen, so I couldn't mute people. I couldn't do anything. So that was why it lasted that long. But anyway, the Priest of Peace, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to congratulate everybody that voted in the last election. The reason why I said I congratulate everybody is that they did not vote for what I just saw the clip on Twitter. Tinubu, when they were guiding him, he was almost falling down. So they should go home and pop even a wine or champagne they get. Make they go home, pop it, relax, eat better food, and enjoy it. Because why? That is not what they voted for. That is one. Number two, I want to push back again to what John Abba is saying, and also in some extent what the electricity said. You see, John Abba is is more like a politician. Whenever he comes here, he talks like a politician. He doesn't have consistency of what he says. He will jump here, he will come out, he will jump to the other side. You know, uh, let me leave electricity because some points he made were legit. You know, because the court will determine whatever outcome that comes from there. But for him to say he doesn't care about anybody that is in that seat, me, I care 1,001%. Because if you don't care about the person that will sit there, the ripple effect is what we are seeing, which is going to be worse. What we are going to see. And now, how can you tell me, in all sincerity, that something that came from illegitimate, as ndị Igbo na-asị, ihe ọbụla akọtara n'akụkụ ite na-aga n'ebe n'akụkụ ọnụ. So anything, when you cook, when your mama cook food, you go to the pot, you take your hand, you go and scrub all the thing that is there, that the remaining. You know, say that one, that kind of thing, they sweet well. So if you bring them, come, now like this, they take them. You know, they go straight now by the side of the mouth. So anybody that is going to sit at that post, it matters a lot. I have always said here that, look, it is time for us to be realistic about Nigerian problem. Because if they pay you as if they pay me, we were then abroad. Everybody, maybe one or two persons here is in Nigeria, but all of us that are here in abroad, you know, they pay you, you know, they're angry. So me, my anger is with indignation. Whenever I come here, I don't talk as a pastor or as a priest. I talk as I am. I talk as a concerned citizen. The only thing we need, let us be, let we tell ourselves the truth. The only thing we need is to sit at the table of brotherhood. Make we begin to bombard everybody that calls himself a politician that has anything to do at the corridors of power. Make we, you see, the power of the diaspora. We are still underestimating it though. We have never used it. I think this is the time for us to very, very much use it. Begin to bombard them. That thing that happened in 20 what of February is the beginning of the end of Nigeria. Democracy died today. If there is anything like that, but I don't think there is anything that is like democracy in Nigeria. It died today. Nigeria used to be a republic that has given everybody hope. But now that republic is gone. And now we are talking about democracy. There is nothing like democracy in Nigeria. So let us begin to push back and say, it is time, and they will hear. It is time for us to sit at the table of brotherhood. I use that not sparsely. Table of brotherhood, and said, we really want to change Nigeria. And if that change will have to start, it will start from us who are in diaspora, and we will champion it and we will send it home, and things will change. If not, what we are seeing, oh God, is I am sometimes I kind of see vision like is this what is going to happen? But I pray it never do. Thank you.
Thank you, the Prince of Peace. I will have asked you how did democracy die, but I want us to move ahead and move on to other people.
I would say I will answer if you want me.
30 seconds. How did he
How
die?
did he die? He died when Mahmoud declared fraudulent results and declared a questionable character, a drug lord, a killer, and all that. Declared him president elect, and today he was sworn in. That is the end of democracy in Nigeria. No, there's no gainsaying about it. It is pure and simple.
All right. Thank you. Prof, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I've been listening with keen interest. Don't let us be too hard on our country. Like somebody said earlier on in his submission, that many of us are not happy to stay here at all. I know what I'm saying. So we are all eager to go back home, but we are looking for home to go back to. We want Nigeria to be settled so that we can call the place our own, so that we can be fulfilled. There is something called universality of humanity. If someone had told me about 10 years ago, let me just say about 15 years ago, while still a professor in Nigeria, that because we use America as a bastion of democracy, we always refer to, oh, this cannot happen in America, this cannot happen in America. My dear brother, Rudolph, you'll bear me witness. You live in New York. If someone had told you that a man of Santos, what's the name? We don't even know his real name.
George Santos.
God bless you. If someone had told me 20 years ago that a man like George Santos will represent not just an aspect of New York, but the most elitist area of New York, that man will be sworn in to represent them, and up till now, they've not been able to enact that aspect of the constitution that is called a recall, to call that man home, that fraudulent man from head to toe is fraudulent. That guy will still be in the capital, I will say it's a lie. Come on, don't talk that about America, but it's happening here under our nose. So don't let us be too hard on our own country. There is no perfection anywhere. And somebody also made mention of one of our number one enemies. So I was even thinking Rudolph will bring that one of these days so that we discuss it. Now, our National Assembly. That is where the real evil is. It's not the executive. We have to deal with the National Assembly. That humongous amount of money they are earning. Now, Rudolph, I know the YouTube is replete with their photos of sleeping in the red chamber and all that. Are these people? These are people making laws for us. Sometimes some of them will wake up suddenly when they hear uproar. So that's what's happening. And they say, okay, they just raise up their hand without even knowing what they are. These are the kind of people that are making laws for us. The Nigerian youth, you focus the attention on these people, that amount of. I even advocate a system where our legislature will be part-time. They don't have. Look, why is it that place has become a home? It's kind of home for all the businesses that have failed. All those who have failed in their businesses, all those who have failed, who have been sacked from bank, sacked this thing, and the ex-governor that have stolen all their state dry, they now go there and be sleeping, and yet we'll be paying them money. This is the area the youth to really focus attention on. These are our enemies. If we're able to deal with such people and make this thing part-time, then you will know those who are really ready to serve the people. They are the people who will go to the National Assembly, because these people are now going there to further their thieving mechanism. So those who are really serious, they don't even have space in the National Assembly, because it's a money-making venture. You need to spend a whole lot of money. There is nobody who had his whole hard-earned money from his own business, private business, can afford to go to the Senate, except those who have stolen one way or the other. That's the system in Nigeria today. I want our youth to really put on their thinking cap and see where the real enemies are. Mind you, you will see this new assembly, the way they will be rubber stamping whatever Tinubu brings to the assembly. Rubber stamping, rubber stamping. Look, this is the enemy we have to focus on, not the executive. Sincerely speaking, think about this and let's discuss this further. That's my own take on this.
All right, thank you. Electricity, yeah. After you,
I won't stay long, Professor. According to Jesus Christ said to Peter, "Flesh and blood have not revealed it unto you." You made my day, and may God truly bless you for affirming, confirming, for coming up to say, to highlight what I've been arguing, that our enemy, our number one enemy. Listen, there is a section in that. Do you see? Mr. Arono said people kill, governors kill, people, they do everything to go there. That is our problem. Now, let me clarify myself. I asked for permission to clarify when I said I don't care. I mean, the prof have already, helped me to clarify it. It's not that I don't really care who sits there. But what I am saying in a nutshell, which the prof have said, is that, listen, when I make that statement 6 years ago, it wasn't Tinubu that was there. It was Buhari that was there. So it's not, I don't care who sits there, in the sense that even if I sit there and the citizens don't do checks and balance on the legislator, guaranteed, if I don't have the fear of God or care for humanity, I will rub shoulder with them. I will make money. Because why? The executive and the legislative arm, they perform the structure of, the legislative arm is supposed to carry out the checks and balance on the executive. But because they dance together, and we citizens, we say, oh, we have bad leaders. From today, I pray God to help me not to open my mouth to say we have bad leaders, but to say we have bad citizens. We Nigerians, myself inclusive. I call myself, I had myself inclusive, because I voted for Peter Obi. Without a shadow of doubt, I was there on the ground. And that enthusiasm is what we should tap into. And Rudolph, you have a responsibility. Let me just challenge you here. Take it personally, whether you like it or not. Rudolph, you, Adiola, and all Nigerians, YouTubers, who, in my opinion, some of them cash in respect to what is going on, this and that. You have a responsibility in that you have viewers enough to push this message, and for us to take over the media space in Nigeria. We all have a responsibility. This is what I am doing is not for fame, not for gain. No. It's for, I want to, listen, I go back home. If we want to go back home. It's our home, east or west. Home is home. I yield the floor. I hope that the priest, I hope you appreciate I have been able to clarify my statement. It's not that I don't really care. It's just that if you sit there tomorrow, trust me, I have used myself as an example. If you sit there tomorrow and you don't have care for humanity and the fear of God, you'll be smiling home every day. Ghana must go back before. Ghana must go with money. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Sorry, Rudolph, please, just an addendum, please. Let me give you a personal example. When I work with National Assembly during the time of Obasanjo, I work with them. Now, to tell you why I have this passion about changing that National Assembly or even waging war against them, because they are our number one enemy, there is this particular man. I won't mention name, but if I describe him, most of you will know. Very vociferous, very, very loquacious. He's in the PDP now, vying for one of the positions in North Central. Enough of that. Now, this guy was chairman, House Committee on Communication when I was there. But listen to what happened. Each time, all the communication industry, all the Airtel, NTN, and all what have you, whenever they want to come and defend their budget, they will come with Ghana must go of billions in so many denominations to come to this guy's office to bribe him. What is the bribe for? Is what I saw, not what they told me. What is the bribe for? Okay, the bribe is that when we are coming to defend our budget, see no evil, say no evil. And they will come, they will defend whatever budget they present, it will just pass like that. Then when it is now time again for these legislators to go to do what they call what is this again? Oversight function. Those people will come again with Ghana must go. Lori Shirishi, different kind of denomination. Bribe this guy again. So when you come for your oversight, see no evil, say no evil. Now, this was what went on throughout the guy's tenure as chairman committee of communication. Now you now wonder, as a Nigerian citizen, why we are not getting better services from Airtel, NICOM or whatever, all those communications, you know their name. You wonder, these people have taken everything that the citizens supposed to enjoy. The legislators have taken all, and that is why you have nowhere to even cry to. You have nobody to protest to, because they have the backing of your legislators. These are the kind of people we have there that must be dealt with. Is what I saw. Nobody told me, oh, I saw this thing. It's still happening today. That is the problem we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christian.
Yeah, sorry. A number of issues. First, on the issue of Shetima and the things he said, during that investigation. Actually, when I listen to people, I always interested in not just what they said, but the implied meaning of what they said. When he said that he appointed the people that he appointed, he's talking to a number of audiences. One, it was alleged that in his there was a leaked audio tape that he was alleged to have berated Igbos. Then so when he said that he appointed Igbo as chief security officer, he's talking to a number of audiences. And again, the most important one is when he said that he appointed a Christian northerner. The agenda is northernization. And therefore, Christians in the north felt marginalized, during that election. So he was talking to them that, please, you will protect your interests. But you see, when the guy that was talking about people being deluded about this court case, I think people have to live with reality. I'm actually, I'm not a believer in Nigeria, as you must have noticed. One thing about the reality about Nigeria is this. Obi, you asked Obi a question one time. Obi said that Nigeria is a car with a knocked engine. And now he's trying to repair that engine. And he's not a mechanic. I think you asked him that question, what changed? And he never answered that question to you, satisfactorily at least. So what I'm trying to say simply is this. Those who captured Nigeria as their own booty for fighting the war and winning are not going to let go unless there is a serious pain that you inflict on them to make them to come to negotiating table. So when you now go and say to them, I want one Nigeria as they want one Nigeria, then you don't give them any incentive to come to negotiating or to restructure Nigeria the way you want it. Now, on the other hand, again, let's look at this issue of people trying, in essence, is that the problem of Nigeria is not changing the personnel, or people will say go to the legislators, put your satellite on the legislators. The system is the problem. Until you change the system, you cannot change the problem. So even if you remove all these criminals, in the legislators, in legislative assembly now, another criminals will come in. The country, the constitution or the system makes it very possible for you to be a criminal. It makes it possible, mandatory for you to be a criminal in order to get there. So you cannot get there unless you are a criminal. So when you now stay outside trying to change this, change the criminal without changing the system, then it becomes more difficult. So that is exactly what I'm trying to say here. So people, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let me play for people. You referred to Shetima's speech, and I know most people may not know what you meant. Let me play that for people who may not know to say.
Administration. I deliberately picked an Igbo man, a Catholic, to be my chief security officer. Stand up for recognition, please. For the purpose of inclusivity and togetherness, again, I deliberately picked a Northern Christian to be my ADC. So the so-called founder of Boko Haram is going to be protected by... Excellencies,
All right, that was Shetima. There is this video that is trending now that just came about. It's a continuation of the fear that most people have about what is going on with the health of our new president. We play that as soon as I get it up, but it's trending everywhere. It's of concern to people. So let me go to the next person. Sho, you wanted to say something, huh?
Well, I think the gentleman is left now because he kept saying, Sho talked about Tinubu's health. I think that was Osita that really discussed Tinubu's health. I've mentioned it in the past. That's a major concern for me, but I think it was Osita that spoke extensively about Tinubu's health. But Electricity a few times said, show about Tinubu's health, which brings me to the topic of Tinubu's health today. I've seen some of the videos, as many would know, on Twitter. I'm the Twitter news reporter, so I've seen a few videos of him. The one you played, where his wife was dragging the pen with him, maybe when he was trying to sign his contract and all of that, and also the one where they had a gentleman in the military uniform literally holding him. Standing behind him, holding him, and when he turned around, he stumbled, And I hope, for Tinubu's sake, that they don't push the man to the point where it falls on. Falls anywhere, even worse on live TV. The man, he stumbled, he almost fell, and there was nothing there to trip him up. So these are some of the concerns that people raised, and they said, "Oh, you're not a physician. How can you diagnose a man from the TV screen? You live on Twitter. You live on fake news." This was on national TV. He struggled. It was going to fall. So the demands of presidency is going to make his health even worse. Eventually, Shetima might have to do more than a VP would normally do. Nigerians have been given Tinubu. It's been given to us. What can we do apart from wait on the court? And that brings me to what John Abba said, because my question to him would have been, when you say people are delusional, I'm not sure if people, actually understand the English grammar, and people just throw words around. So when you say people are delusional for having faith in the judicial, in our judicial system, so you're saying they have mental health problems. That's what you're saying, basically. When someone is delusional, you can say it's a form of mental problem. So if we say we don't believe in the judiciary, you say we're crazy, we're obedient, we complain, we cry everywhere. Now we're saying we hope that the judiciary will favor us, or at least give judgment. But you're saying people are delusional for even having any expectation. Which one is it? We are not allowed to have hope. And if we say we don't have hope in the judiciary, you say we're crazy, we're lunatics. Which one is it? So people just need to come correct. And also on a lighter note, this is an industry that people are not focusing on. And by the way, I hope that this election cycle will bring an end to pastors predicting election results. I'm not saying they shouldn't get involved. You can get involved. You can galvanize your members. You can speak to them. You can nudge them the direction to go. But please stop predicting election results and all these things. When it's World Cup season, they're predicting World Cup results. All that madness needs to stop from pastors. I'm not sure what happens in the on the other aisle, the Islam, with the imams. I'm not sure if they get into predicting who's going to be president, what visions they saw. Even if you saw visions, just keep it to yourself. We don't need all of those distractions, okay? I hope that this will put an end to it. Of course, it wouldn't, because people forget quickly. So it takes me to the industry. So just quickly, this industry, every 4 years, it's just occurred to me that people will cash in as pastors and imams. The way we think, especially when someone like Abati, when he said the evil spirit in Aso Rock and witchcraft and all these things, noise and all of that. people would actually have people, alphas and pastors, come and cleanse their offices before they go into office. I'm sure you believe that. They will have they will have their GOs and their imams. Because I saw the video of the new Kano governor. He was offered the seat of Ganduje. The man pushed it away and he took a smaller seat and he sat on. I don't think that's because he just hates Ganduje or Ganduje smells. But he was literally offered the seat of the ex-governor, the man who left yesterday, and he refused to sit on it. He grabbed a different seat, a much smaller one, and he sat on it. That's probably because the imam has not come to cleanse the house and all these things. And imam can't cleanse the house, or the pastor or the daddy Gio, mommy Gio. They would get something beautiful to take home, a package to say thank you. So that that's an industry that, I mean, it's a 4 yearly cash out industry. So for those who are thinking of what to do, every 4 years, you can be sure if your word is good, they will call you to come and cleanse the office, the state house, the seats, the chairs, and all these things.
All right, thank you. Let's see if I have the video. That there are so many versions of the video out there.
I think I sent you one. If you check it,
yeah, I think I saw that. So let's see if that plays.
The titles in the Nigerian ideal spelled out a number of.
Okay, this is a small one. I'll
go.
Get
You had the inaugural address. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The titles in the Nigerian ideal spelled out a number of. Go. You.
Now I'll come to you, KJ. But let me show you. Said something that I hope this will be the end. Just like everything about Nigeria, it won't end unless there is consequences for that. If I come in front of my church and I tell them this will happen and it didn't happen, and they still continue to pay tithes to me, why would I?
Exactly.
So it's the same thing with everything in Nigeria. It's about lack of consequences, and if we don't have KJ, honest.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I was beginning to think that I was part of those selling crayfish in this place. But anyway, I have enjoyed myself so much. And this is actually a holiday here. So this is really keeping me very much entertained and educated. I want to bring us back to, because there are so many things people have said, which if we follow, we'll probably go away from your topic. So except you have to introduce a new one. If not, I'll just go ahead and talk about other things. I like the contribution of the prof, and of course my friend Sho. Even though I don't like the last part of your comment, but it's okay. I mean, we can also disagree to agree. That is how life is. I would like to say, for if Bola Tinubu really wants to, and I'm not one of those who is after him. For crying out loud, the guy has the right to be president. That's not what majority of Nigerians. I say majority because over 63% did not vote him, so we're majority. Nobody wants him not to be president, and a good one for that matter. But we're saying he's coming into the governance with a lot of baggages, health baggage, corruption baggage, and all the little tripstones that have been left by this other government, which he has to try to cover. If he doesn't cover it, he'll become enemy number one, and they'll start plotting how to bring him down. We must know that about the Nigerian politics. That is real. And then the prof talked about, the National Assembly. I think Rudolph, maybe you may consider it. It's a good topic to discuss. Remember the first time I came here, I said, you cannot go into Nigerian politics and make a headway if you don't have millions. That's how they've written it in the constitution. That's how it is. You just have to have money to make any impact at all. And that's not going to change. If Tinubu wants to make headway, first and foremost, the very first thing I want him to do tomorrow morning is to declare Nnamdi Kanu free, release him from prison, and pay him all the cases he won in the court. Pay him and let him go, because the court has already declared, the appeal court declared that he has no case to answer, and he should not be prosecuted by any other court in the land. This is the ruling of Nigerian court. Okay, so that will help the Southeast to come together as a bloc and deal with the small here and there criminals that run around and calling themselves IPOB. Not everybody, and then IPOB don't speak for the Igbos, and IPOB doesn't even issue out um, statements that are not in line with good governance of Igbo land. So that's one. Two, someone asked about why Shetima and why would we accuse Shetima. We soon to forget when the bombing of the Nyanya motor park was bombed. We were looking for one Boko Haram leader called what's his name again? Kabiru Sokoto. Kabiru Sokoto was being looked about until he was found in Adamawa State Government House in Nasokoro, having dinner. I mean, having breakfast with this same man who's now vice president. Shouldn't we be worried? That's why the DSS arrested him. Has anybody asked why was he in the government house eating and drinking? Okay, that gives cause for concern for any nation who want to go forward. That's one. Yeah, somebody made a statement that he didn't form it, and it was what's his name now? The Bunu Sheriff. It's true, but who is the Bunu Sheriff? Who is Shetima? They are all in the same camp. They are all in the same camp, and they're not going to change. Then we should talk about the issue of restructuring. And when I say restructuring, I'm not necessarily saying because that's where the North will probably, the oligarchy of the North, and I'm not talking about the whole Northerners. They will not accept that. But we can actually give powers to the states to be able to start their own airports, international airports, and be allowed to bring in things. And people can actually, if I want to go to my state, I can land in Port Harcourt if I feel like, without having to pay unnecessary costs. They should allow the seaports to open up and the waterways to open up in the east. They should also allow the states in the east to develop their waterfront in whichever form they want to do it. That will allow faster development to come to the east. The east is not necessarily asking for money, and I don't know any other nation on earth that every end of month they go together in their capital and receive money and then go back. That is only the way revenue is generated. And so that will allow more development and allow a healthy competition. For those of us who live in the middle belt, you know that you can actually make a lot of money in Benue, for instance, from yams alone. If they are giving support from government, they grow a lot of yams and soybeans. That can be called a soybean and yam growing area and be enhanced very properly to develop and feed the whole of the nation. So he should look at those small areas of the country, of the state that can actually be giving money and support. I mean, reasonable support. I'm not talking about support now, mouth support, and you find one of your friends and give him money and he pockets it and tell you, oh, these things are happening. Those can be done, and then Nigeria can go forward. I wish him well, because the truth of the matter is that the people can only get the leader they deserve. And so at this point, maybe that's the leader Nigeria deserves, and that's why he's coming. And I don't think we should, jettison the court case. It's still very much in order, and I still believe that justice will be done, irrespective of whether people believe it or not. Because if we lose hope, that's all. I have a friend who has now retired as a lawyer. He said he's no longer practicing law because he doesn't see any justice in Nigeria. But we can't throw, the baby away with the bathwater. If not, I mean, that will be the end. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Femi, I know you should ideally be the next person.
Rudolph, you forgot me and Femi. Why can't we speak? Me and Femi, we have been here watching everybody, even some people who have spoken 3 times. Please, I need to speak. I want to go and take my lunch. I'm not just
Femi don't talk. Femi don't.
I'm not just sitting here for nothing. Today is my off day, but I'm here talking about Nigeria, my country. So it should be looking at your list of people who have spoken.
Yeah, I agree. But sometimes I use other criteria too. The man of prestige is here. He's there. He hasn't said anything, I know. And there are people who are in backstage. I'm trying to bring people who have not had the opportunity to speak sometimes. So there are multiple things I'm juggling in terms of determining what happens. People are complaining that people are here, they don't leave, and they want to come in to speak. I'm trying to keep people.
Let me leave, and so I can come in later. Let me leave.
Yeah. So anyway, so what I will do now is I want to catch Jude and Mohammed, but before they speak, I will just give Femi and Ike 1 minute. if people stick to time, it wouldn't be difficult to go around. But the problem is that some people just speak for too long. Go ahead, Femi.
Okay, so something else I want to capture because I kind of feel we've lost the essence of your topic. I believe we're still on what next. So I something I wanted to also highlight when I spoke previously because I mean whether we like it or not, this is where we are right as of this moment. So sticking to the topic itself, I don't know if you've pictured this Rudolph and listening to the speech. You remember at some point he mentioned something to do with the exchange rate, and this is not me being cynical. Now I'm thinking, this is going to be interesting. Emefiele versus Tinubu. I don't know how it's going to happen because we thought Emefiele was going to be out of the country by now because allegedly he had asked for study leave at some point, right? So whether he's still there or some things are going on in the background, you know the way Nigeria is sometimes. All of a
I
sudden,
saw his picture today. I saw him smiling, and someone was asking why is this man still smiling? I think he was at the beach either today or yesterday.
yeah, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago or something. But well, they know what we don't know. I mean, these people they know how they play these games. But anyway, so I found that part interesting. That part about the exchange rate, I found it really interesting, considering the fact that a lot of things have to be considered when you don't just make certain declarations. First of all, the economy is what it is, and there's a multitude of factors as to why we found ourselves where we are. We practically import everything. The only thing they're yet to import back is probably people like yourself. Well, that's a case in itself. And if even respect to the oil thing, because I think sometimes there seems to be some kind of deliberate attempt at covering the way things actually would work. Because with respect to the Dangote refinery, for example, a lot of things I even hadn't realized this until probably a couple of months ago that it's not as though the guy will necessarily, despite the fact that I think the federal government has 40% stake equity in that refinery. It's not as if all of a sudden it's going to be just rule like that because it's still going to sell at based off of the international rate of how much it buys the crude itself based off the international rates. And of course, there's still I can't call it minor issue of the other refineries and what whether there's going to be a probe into all the monies. Nigeria is just shambles anyway. Now, maybe on a final note, something else I was going to add. I did see that part. In addition to Rudolph, did you notice that it looked as if Buhari could not wait? It looked like he was so excited to leave. I don't know if you saw it all the way to when he got to the at the Abuja airport. It looks like he was relieved. I don't see.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not? Why wouldn't he?
I think a lot of people come. See, I don't claim to know the solution to everything Nigeria's problem, but one thing I do know is Nigeria is a very difficult place to rule based off the fact that the structures are wrong, totally wrong. And again, especially if we're not trying to change things via restructuring, which will also encompass even the legislator, because if you think the legislator would do anything that would not benefit themselves the way Nigeria is structured right now, we're definitely playing. And of course, that doesn't take away the fact that even the constitution is still a problem because that constitution is not our. Again, that's on the side. Perhaps on a final note before I leave. Again, a lot of us are still incensed by things that have happened and the fact that again there's still no because again in a country where there's no fairness, justice, and equity, there's always going to be issues. And if you keep running away for I practically believe we know the major reasons why Nigeria is the way it is. But if we keep running away from there and thinking that there's one messiah somewhere that will fix Nigeria without fixing the inherent issues, I think we just continue going around in circles. With that, I raise my case. I take my leave.
All right, thank you, Ike.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. At least my lunch will be able to sink well in my stomach. I just want to say that I, Mr. Ike, is not delusional. And I am not, and I will never be. And for trying to do the right thing. And a fellow Nigerian says that I am delusional. I mean, I don't know how condescending that is, and I don't know how insulting that is. But I want to thank my brother Sho for trying to do it in his own style. But I have my own style also. So, but I just want to say I'm not delusional. Because the law said that we should go to court, and we are in court. And for somebody to begin to predict that the people who went to court based on the law and the what the process says, that we are delusional automatically, which means you are trying to tell us the same country you are trying us to tell us to have hope on that country. You are trying to tell us that there is no country even. So he should take it. And second thing I want to say, I know, Rudolph, you're a Christian, probably, maybe you minister the word of God. But I think when we read the Bible very well, it has made us to know that the grace of God has left the pulpit for a very long time. I am a pastor and I preach the gospel. No, never have I ever come here trying to tell you to advertise myself, who I am. I work, but I'm also an ordained pastor of the servant of God. But I am telling you that the grace of God has left the pulpit for a very long time, more especially in Nigeria. We don't talk about any other thing as men of God in Nigeria more than prosperity and miracle. We prophesy when we have not been asked to prophesy. That's the problem of the pulpit. So, but I just want to put it aside. That is a problem. Just like she'll make it to be a kind of a lighter note. But I want to state a fact here that the grace of God has left the pulpit of Christians in Nigeria so many years ago. Because what we practice is the Bible of men. So that I put it aside. The last thing I want to say before I leave for somebody to come in so that I can go have my lunch is you saw we seen the videos, like everybody have said there, nobody is saying that Tinubu should not succeed. But we can see, just for today, we can see how many videos we have seen concerning about the head of our new president. But also, I want to remind us, you who live in the US, you know how young Obama was when he became president. And you saw how old he was when he left. So this is what it is. So mentally, physically, the president we have right now, I don't know, but God is the person that gives life. And also, I want to let you know, the professor, I really enjoyed your commentary and everything you said based on experience. But I want to remind us, Peter Obi run the Anambra State with UPGA as the whole members of the State House of Assembly. He had nobody, but he was the governor. He fought the state. He fought the power that be in Anambra State, and he succeeded for 8 years. Look at the people that were elected today in this new president National Assembly from Labour Party. Some of them are just like common men like us that has no money. But the power of the people engineered them into power. Those who has been there, Senator Baribe confessed, it was tsunami. He did not even win election. But because we know Baribe is a good man, he was a good senator. Nobody want to fight his election because he never won. The Labour Party man won. This is what my fear in the National Assembly, as the professor said right now, is the money bag, just like the professor said. Some of these younger people, we say that they are new. When they walk into that place and see what is going on already because of the leadership of the National Assembly. Money has been distributed everywhere. And you can't tell them to fold their hands. I don't know how many of them will say, no, I'm not going to take money. Because at the end of the day, they are minority. But what we are begging them to say is that speak the minds of the people that have sent you to the National Assembly. We know what is there. So, but I know, actually, that this is why my fear, my own personal fear, not every other person's fear. These people who were elected under some smaller party, my fear is that they will be bought over. Few of them that cannot be able to withstand, the pressures of the National Assembly, they will decamp. Because this is Nigerian politics. Because first of all, they will tell you you're a minority, your bill is not going to go anywhere. And for your bill to go to somewhere, you have to do this, do that, and do that with us. So this is my personal fear, but I hope that my fear is wrong. So I just want us to know that I don't care, like KJ said, I never, Rudolph, you can bear me witness here several times. I don't care who is the president of Nigeria, but it is the process. It is the process that I am after, because you can't change what we are talking about now when the system and the process and the foundation of everything is based on illegality. And people are questioning your credibility as the president of a country. You have only 37% of people that supported you. And every other president in America where you live, they were once a governor. So Nigerian case cannot be different. Some of them were senators and they became president in the United States of America. So what I'm trying to say is this. Somebody said, P2B have never said that he's challenging Bola Tinubu that he won an election. But he said, if you want to be called an excellency, it is the process that made you to become an excellency is what I am challenging. And let that process play out. So for somebody to tell me that I am delusional because I believe in the process of rule of law, come on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ike.
Sorry, I leave to go take lunch. I'm coming. Don't push me out completely. I'm going for lunch.
No, but if you're backstage, you're occupying space too. We have limited space. So that's the problem I'm trying to make understand.
Okay, give somebody.
You can come back anytime. Yeah. So,
okay. God bless you.
Yeah, I'm not picking on anybody. It's just that people want to come in. Jude, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages, and thank you all our listeners and fellow panelists. The reason actually why I came in just because of what Abba, the very insensitive comment that this so-called Pastor Abba made. Personally, I feel offended by that statement because some of us that, when the election was stolen and they said, okay, if you feel you have stolen, go to court. And P2B now went to court, or Biden now went to court. And then we went to court, they now got reversed back again. The same people that say go to court if you feel dissatisfied about the outcome of the election. And they became angry that they went to court and started doing everything humanly possible to scuttle it, both humanly and physically and spiritually possible to scuttle the effort of going to court and start blaming them for going to court. And now somebody's coming to say that we are delusional, people who are believing that at least the court, they are not expecting the court to rule in favor of Obi, but to do justice, to rule based on the evidence that will be presented before them and give justice. That is what everybody is expecting the court to do. And someone is coming to say they are delusional. Well, I can't somehow, on the other hand, I don't blame him because, you can only be a wicked man or an evil man to support an evil person or an evil system. That is the truth of the matter. That is it. No righteous person, no good man will support an evil man. Okay.
Dude, let's go back to the conversation for today. I know that you are reacting to Janaba. He's not here now. Let's not focus on that. Let's just go back.
Okay. Let's go back because I wanted to put that out there, and then also the issue that Shetima is a good man. Nothing. He's a good man without that Shetima stood for in Nigeria, and even the 2-year-old child in Nigeria knows who Shetima is. And Abba is coming here to say that Shetima is a good man. Well, let's leave it because it's not here. But perhaps I thought maybe he will be. For the topic.
Yeah, the topic for today. We wanted to know.
Tinubu is now president. Which way or what next, right?
Yeah, no, the reaction, that is how we framed it. Okay, so first of all, your reaction to what happened, if you have any. If you watch the speech, what do you think about the speech? If you did not, what do you think, if you are not in support of Tinubu, is there anything that he could do within the next 100 days that will make you change your view of him? That's the way we framed it. So
okay, well, talking about that, even though I didn't watch the speeches, but at least I saw some of the clips. People have been sending here and there about his physical and mental status, and we have all really, many of us have forgotten that even in the same constitution which he has sworn in now, one of the parameters of somebody contesting for that position is that he must be of sound mental health. Okay, but unfortunately, Nigeria is a country where anything goes. I've never seen a time a presidential people are lining up for presidential candidates and they say, okay, the constitution says you have to be of sound mental health. Okay, let us get a doctor to assess and make sure that these people are sound mental health. But even if at that we're not doing that, and there's nobody that cannot see clearly that Tinubu is not of sound mental health. Look at, he almost fell on the stage. Somebody who is incoherent and all that. And how is that man going to be able to lead a country in Nigeria that is at this brink of demise, of collapse? Not even at the brink. Nigeria is already collapsing. And is that somebody that's going to be able to resuscitate Nigeria that is already at what is the ICU? Okay. Now, what next? Let me tell us what next in the next 100 days. Tinubu's administration, at least I'm 100% sure is one of the efforts he's going to make is that he will make another executive order, whatever bill is going to pass, to see that nobody, come 4 years' time, no party will get him to go through, if he survives till 4 years' time, to go through what he has gone through. He's going to institutionalize corruption in Nigeria. You see, many of the things we are saying is corruption now. Tinubu is going to make it legal so that nobody can challenge it anymore. Because you can't expect somebody who came in on the vehicle of corruption to leadership to go and dismantle that same vehicle with which he came in, knowing that he also needs that same vehicle in the subsequent election to go further, to finish the 8th term. There's no way he can do it. Okay, so Nigeria, just brace up for the worst. Is it Buhari administration that we're all crying? Just brace up. We might end up in the next 1 year, sir, be praying, please, Buhari, can you come back?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Jeff. Austin, I know it's been a while that we heard from you, and nice to have you back in. So,
just as my brother just said that what next again for Tinubu administration for maybe for 6 months, because I don't know if he's going to be able to make it to even 100 1 year. You can see that Tinubu cannot take Nigeria anywhere. We all should accept that. He's not taking us anywhere. This is a man, in public, they pretend all is well with him. But inside, they carry this man like baby to sit down. Even you can see the officer standing on his back during the inauguration. He was the one trying to put his dress to enrage him not to fall down. So there is nothing much we are going to expect, just as I said for Buhari. During Buhari implement banditry, he implement kidnapping. So Tinubu, as my brother just said, is going to implement the highest level of corruption. Even Mahmoud Yakub is not going anywhere. He's still going to be there for Tinubu to use for another 4 years. If he succeed, that is what I'm saying, because Mahmoud Yakub is already there, is not going anywhere. So the only way we can move forward as a Nigeria, we need a sincere person to come in to dislodge all these people, just like what happened in Ghana. That is what we need. We should not expect anything from Tinubu. He's already has his cabal that is going to work for him. Shetima, as you see, Shetima is not in the picture. I'm telling you the truth. Shetima is not going to be in the picture because Tinubu is not, Ikaba is not going to let Shetima do anything. If you believe maybe Shetima is going to have anything to say, whatever happened to Tinubu, you will not hear it for 1 year. Just like what happened to Yaradua. Before you will even hear anything that happened to Tinubu, Shetima will not know anything because they will not give him space to Tinubu. So let me just go straight to what we will expect from Tinubu more. What we will expect from Tinubu, because we no longer have constitution in Nigeria. So everybody can do anything in Nigeria because nobody is going to respect his government. Nobody is going to appreciate whatever comes out from Tinubu because the constitution is dead today. So there is nothing we can talk about Nigeria for the future except by his grace, the judiciary that is still loping like a millipede. Maybe they can still resurrect the case in court to show that, yes, Nigeria can still be called Nigeria. Otherwise, let's just take the symbol of what we will expect from Tinubu. Not 6 months, nothing is coming out. And Rudolph, please, you talk about pastors. All these pastors, we know they have taken us to see something. All the prophecy, everything. So the prophecy even encouraged Tinubu swearing in everything to even go wise for us to see. Because just as you said, even if their prophecy, their member didn't see it work, they are still going to continue to go to the church and pay more offering and tithe. That is what we have come to be in Nigeria. So I hope maybe you guys will continue to give this platform for us to talk to these people in power, to enable us to checkmate them, know they are going out and they are coming in our treasury, because there's nothing we can do. We give the highest office to number one. I don't want to use the harsh word, like maybe just the number one of everything, because what you cannot see, what does not exist, it exists in Tinubu.
All right.
He's going to perfect it. So we will see it is on the street. People is going to get in free of time. Corruption. It's just we are sharing it in the street.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dan, welcome to the show. I'll skip you, KJ. I know you've had the chance. I'll come back to you. Dan, welcome to the show.
Good day, Dr. Damages, and greetings to everybody there. And sorry to say, I want to start on a very bad note. I wish Nigeria
hold on. I was thinking that you uplift us now. We've been so down. I saw Fix and I said, I don't know about Fix. I saw John. I said, I don't know. Let me call Dan. You uplift us. Okay, go ahead, Dan.
No, Mr. Rudolph, sorry. Sometimes when somebody give you, I don't know whether Mopo don't slap you with double hand before.
No, don't wish that on me. Thank you.
I remember those days when we did secondary school, where we go watch film, we no get money. If you jump door, if they catch you, now double slap, they go give you. If you stand, then they go, say you're a human being. So let me go straight to the point, because it's not a laughing matter, Today is the worst day of my life. I'm telling you, I've seen so many worse things in my life before. I've slept in the street. Hunger don't nearly kill me one time in my life. But today is the worst day of my life. The funniest thing was that I was at work. So even my boss look at me and say, "Boy, are you sure you're okay?" I say, "I'm trying to be okay." Until I confess to him that my country is burning.
Where?
You understand?
What part?
No, at that swearing, I don't know what thing they say then do there, swearing or no. Besides, there's sometimes somebody go see something. You will just look at the life, and then you don't know whether are you giving up hope or you
were
just
you expecting that it wouldn't happen today? I mean, I want to understand that seriously. Were you thinking that this process?
Honestly, in my dreams, I was thinking it won't happen. Only in my dreams.
Yesterday, you thought it wouldn't happen.
in my dream. So I was just praying. I told you I went to fast now. I took fasting for this thing not to work.
I'm not laughing at you, but you are.
I've never fasted before,
Yeah,
but because of the trouble in my mind, I
seriously?
decided to say maybe if I fast, it can change something.
Wow.
But let me just go to the point. What the topic?
Mm.
You understand? You said, okay. First of all, I wish Bola Tinubu bad luck. First of all, I don't have no regrets to say this because he have wished Nigerians bad luck first. So I wish him bad luck first. Anybody can come carry me. I don't care. The 100 days that you said, what we expect from Tinubu, my brothers here, they've said much. I don't need to add anything in the soup again. The soup has been cooked. Nothing whatsoever, from my own point of view, will come from.
Okay, hold on, Dan. You said that you fasted and all those things. Let me take you to your Christian religion. Let's say that Tinubu was Saul, and you know that Saul turned around and became Paul and became one of the biggest. Don't you think that is possible? You fasted for something. You don't think that's possible?
No, you should have asked me my point of fasting. Anything you do, there's a point of prayer, point of fasting. My point of fasting was that make I just wake up. They say Tinubu don't. He just wake up, he slump. They can't postpone the inauguration. That was the point of I was fasting. No, be saying no for this.
So hold on, Dan. Let's explore this. You are thinking, so your pastor. Okay, let's not go there.
No, I don't get pastor. I don't go. I don't there among those people where they contribute.
Because I won't be surprised if you are one of the people who give all you get to the pastor. I mean, I'm planning to start a church, and this thing doesn't work out very well. I see as a member, and
Rudolph.
Rudolph.
I know where you are going, but let me make my point. My name is Dan and Daniel, but let me tell you, no pastor in that Nigeria will eat my money. Because most of them, I know most of them. Not the big ones, but I've seen friends that I know personally. I know their hearts. I know their doings. Suddenly you see them, they say, God, something happened one day. He go 6 months Bible college. He begin wear tie and suit. And I know them properly. So I can imagine what can this man, there's no Saul there turning to Paul. Honestly, Mr. Rudolph, to be honest, I tell you, today is one of the saddest day of my life.
No, my surprise was that as of yesterday, you were thinking that it's something that could stop that. What happened today?
Yes, that was what I was thinking now. That
didn't you see Dr. Haruna, who was, you know him as one of the obedient people, talking yesterday that it will happen?
What he was saying was that we should come up and block the road so that it won't happen. But me, I know Nigeria, there's nothing like blocking road. They will just kill people anyhow.
No, he didn't say it won't happen. He was saying, don't misquote him. He didn't say so that it won't happen. He was talking about if at the end, after the judgment and it didn't go well and other things, but not that anything could stop what happened today. All right.
No, it was my that's if you understand, sometimes when you are confused about something and your wish is that I don't want this thing to happen, then you start going through those type of trance that I went. I say make I fast, maybe when I go just hear breaking news, Tinubu don't fall down, they don't postpone the election. That was what I was fasting for. So let me just bear my pain. They listen to the other views.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much.
Mr.
Thank you, John. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Yeah.
Dr. Damage. Good evening. This is my first time here. I just saw you on YouTube. I got interested, and let me just click the link, and here I am.
You are welcome. Dan, help us. What do you sing in your church? You are welcome.
No, I don't know that type of song. I'm not part of that song, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I told you, Dan, you were supposed to compose music for us to play for people like John. When they come for the first time, we play the music for them.
Okay, brother, the kind compose where I go compose for you, no be today, because today
Brother,
I'm not
no worry, no worry. Your mind not even they okay for now. So let me just
at all. My mind, I cannot think anything right now.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see
Please.
that.
Okay, John, did you watch?
Do not let her tell us things about 100 days for Tinubu. You just take him as from his submission. At least that will give us courage to know wetin go come from Tinubu 100 days.
Is it my own view?
Yes, yes.
Don't worry, Dan. We'll come back to you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I go there around because I no feel.
John, go ahead.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. It's good to be here, and I want to say thank you to everybody. I enjoyed the different kind of mindsets and perception that I've seen so far. Some funny, some weird, and some optimistic in the way they think and everything. I don't want to correct anybody because everybody's entitled to his own opinion, but some of the opinions makes me to laugh. When some of the things Dan said, I was really cracking up and stuff like that, and it's also I'm learning from it also. So for me, I stayed all up, like I no sleep, because first of all, I was interested in Nigeria. I'm not in Nigeria, but I'm very, very much interested in Nigeria. Like every small thing, I'm into politics. I'm into, even though I'm young, so I'm trying to read history, what happened and how we got to here, because I found out that I was not taught about all this when I was young. It was when I came to abroad, I started learning about all these things, post-colonial and stuff. So I got interested in politics, trying to understand why our country is like this. Leading up back to today, if you permit me, let me go to Buhari's regime coming up to this week. Buhari, for me, we gave the mandate to a man that is seeking power just to have that power bestowed upon him, and he used it and he misused it. Buhari might be the good man I've ever seen as a president, but he appointed the wrong people in different positions because of what is religion. He trusted people more of religion and more of work ethic. That is his biggest mistake for me. And why would I say so? I said so because if a minister could come up and said, after serving 8 years, he said, I know nothing about education in the dying moment of his departure. Personally, if I see the man, if I get gun, I feel shoot him. Personally, my opinion. If I see the man.
Now, let me.
Personally, I'm telling you.
You don't have to say it on this program.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take my word back.
We don't support. That's why we smile sometimes when people.
Oh, okay. So
we don't support violence. And
okay. I'm not inciting violence, please. I'm not inciting violence.
Yeah, even for you to go and commit one, we don't want you to. We don't want you to. Do.
I have a lot of things that I've written down here that I listened to today at the inauguration. Yes, I saw Emefiele sitting down beside Tony Elumelu today at the inauguration. I saw Shetima and everything. What's particularly caught my attention?
Steven, turn that thing down.
Is Tinubu's speech.
What was Soludo?
Tinubu's speech. Speaking about Soludo, I don't want to say anything about Soludo because I'm not. I saw what happened. But I cannot.
What happened? I've been getting messages that something happened.
Oh, what happened was, you see, what happened is if we follow the rule of law, everything will go accordingly. You cannot expect an event ongoing and you will now start coming. The protocol and everything has been short, and you came late. So Soludo was
or Hope Uzodinma. I thought he was.
No, Hope Uzodinma came late. He came after Hope Uzodinma came. President came.
Yeah, exactly.
So then, after all this, when the president comes, the thing kicks off and everything is closed. Then Soludo came late. So for me, they told him to go to the other side to follow the back entrance to the VIP. But not that he was not at the VIP, he was at the VIP. But if he went to the back, I don't know. It's social media. I don't know. So
the bus me out from the main trans.
That's what they will say.
Sorry, Rudolph, sorry, let me just correct something. That is a normal protocol. Any event that the president is attending, once the president gets in, the door is closed. Nobody comes through. And you can't get up until he decides to leave. If they have to do that, they have to sneak you out. That's a normal protocol. So it's not because it's a good or any other thing.
Exactly.
That's protocol.
So speaking about Tinubu's speech today, he spoke about fuel subsidy. He spoke about the economy. He spoke about reforms of the sectors. I spoke about exchange rates. I'm just giving you my words I got out from the speech. And he spoke about stability and equity, equality, and he spoke about history. These are my own agenda I took off from his speech. Now, what to expect from Tinubu? Already, as we're speaking now, he has already made his media aids.
Who
right now.
Who was that? I have not seen the news. I've been.
His media is essay is Dele Baba, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I just saw it while we were talking.
Okay, don't worry. Go ahead. I'll find it.
So he has made it.
Sorry, Dada Olusegun.
Yeah, Olusegun. So he has made it. So speaking about fuel subsidy, I know there's Q9 in Abuja. The problem I'm seeing with this thing now is the rise of food prices. It's going to be high for Nigerians. That's what I'm going to say. But I think for me, I like, in as much as everybody's opinion here is, they stole our mandate, they did that. I want to give Tinubu the benefit of a doubt, and I like what is happening at the moment. I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but I want to give him a benefit of a doubt. Why? The ratio of people who voted for Tinubu, the people that wanted Tinubu to be president is lesser than people that want him to go, that doesn't want him to be the president. Let's say 30% of the population wants him to be president. Why 75% does not want him to be the president? So my perception now means for me is Tinubu would not want to mess up because he knew how tough the race is. There's P2B there coming in and waiting for him to mess up. So if he miss, and again, don't forget about my generation coming up. I've seen P2B. There's another generation come before me who have seen how the election is. So Tinubu will not want to mess things up. He will want to put things in agenda so that he will not give room for other people because he will want to perform. He will want to outsmart a lot of people. So I want to give him that benefit of a doubt that he is going to surprise. Some people said he's going to fail, but me, I feel he's going to surprise a lot of people. In as much as his mental and health, well-being and stuff like that, I've seen he has already talked about reforming the police already. He has talked about so many things and is hitting the ground running. So for me, I want to just give him that small space. Let him do why P2B do his things in the courts. Let him do his thing and let's see how it goes in the first 100 days. So I will not want to judge. I want to see how he performs, how he appoints, because who he appoints will affect his progress. So I feel like he will not want to mess up. That's my belief. And I just want to keep it short and simple so that other people can say what they want to say.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. We always like new ideas and new perspectives. So, Rotimi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, everybody. Honestly, a lot of things that I really want to say has been said by John. This is my first time ever joining a live things like this. It's like I don't even know how to. So, and then most of the time that I really wish to join something like this, I look at people's names, honestly, and then when I see, a whole bunch of tribe, either Yoruba is a whole bunch of tribe, or the Igbos or Hausas, I kind of don't want to really join that kind of stuff because it looks like everybody's mindset and ideology are just based on that tribe, regardless if you're Yoruba. So I look at all this name, Okechukwu and stuff like that. I was like, can I join this thing? And I listened to everybody's conversation. It looks to me like, everyone was kind of like the same direction. So I said, but let me just join. But to my 100%, surprise, and this one guy just come from somewhere. His name started with J, that John. And then I'm like, okay, here comes the same thing. And then I just realized that his conversation was just way more different. I did not vote. I live here in Arizona. However, I only, in my mind, I supported Tinubu because of his track record, not because of any other thing. Because, sometimes it's not even easy to move a state from maybe number 20 in Africa all the way to number 6, whatever the number was before you get to that point, up to, there are some facts that we cannot really deny. I have my son here, he's 22, he lives in this house with me. He voted for Obi, all his friends. Sometimes they make jest of me that, Daddy, don't worry, you forget, you follow the old people. But I never try to change their mind because I believe whoever emerge, we can always pray for him. You know, um, straight to my point because, like I said, John already said almost everything I want to say. You understand? So Tinubu is, is surrounded with a lot of things, atrocity, health. Honestly, I like the guy, but I also worry about his health. I can never deny that. I like him. Do I want him to become president? Yes, I do. However, I still worry about his health. And at the same time, I came to realize that this mind, this our heart that we are using to live in this world, is owned by God. If somebody did not die, nobody can take the life away from him. Buhari came in with this different kind of health issue. Nobody ever believed Buhari will ever survive 8 years. And a year before the end of this Buhari's regime, Buhari came out to be like a sound health. Like everybody was just even surprised, like, why is Buhari so active like this? You understand? So people who have passed in this world, nobody ever believed Yadua was going to just pass like that from the beginning of his regime. If we are talking of the worst election in our own history in this Nigeria, we can always go back to Obasanjo, where 2000, where the population of the state, the result that came out in that state is more than the population of the people that live in that state. But the thing about it is a lot of things open in this world because we are in the world of social media. It's more open than the 2015. There are a lot of things that is happening now that has never happened. This federal capital of a thing, Buhari never win his federal capital. There's always a judiciary called the judiciary issue, and then there's always they will always swear in. But the reason why this is even more like too loud is because everybody now have access to talk these days because we are all on social media. That's what just makes the difference. They're always in court until they change that law that, okay, we have to make sure the judiciary finish their thing before they swear in anybody. It will always happen. It's not a new thing. The only difference is because we are all on internet now. We can all see. We can all talk. That's what is different. Everything is just the same. We had one argument with one of my friends, and I asked him one day, I said, what is your major reason why you don't want this guy to be the president? You will come to realize that a lot of people will not give you the real facts. You know what he said? He said because he held on to Lagos for 30 years and now he's becoming president. He wants to control the federal and the state. I was like, look, you're not basing this thing on merits. You still base it on because somebody is holding this thing and is holding this thing. We need a track record. I believe in Obi. I believe Obi will do. I just think Obi might face a lot of problems because of the way he might want to approach the whole thing. And those people, those cabals, those house of rep and everything, they're all corrupt. They will attack him. He might have even lot of people, but I just believe Tinubu is a negotiator. I'm only worried about his age. I mean, not even his age, because Joe Biden, we are all in advanced country. Joe Biden, if we want to talk about age, Joe Biden is even older than him. Joe Biden fell 2 times. He fell when he was on the, I think, U.S. Air Force step. Was the second time, because me, I'm a news person. I watch CNN. If I show you my TV now, it's CNN. And I don't watch only CNN. I watch CNN and Fox. The reason why I like to watch both stuff is because CNN will not say something about Democrats. I will hear it, a lot of bad things about Republicans. And when I go to Fox News, I can hear a lot of bad things about Democrats. Then I can do my comparison. And it's another reason why I listen to TVC and Arise News. Because there are some things that Arise News will never see. They will cover it up. And TVC will cover stuff up. So that's how I get my, most of my distance. And the second time that Joe Biden fell was when he was riding the bike. I don't know if anybody was able to see that. I'm telling you, everything surrounded Joe Biden as well. And we are all here in this country and thinking because somebody's old somewhere, that they cannot do anything. You understand what I'm saying? I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. And then that my brother, I know his name, I know he's talking out of anger. That he said, it's the worst, thing of his life and stuff like that. We are all in abroad. If we start talking about this country that we call our own country, we still have today.
Okay, Rotimi, thank you so much.
So let's just pray for this country and see how, let's give them benefit of the doubt again. So let me just stop here and then let other people talk.
Thank you, Rotimi. Henry, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening. First of all, I supported Obi not because of where he came from, or I didn't know Obi. I didn't know Obi I don't know about Obi, but when I saw some videos online where he was addressing people, and when they were interviewing him, they said, "Who is this man?" Then my brother called me from Nigeria and said, one man, I should check Brekete family. Obi is there. I went to Brekete family. I saw him where they were interviewing, where he was talking, was so passionate about Nigeria. Then I went to check about his record. There's no place you can say Obi was arrested or for corruption, any other thing. He said a lot of things about how he changed the educational system from Anambra State. It's the security issue. I saw everything about him. That's why I supported Obi. But Tinubu, if Tinubu were to be younger than he is now, that would be okay. My father is 98 years old, man. He talk fluently. He move fast for his age because he's not sick like that. But we know Tinubu is sick. Okay, God, every time we call God, do America always say God give us good president? Mr. Rudolph, all of you there, most of you are in America too. Have you heard about anybody say, may God give us good government, may God make us have a good road? Have you ever seen something like that? It's only in Nigeria we always call this God. We abuse this name God too much. God already leave you people already in Nigeria, in Africa. You should know that. Because he gave you everything. He gave Africa everything. But it's less for us as a citizen, as a human, as citizens to bring the right leader. Because we haven't rulers. Okay, because we don't have it. We don't have it. We have everything to change their country. We are talking about we live in a Western country, America, UK, Europe. We have 24 hours electricity. Do Nigeria have it? The track record of Tinubu was a half track record. I don't see no track record. Lagos still look like slum, where they have everything: airport, international airport. They have a seaport there. It still look like slum. Let's forget about this Lagos, this island, whatever they call banana island, what they call them. Go to real Lagos, there's real Lagos. Go there and see. People live so below poverty. People sleeping under the bridge. So if you want to say people have track record, we don't even know where it came from. We don't even know his family. We don't even know it.
My father didn't know where he went to school, primary school, secondary school, high institution. Then he knows where he worked, where he retired. My father didn't know it tomorrow. But this one don't have it. Then we should just Nigerians will have the younger youth in the black race. We have the young ones. Those people, they want somebody who's going to push them direct to the right place, place. Not somebody who's going to come back, start looting. Look how the people coming to be senate now. Some of them from governor to senator. Look at Fabio. Akpabio, the same Akpabio with his office. The guy was pretending he's dying or whatever, he's sleeping or whatever they call him. Off the mic, this one, do that. The same person want to be your senior president. Do you want to tell me these kind of people have integrity? Obi, if anybody can come, Obi said it's usually nobody. He challenged every Nigerians. He said if he find where he have any negative
Henry, let me stop you. The topic today, we are still talking about what happened today. So I want you to go.
Okay, let me go that fast short. Okay, Tinubu, like Tinubu inauguration, I don't even expect anything positive there because we're going to be.
Did you watch?
I watched it. I didn't watch it. My brother sent me, said, go to the channel, go and watch. I said, no, I'm watching. I was in Nigeria Watch then, but I was at work. I said, no, I don't want to watch it because I was so angry. In the sense that the 25%. We have, some people will say we have rule of law, constitution, whatever. But is it right for the judge to run away from the court on the day they're supposed to talk about it to the 5%? Is it right? Huh? Is it right? Nigerians look at the inauguration today. It's like they're doing ceremony or somebody buy. It's like somebody buy. There's no celebration like that there. When you inaugurate new president, you see everywhere, home and away. I come home, nobody, they said, everybody, they say, they don't have the light to watch TV. What do you expect, Mr. Rudolph, from Tinubu and his gang? What do you expect? Tell me.
The question I have for people is, for you, I know you don't support him. Is there anything that he would do that will make you reconsider?
Anything they can do right now, if they should go and let us see the results, that's all we're looking for. That's the only thing we're looking for. We can see results that, okay, he really win the election. Why not? We wish him well.
Okay. Henry, thank
you. But they are jack this. Mr. Rudolph, you are a journalist. You can investigate this election that passed now. You didn't do your research. You know the fact. They're taking us for a ride. This is not right.
Thank you, Henry.
Vital information, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Crave your indulgence, coordinator. I understand that Chief Aleu Dokwesi just passed.
Yeah, no, we've got the news. I showed him here more than an hour ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when I get to KJ, he may have to tell us something. I wasn't in television in Nigeria, so I don't really know him other than, but KJ may know him personally. Yeah.
My time is off.
Yeah, because
so far.
Henry, we are trying to focus on the inauguration and what happened today, and what if there is anything you are expecting from the new president.
Like I said, direct now.
You kept going back to the past.
Okay, like I was saying, Nigerians, what they need is just want to know if Tinubu really win the election.
Yeah, but it's not Tinubu that we do that. What you're saying now, Tinubu will not and say.
No, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Nigerians are in pain. A lot of Nigerians are in pain. We should not pretend about it. We knows it. They are jacked this. Okay, why are they? What's the haste of inaugurating Tinubu? What's the haste?
What's the what? The haste? Okay.
Yeah. Why? Tell me why.
No, they say, Henry, I don't want us to talk about something that we don't have control about. This is the process that has been in place from the time they announced the results. And that's what we are talking about, what happened. It's not, we can't change it. You're asking me now, why did they know? Nobody.
Buhari Pro Mass is coming.
If you didn't change yesterday, the what?
Buhari Pro Mass is coming.
Okay. Yeah, so you can say that. That's okay.
Yeah.
what I want to do is I want to we have passed through the election, and we have to start. I want people to be. We have to start thinking, not just
We
about.
should not.
I
We should
don't
not.
care about solutions,
We
but I
should, we should
also.
not even. We should not even try to think something could be better going to happen. We should
Okay,
just
yeah,
forget that.
that's legitimate. That's
For
okay.
like 6 months, watch out.
Okay,
We'll come back here to talk about it.
that's the
Thank
point.
you.
That's okay. Yeah, Uche, welcome to the show.
Can I
Hi,
say something, if you permit
hi,
me?
Dr. Damages. Sorry. I've always
Hold
wanted
on.
to. Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Let Uche speak. I'll come to you for a minute.
Okay.
Uche,
So
go ahead.
it's going to be the first time I'm going to talk to you, Dr. Damages.
Oh, thank you.
I've been a follower since the time you always carry bell and you do your journalists, your shows, right?
Yeah,
So the subject matter today, I'll first of all want to make some introductions and make some key definitions, right? So let's first get this concept. The strength of any nation, right, when you're comparing countries, depends on the collective mindset of its citizens, right? So you and I make a country. All of us here, we make a country. And I feel one fundamental thing we need to consider is to, first of all, identify what are the key problems or challenges Nigeria is currently facing, and as well, what kind of milestones are we going to um, judge Tinubu on? Let's say for the first 100 days, for the first 6 months, based on how feasible it is for him to solve those problems. On my list here, I can see that one of the key problems would be terrorism, the growth of terrorism, the insecurity, as well as the religious fanaticism, right, in the country, right? Because as a Nigerian, I might be biased in this answer, but I don't think Nigeria is like when you want to compare countries, I put Nigeria in the top 3 countries in the world because our true potential is not where we are today, right? And if you add 80 years to our lives, right, it's not going to matter if I'm a Yoruba man, I'm an Igbo man, I'm an Hausa man. Whatever impact we leave or the way we live our lives today is going to affect our unborn children. So we can't run a government or run politics or it's a thing of like something we just gamble, we just say, okay, after 8 years, let's just try, let's just see what happens, right? That's the mess that brought us here. Why we are not competing with nations that we should compete with. If you remember 1996, Nigeria played Brazil and Argentina, maybe 98. I was a little kid then. That there showed you what we could do when we come together as a country, right? What Nigeria did there, a lot of countries can't do it. Like we played Brazil, we played Argentina. Sorry, I'm deviating from the subject matter, but I'm only trying to raise a point here. So Tinubu is the president. Good. What are those milestones that we should say, okay, after 100 days, right? We should know what kind of government we're going to achieve. And the process by which he became the president is also important because right the violence, the electoral process, these are things that we need to solve. 80 years to our lives, we are all of us here, we're already dead. Right. So what kind of life are we going to leave behind? And if we try to sound politically correct, and we're sounding politically correct, not trying to identify the real issues that we're trying to solve. We're just going to just talk, and we'll end up not like finding solutions that will make us compete. I want to see a Nigeria that can compete because our true potential, you and I know that Nigerians are really smart people. Where we are today, we've done it in the music industry, we've done it in the academic industry. So it's surprising why Nigeria is not working, right? So once again, I would like to just keep it brief, and thank you so much for like giving me this platform to air my opinions. So
Thank you. Uche, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Q, welcome to the show. Q, you look excited. Is it Q or am I getting it? Oh, CJ. Oh, I'm so sorry. From my end, it's like Q. Okay, CJ. Sorry so much. Sorry about that.
Oh, hi. Good morning.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good.
I've been following you for quite a long time. This is my first time of coming live on your show.
Today is a wonderful day. New people just decided that they will have to come in today. Go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah. So for me, I think the problem in Nigeria, I would say politicians, police, and pastors. These are the three problems we have. If we can get rid of these problems, then Nigeria will be a great place.
Hold on. I want Sasha to tweet it out. Politician,
police, and pastors.
Police and pastors. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. These are the three P's we have. These are our problems. Because if you can see on YouTube, a lot of pastors and prophets were giving people false hope. Hey, Tinubu will now be sworn in. Hey, blah, blah. And some people, I just will say, amen, amen. I pray. What the hell? You're praying for what? Something that's going to happen? You know? So for me, I understand the feelings. You know, people are hurt. I was actually hurt. I didn't support what's his name, Tinubu. But I think we just have to be realistic here. Tinubu has come to stay. He's going to stay even till 8 years. Probably, if he's still alive, he's going to rule for 8 years. Now, the next point of action for people who don't believe in Tinubu, what they should be thinking about is how do we make sure that another Tinubu does not happen to Nigeria again? How? If obedience were able to make this great impact, how do we divert that strength to a place that can make sure that another Tinubu does not come again? That should be the next point of action. Forget about your emotion. Tinubu is going to be there. Now, what do we do next? Now that he's there, that's the question to answer. And once you answer that question, then you go for it. Now, a democracy of a nation is as strong as the strength of the institutions that are supposed to checkmate the executive. No politician is going to do anything good for you. No politician on earth, even in America. No one. No politician. Every politician is there for their own interest. You have to make them do what you want. How do you make them do what you want if you don't put pressure on them? How do you put pressure on them? Creating those institutions to checkmate them. And that's the reason why I believe in what Prof said. Now, what do you guys have to do? Channel that energy to the people you elected in your National Assembly. Even if Obi were to be sworn in today, Obi can't make any changes. He won't be able to do nothing. The institutions, the democratic institutions are bad. If, for example, he comes in with his executive power, make changes, when he leaves at the end of 8 years, Nigeria, the next person that comes can drag Nigeria back. So what do you do to sustain that changes? Institutions. Now you have a National Assembly that makes 13 million naira every month, excluding the allowance. Multiplied by 1 year, they are making $200 and something thousand in a year. Why? And they sit only 6 months in a year. Why? Why can't Nigerians and obedience channel their energy towards that institution? This is the institution that can create that enabling environment for other institutions to be independent. You, for real, Tinubu can be sworn in today and decide to sack the Chief Justice, sack all the whole judges who are handling his case. Nothing is going to happen. He has the power to do it. And there will be no justice. Now, how do you make sure that he doesn't have such power in future, or the next president that comes in doesn't have such? Pressurize the National Assembly to make sure that the judiciary is for sure independent. Make sure that the president doesn't have the power to appoint the Chief Justice. He doesn't have the power to sack the Chief Judge. He doesn't have the power to sack judges. Make sure that he doesn't have, INEC is truly independent, that there's a law that makes sure that the president doesn't have the power to appoint and sack INEC chairman or any rec. People can actually apply for the INEC chairmanship job and be interviewed, and anybody can get it. You don't have to know anybody. These are the things we need to put in place. We need to strengthen our institutions. We need to make their National Assembly, if possible, if they have to amend the constitution or make a new constitution, we need to work on the National Assembly. Right now, we have new people there from Labour Party and other parties. What makes you think that those people are saints? Man, they go give them Ghana must go, they will carry up. They don't go remember when they suffer. They will take the money. It's now you guys have to start putting pressure. Otherwise, you're going to see a lot of them start decamping. Put pressure on them. This is the right time. Channel your anger, your emotions to those people in the National Assembly. Tell them what you want. Tell them you want the independence of the judiciary. Tell them you want the independence of INEC. The true independent INEC should be able to make their own budgets and submit to National Assembly without any, like, judiciary should be there should be their own tier of government entirely independent of the executive. Tinubu should have no power over them, or any incoming president should have no power over them. That's the only way democracy can be sustainable. Otherwise, even if you bring a saint in that office, even if the saint does anything good, when he goes out, another bad person can come in and the person will mess up the system. So that is the only solution.
Thank you, CJ. Fix.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I greet you. Good evening.
How are you?
Fine.
Okay.
Thank you, CJ. You spoke. I think you talk my mind small. You know, one for I want to start like this. What I'm expecting from Tinubu, one, please, nothing should happen to him, or even if they are going to remove him or not, let him stabilize everything, because the signs that I will get first is, because when I hear I've forgotten his name. When I hear our former president, the first thing that comes to my mind is nepotism. So from his appointments, that's where I will start to score him. And again, if somebody mentioned about Nnamdi Kanu, if that man can swallow whatever Nnamdi Kanu have said about him, and he frees him, you know, that one will go a long way too. Then let's not just say people will carry Grandma's goals and all that. Me, I want Tinubu to surprise me, you know, let him surprise me. I'm saying that he might not do enough because of his health. What will suffer in our former president's hand every time going abroad because of sickness and all that is too much. And this one now we have gotten now, it's quite obvious that it's not healthy. You know, that's one of the challenges that we are going to be having. And again, let's not until court will remove him, let's not write him off completely. I want to say there is somebody that I'm just like a mini Tinubu. Let me make example of my state, Ebonyi State. Before Omar he came into office, many of us, like me, I grew up hearing many things about Omahi and how he's a bad man and all that. But when he went to the office, even the people that he locked up after the 2007 election that they hijacked, he locked a lot of youth up and all that. But today, he's using them. He's using them and giving a lot of my people distance, empowerment, you know, and he has transformed Ebonyi State in a way. But if you think about him back in the days, you won't believe that he can do such things. Because anybody that knows Ebonyi State very well, you know that Ebonyi State is if not the poorest, but one of the poorest states in Nigeria. But he has tried. So what I'm saying in essence, until they go put Obi for us, let him not, because me as I dey Abuja here now, I no go like make bad things come dey happen for Abuja like this now. So it no go funny. So let him just, if he's not going to make things right, let him just leave us the way we are. Let the thing not get bad again. You know, because this is where former president bring cash policies and all that. It doesn't favor us at all. The small money where you save, you have to use it and buy naira to continue staying alive and all that. So I won't wish him to go bad and all that.
Thank
So
you.
let him be healthy and not use our money to be treating himself and all that.
Thank you, Fix.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much.
Fix joined us from our. Can you mute yourself, Fix, please? Let me go back to KJ. KJ,
Hey, Dr. Jamajis, what are you doing? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey.
I know you are there, but I know you've been here before. I'm trying to. There's some things I'm.
Yeah, but I have other things to say.
Yeah, I know. You will say something very soon, but I want him to talk about this the person that died, Raymond. It's interesting that he died on a day like this because he did a documentary on Tinubu that caused problems for AIT. I think they had to withdraw the documentary or something. Can you remember? Can you tell us, KJ?
Yes, Chief Raymond Dekposi, a very great man, and
why do people say he is a great man? What did he do that made him great?
Chief Raymond Dekposi was one of those who fought the military government.
Okay.
He was in the forefront of fighting with Nadeko and all those, those people. He was also the first person who was able to untwist the military government to allow for independent radio stations and television stations to come on board.
Okay.
So his own station was the very first that was started in 1993, if I remember very well, and that was then the Ray Power Station, which was quite, he's been in the forefront of fighting for democracy and standing in with those who today are, milking the cows. And so Raymond, he's also one of those who was able to actually, because when his station started, it brought a lot of enlightenment, to Nigerians. So many things were discussed. At many times, he was in a loggerhead with government because of some of the content he allowed on his station. The last one being the one of Tinubu that, the station had, they were fined by NBC and all that. Not because the documentary itself was out of place, but because, these people always try to protect their own and not allow, the bad things to be said. That's why they sneak around looking for who to ban or to who to fine for all kinds of things. But shortly after that, he handed over his station to his son, who now runs it, who is his direct son, Dakosi Jr. And they announced his passing. He actually announced the passing today. Before now, he had been with Atiku, and he was one of those who helped Atiku go around the nation. Especially, I remember following some of his trip to the east, where he made a very formidable remarks about what to expect from PDP if PDP was able to win. He has been in the forefront of Nigerian politics and in media for a very long time. He has a very wide range of staffs. His television house could be compared to any major television house, outside of Africa, because it had all the gadgets. Whether they are properly used or not, that's a different thing. Yes, and then he has a very formidable, very stubborn, very crack and journalist working with him. One of which is Benga Aroluba, who we all know. The Nigerian government didn't like his program at all because he was one of those who really used to quiz those people who come to sit before him, and that's called State of the Nation. So it was very popular, and of course, because in Nigeria they don't like to hear the truth. Most of the people who are in government, not all Nigerians. So that program was eventually moved, out of the prime time. Um, After that, he's a polygamist. He has about 2 wives or thereabout. But he's a very good man. If you had a brush with him, you will not go out without seeing the positive part of him. He's always trying to impact and help to develop, especially those in our industry, the media. So he's somebody that Nigeria will miss him. The media will miss him. I don't think his people who have taken over will be as pragmatic as he is, but he was, very good, and he's developed AIT to the point where it is now, that you can actually, one of the foremost stations to be on the internet, so he's done a lot, for the media in Nigeria. The media will miss him.
Okay. Thank you so much. You see, that's why we like different people, different viewpoints, experiences in life, and they contribute to the conversation in a different way. So thank you, KJ. Ike. Unmute yourself, Ike.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Even you don't begin to do Pasha, that Pasha way you just did. But anyway, a lot of things people have said is good, but my advice for Tinubu for now is number one, complete overhaul of security architecture. Nigerian security architecture have failed because it looks like army, who's supposed to be safeguarding the nation, is doing stuff inside the nation. I don't think that is how military are designed to work. Then the police, who's supposed to be doing the work of what army does, have failed because of monetary aspect of that. Then secondly, they need to start thinking about the dependency in oil. Our income is in oil. That's all we do. I think he need to start thinking about the next generation, what they're gonna use to provide income for Nigeria. I think that this is why it Obi resonates to people, because Obi put things that are obtainable, things that we can see and things we can believe in. That is the reason why Obi is the ideal person for Nigeria. But for me, I'm telling Tinubu, he need to reduce the dependency in oil, and he need to think about youth. These Yahoo people, these Yahoo boys, the only reason why people are doing Yahoo is because there is no job. But if you can organize a training system where these kids to replicate what the Indians do. The India is the biggest IT thing in the world. Every company use them. So those are the things that he needs to be thinking about in his tenure.
If you had listened to the speech, he talked about hiring 1 million people. He talked about youths, and but you don't listen because you don't.
Yeah, but the problem is that Buhari said the same thing, and nobody is holding Buhari accountable on his failures.
Yeah, so why are you listening to that to him if you don't have confidence that they will try?
Well, we have to start thinking that he's the one that's gonna be the president right now, whether anybody like it or not. He's not going anywhere. So we're gonna be realistic. Saying it is different, but I believe we are not talking about president. We need to start thinking about the councillorship, the councillor of this town, to local government, from local government to the state. If I was organizing a party in Nigeria right now, I will start from local, not local government, but councillor of a state, of a seat, of a town, to local government, to state and federal. That is because federal really, even though in Nigerian system, federal is where everything starts. But if you start from the lower end and organize up, I think that is how it's going to be. They need to change make amendments on some of the Nigerian law. But I don't hear him talking about what he's going to do with the constitution. He didn't talk about that because restructuring is one thing that everybody talked about during the politics. Did he talk about restructuring in his inauguration? But he didn't say that. So those are the things we need to hold him accountable with. But for me, Buhari is here. Tinubu is here to stay. If anybody think otherwise, that person is lying to himself.
All right. Thank you so much. And before I go to Rotimi, I see 30th May. I will come to you, but let me show you guys reception that Buhari received when he got to Daura. For those who think that Buhari is not popular, where he is in his hometown, this is the reception. You guys see that?
Give us video, not photo. Video, please.
You think this is fake? So he's very happy to be home.
These are prominent people now. We're talking about ordinary citizens. They're not there. Huh?
All these people are not ordinary citizens.
I beg you, this regime stuff. Okay, you good now?
All right, okay. I mean, if that's how you say it. But it's interesting to think about what he's going to do for the rest of his.
Mr. Ludo, 1 minute, please. Did you check about the new governor of Abia State, the inauguration? You saw how the crowd is?
Oh no, I didn't see that yet.
Go and see. That is how love is. Go and see.
Okay, I've been sitting down here since.
Yeah, I did see that. Even Sanusi was there. Ahmed Dati, Ahmed was there.
That is love. Go and see love there.
More like
not Abuja.
It was more like how would I put it? It's more like a welcomed scene by the people.
Yeah.
For the people.
Carnival.
Yeah.
Carnival of the people.
It was joyful.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's what I saw.
That's it.
And then that of Benue also was quite. Benue is made up of mostly Christians. So the square, the Apeaku Square, was filled with ordinary people who had come from everywhere in Benue to come and receive their new governor. So that of Benue and Abia is, totally different from every other one I've seen so far, because of the acceptance of people to the person who they
The
voted.
security was so loose there. People were not scared. The governor was not scared. You see people very close to the governor.
Yeah, but for me, in as much as we want to talk about those people, but I think I found the other ones, because they were dramatic ones we saw on the news. I'll take that of the NMPP and the NMPC, the parade and charade and everything that went on. Even the governor could not even sit down in it. I was watching it live. I was like, what is going on? This man, he did not want to sit down in his chair and direct. The other
you have to be much
like
careful.
that. Yeah. Dramatic. Yeah, and we came on it to an advisor as he was leaving.
We can get it now.
Yeah, so it's just dramatic and funny. Yes.
Very good. So who didn't? Oh yeah, 30th May. Welcome to the show. 30th of May. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, I know you. You changed your name. So what is the new name about?
Wow, this is coming from an Igbo man, and you don't know what 30th of May signifies for Igbo people. What's going on?
Now you missed your name. I don't know what you had in mind.
This is for the gallant men and women since 1904 that have suffered massacres and still suffering massacre in that Islamist Zoo government of Nigeria. So tomorrow IPOB will be remembering our gallant men and women that have suffered and still suffering in this contraption called Nigeria. So tomorrow we'll be having a sit at home in Biafra land, and Igbos, wherever they find themselves in Nigeria, should respect our fallen heroes tomorrow. So I would like to take this opportunity and remember our people, please, if you don't mind.
All right. So,
minute silence, please. Can I have a minute silence for people that have been killed by
No. 30th of May. Listen, this is my show. You don't come here and demand that people should have. There's nothing wrong with that, but you don't do things that way. You understand? So
it's an Igbo man platform, so I would have thought
it's not an Igbo man's platform. This is a media platform. I don't know where the Igbo man platform is. I have several
Are you not
moderators. They are
man?
not.
Is this not your platform?
Bro. Everybody has their own. Your belief is your belief. Everybody, you can't force your belief on others, man. That's not how it's done.
What belief
No,
is
no,
that?
no,
You
no,
can
hold on,
no,
I'll
you
handle
can go to your home
Wait,
and keep silence there,
calm
man.
down,
Stop
calm
that.
it. Everybody, hold on. I can
This
handle
is a
it.
public place, man.
Handle it. So, 30th of May, we are talking about what happened today in Nigeria, Bola Tinubu's inauguration. Did you watch?
No, I didn't watch actually. No.
Okay. Do you care that he's been sworn in as the president of Nigeria?
I do. In a way, I do care because it's another. It means it's another suffering for my people in Igbo land and large Biafra lands who are being certified another 4 years of suffering under this Nigerian government. Because this man Tinubu is just an extension of the Fulani. You know, they helped him to get into power by rigging and all this. So he's gonna be doing the bidding for them. It means to me it's just a matter of time. You see Ruga stealthily being put up there, a settlement for these Fulani people who don't have a home in that contraction Nigeria. It's just more suffering, more killing. So if I was Tinubu, please let me finish. If I was Tinubu, what I would do is first release an innocent man that they have kidnapped, they have put him through the judicial system and the courts. Excuse me. The court in the system has said this man is innocent, free this man, and to this day they're still holding him. So if he's an honorable man and a man of justice and all this thing, he should free him, let him go and say, look, okay, the courts have released him, let him go. No bail condition, nothing. The courts have freedom. The courts of appeal have freedom. And the next one is set a date for referendum. If he was to do that, he would get my utmost respect to do that. Set a date for referendum supervised by the UN. It would not be easy. If he was to try that, you would hear that he's been wasted the next day by the Fulanese. But if he was to do that, he would get utmost respect from everybody. You know, that would definitely get my respect for that. Set a date for people to say, do you want to continue this contraption Nigeria or you go your own way? It's simple as that. It's not rocket science.
All right, thank you. You see, why it's important that, especially for everybody, this for everybody, if you want to be a public commentator and appear on forums like this, it's important to know what is going on before you go on platforms. So, for instance, I know that Tinubu talked about the issue with herdsmen and farmers and his solution to that. So, I'm hoping that as we do this, people will get more familiar with what is required. That eventually, let me finish now.
Okay,
that eventually we get to the point where if we are going to, if I'm called now and someone said I should appear on a TV show, I'll ask what is the topic. I'll prepare for that. I won't go there and say, hey, I didn't watch that speech, but I'm here to talk about it. I wouldn't say, anyway, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying in general. But I think we are getting there. People are beginning to take notes. People are beginning to. I'm impressed by the quality of the conversation that we're having, and I hope it will continue. And I hope it's not just after this election, everybody will go back home and leave it for the press or for the politicians to fix the country. We all have
30 seconds, please.
We all have to be part of it. Okay, go ahead, Henry.
Our ex-president Buhari could not make solution about the herdsmen. How do you think Tinubu gonna do that?
Wait, I don't know. You don't know. I'm not any of those people. I don't know why Buhari couldn't. John, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah. I think for me that question is very tricky. Today, as we speak today, Buhari came back home to his community in Katsina State, and he was being greeted by his kingsmen. In Kingsmen and his community, he walked to his house from where they stopped him and from the airport. He walked to his house and he was being greeted by that. Now, imagine
from the airport? No.
So I said immediately got down from the airport, going straight to his house. He walked
From the airport to his house.
Not from the airport, like in the road, like they went getting to his house.
Okay.
His house, he
Oh,
walked down.
Okay.
Great. So imagine I want you to put yourself in Buhari's position, because we have to put ourselves in that same position. Buhari is a Fulani man. He knows that his king's men, which is the Fulani extractions, are the ones having this havoc and killers and stuff like that. You will not expect him to go and kill his own people and come back home and expect them to greet him in a big hands. Remember when Jonathan was killing him, he was killing the Fulani when they were disturbing. He was the one complaining that they are killing his kinsmen, him and El-Rufai. If you remember vividly, they were complaining, Jonathan is killing my ex-men. So I just want to answer your question because it's quite tricky. What if you, as the president, and your kinsmen are the one disturbing the people of the country? Will you do the same? Put yourself in his shoe.
Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was president, the APC, they were having a lot of conflicts in Lagos and other places, Shagamu, with Hausas and other people. Obasanjo was the one that ordered the arrest of the person who is now the, what's his name? I've not slept in 20 hours. I'm trying to find somebody that will help me host this show. I can't even think about, but you know the person I'm talking about. Obasanjo ordered his arrest, and you have to, I think if you want to deal with Gani Adams, yeah, good. Yeah, exactly. So he did. So it's all about style and which one is more effective. I don't think Buhari's style was effective. That's why he failed in that regards. Yeah. All right. Let me see. So 30th of May. Let me ask you again. So what are you doing personally tomorrow other than moment of silence? What are you doing?
Well, sitting at home is not compulsory for the diasporan leaders, but I will be joining IPOB members in my region where I live. And when I finish work, I will be having my own candlelight vigil to try and remember my people massacred by this Islamist Zoo government and still being killed that are in illegally detained and all this thing. So yes, that's what I'll be doing.
Do you are you part of the government in exile?
No, I'm not part of that stupid man. That what's his name? Ex-Bahrain, Finland, that idiot. That criminal.
Did you call it stupid?
It's plus it's stupid. It's not part of IPOB. How could we have exile government?
Mr. So Rudolph, why you don't do sit at home in his country where he stay now?
No, he said.
Didn't you listen, my friend?
So
why don't you listen, my friend?
Why you cannot do sit at home? What other people in Nigeria do sit at home?
I told you I'll be working tomorrow, but okay. I'll be as soon as I finish, I will go and join with my IPOB members and be holding a candlelight vigil. Does that make any sense to you?
No, it's not making no sense because it's not fair.
Why doesn't it make sense? Is it hard for me to sit at? If I'm free, I'll sit at home. But I'll be doing other things. Joining my IPOB
you're not a patriotic IPOB.
No, you should sit at home. You shouldn't work. Sit at home. Don't work.
No. Because I'm outside the Igbo land, I could do more effectively outside by going on the street, stationing out leaflets, raising people's awareness of what's going on in Nigeria and what they are doing to my people. That is more.
Because I don't understand though.
Okay. This is kind of the diversion I don't want.
Let me answer this question, please. Let me answer this. What you're saying you don't understand is that why don't I sit at home, but my people back home are sitting at home? If I was to come out in Ebola now, what do you think your zoo government military will be doing to me?
No, you should fight. That's part of the sacrifice.
Peaceful
that's part of the sacrifice. If you're looking for freedom, you have to fight for it.
Okay.
Sacrifice yourself for it.
If you believe in that sacrifice and you believe in one, why don't you go to Nigeria and start protest? Did you come out for the NSAS protest?
But you can sit at home where you stay right
my brother,
now.
I'm not the one who is. I'm not saying I'm sitting at home. I know they protest. Now you said they protest.
You believe in one Nigeria and a better Nigeria. So how you plan to get better Nigeria, my friend?
Thank you.
How you plan to get better Nigeria?
Yeah, not in London. Go back home and fight for the people there.
CJ, how do you plan to get better Nigeria?
CJ,
go back home and fight for them.
Do sit at
Oh
home in
my
London.
God.
Do sit at home in
So,
London.
That's
Don't
enough.
so
go to
you,
work
I
tomorrow.
actually
so,
that's okay. That's okay. 30th of May. I actually wanted to have a show tomorrow on 30th of May because there was a lady in Canada who had a documentary on Biafra, but several things didn't work out. But I will have a show and we will have that conversation. So I've been trying to get the lawyers of
wait,
IPOB. Hold on,
let me ask you a
hold on,
question, please.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I've been trying to get lawyers of IPOB to come on
I
the
hope
show.
it's not Simon Ekpa's phantom lawyers, please.
Like I was saying, I'm trying to, if I'm going to have a show, it has to be something that will be credible with people that from all their side, because they have multiple factions, and I want it to be something that will be useful, constructive, not shouting match. It will happen. That's why sometimes I think when we have a topic, we stick to that topic. One day we will get time to look at a particular topic that is of interest to any group. So we will have that conversation. It's unfortunately it wouldn't be tomorrow.
I hope to
Initially,
be around then.
that was my plan. But now that we are done with the politics, at least for now, we are open to having conversations beyond Tinubu OB and all these things. So we will pick topics and then we will trash it out.
Mr.
So
Mr. Damage, can I ask a quick question? Yeah.
go ahead.
I want to make sure when you have this program that you have the right IPOB members. Don't get these Simon Ekpa phony people and then you claim that you had a program. Hold on, please. Just hear me out, please. I would inbox you the names you should get on this platform to make
No
sure you
way.
have a proper
You don't do
program.
research yourself. Don't do that.
Samuel
That's
Ekpa,
like
a good
some
man
dodgy
too.
Nah.
people and they say that they are
You don't
IPOB
need no
when they
name.
actually
You
DSS,
don't do it by
NSAS,
yourself.
and Simon Ekpa criminal fraternity. I will inbox you the names you have on that platform.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. 30th of May.
On the Martin and the Canon is air that properly.
If 30th of May, if you want to be a producer on the show, we can talk about it. You'll be part of the producers, but
I
for
would
now,
like to be a moderator.
that's a good one. That's a funny one. All right. Thank you so much. But down the road, we're going to do that. I know it's an important conversation that must,
Very, yeah.
but not today.
So I
Ngozika,
have a question. Sorry, before England, I have a question. Is it
go ahead.
possible?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Damage, I'm not trying to impend on you or stuff like that, but this is my first time in this platform, and I saw some comments while I was picking up because I had to go back to YouTube. I saw some comments that a lot of people are talking about going to a segregation of an ethnicity, and someone came here in this platform and says this is an Igbo platform. I heard it. I'm Igbo, but I don't behave like that because I have my own perception and opinion and different diversity. I don't even believe in what the other 30 of me is saying personally. But is this because I have to ask for him to come out here and say something like this? You really have to clear the air for me being a first timer and listening to all of this.
Yeah.
Wait. Can I answer him?
No. He didn't ask you.
No, I want to be. No, please.
No.
Okay.
Don't worry. Yeah, thank you so much for your help. No, this is the thing. It happens all the time. So some of us sometimes we study what is going on in platforms like this. So we don't. I didn't invite anybody here. I didn't say please come on the show. I'll call you at home. Come on the show. It's open to anybody. And the quality of the show depends on the people who decide.
I'm not Igbo, I'm Benin, so it's not.
No, it's okay. Forget about. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. So the show is open to anybody. Anybody can join at any time, and people have come in here from different backgrounds.
So can I ask
it's
Henry a quick
it's only on. No, let me finish now. It's only on Sundays that I invite guests. So, but on Have Your Say, it's open to anybody. So sometimes some topics might not be of interest to anybody, to certain people, maybe of interest to certain people. Sometimes people have told me they don't like the way people talk on the show, they can't stand it. There are some older people who are at home watching, but they just don't like the language and the way people shout and certain things. So you don't find them. There are younger people who feel that we are not organized. They talk to me. They say, that people who are like 18, they want to know, they want to join this. And I hope that one day we'll get a panel of young people who are less than 20, 25, and have a conversation with them. But sometimes it's for now. This is developing. This is just about a year that we started this. So we are learning. We are trying to put in certain things in place that will help make it more useful to everybody who is listening. That's our goal. But we don't control who comes here. We don't have. For me, I don't have any agenda. I have moderators who are doing very well, wonderful things. I'm comfortable when I leave it for them, and so it's not that. It's something that comes up in Nigeria. Two things come. If you are in the public space in Nigeria, people will say that they paid you money for whatever you are saying that they don't agree with, or because you're saying it because you're from here. These kind of things. It shouldn't stop anybody. It has never stopped me. I've been in the media space for more than 25 years, so it doesn't. There's something I've not had. So, so I don't worry about that. But I know that people say things like that, so it's okay. People can, people even pay money to make sure that it's put up, and I indulge them. Yeah. All right, Gozika. Electricity. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you for having me back.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear the back and forth on this. Pardon?
The lady called. The lady called.
Because I thought I wanted her to speak. Just
Oh
let
no,
her
let
speak.
Ngozika speak first. Then let her speak first. I'll speak after. Ngozika, go
Okay.
ahead.
So I was going to, before I left earlier, I was going to reply Mr. Richard. He said that I said there was no water in Enugu, but I was hounding Buhari. He sort of implied it. And I remember saying that I am not holding Buhari to any account because I'm not expecting any much from him or anything from him, but I'm holding the new governor of Enugu State. He said he'll give us water. So, Mr. Richard, if you're watching, I couldn't join immediately to answer you while you were still in the studio. Yes, I do agree with you. We should start from the local level to hold our politicians accountable. And that is why I made it clear that this current governor Enugu swore in today, said he was going to give Ndi Enugu water in the next 180 days. And it is a pressing matter, and I'm holding him to account. What are you doing, sir? The governor in your state, which promises are you holding him to account, sir? I have just said the one I'm holding my governor to account. Which one are you holding your governor to account? So before you go pointing fingers that we leave our state to come hold Tinubu responsible and Buhari responsible for everything, this is what I'm doing, sir. What are you doing? And that is just by the way. And coming to today, I don't even, if you notice, Dr. Damages, I'm trying to avoid today's topic, but stay on it in a way. But I can't avoid it. So I'd rather skip to tomorrow if I'm permitted to. I want to answer Mr. 30th of May. I know who he is. I've seen his comments in the comment section. So you should stop disguising. We know you. Some of us that have been with the show for a while know who you are. So stop disguising, sir. And I find it very strange. I was just laughing my head off when Mr. Henry and who else were taking you on why you weren't going to sit at home tomorrow. And you said you'd achieve more being on the street than being at home. And I couldn't help but laugh. Do you realize how hypocritical you sound? Do you realize how very hypocritical you sound when you say things like that? You and your type, you and your kind, you're not going to interrupt me, sir. I am going to say every single thing I want to say, and you're going to listen. If you can't listen, you leave, because I did not interrupt you, sir. You and your kind are the problem we have in Igbo land. You, Mr. 30th of May, and your kind are the problem we have in Igbo land. And it is funny. It is not your fault, really. It is not your fault. I blame the people you were able to convince, because every single Igbo person, I'll keep saying this, the average Igbo person holds the Biafra ideal to heart. That is our weak spot. That is a soft spot for almost every Igbo person you meet. It's a soft spot. They won't admit it. They might not say it out loud in public, but every Igbo person, that is a soft spot for them. So you and your life hid into that soft spot and have raised an army of very, very misinformed young people. Misinformed in the sense that most of them have no idea what they're fighting for. All they know is onye ndosi, ndị ndusi, DOS, ndị nkasi. That is all they know. You claim you
Hey,
are
that woman, have you finished?
You are not going to interrupt me, sir. You are
Ngozika,
going to listen.
Ngozika, Rudolph, with due respect, could you ask the man to at least have a degree of decorum? I've said this, it's the 30th of May.
30th May, you should keep
Can you,
political
Rudolph, I've
affairs.
said this and I'll say it again. I know I interject. We have to behave. Ngozika, don't be upset. Just stay there, please. Mr. 30th of May, when you were talking, I don't think anyone was making gesture, even when Rudolph was trying to. Have a degree of respect, for crying out loud. Just a degree of respect. If you're going to portray IPOB in this manner, then it's ridiculous. You're a matured man. We're not here to play. You think most of us don't have things to do? Don't do that, please.
Do what? What did I do wrong?
All the gestures you are doing, it doesn't make sense.
The people were doing gestures when I was talking.
I don't say anybody did gesture. I don't think so. But the way let her, even if she's yapping anyhow, just let her talk, please, with due respect.
Wait, no, Mr. Man. The people that were doing gestures when I was speaking, I didn't say anything.
I didn't see anybody, but let her speak, please. This thing is being watched live, for crying out loud. I don't understand. Let's maintain decorum, please. Sorry about that. I apologize. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Electricity. So I am saying this. Oh, you've changed your name back. I knew you. You couldn't help it, can you? So I'll keep saying it to your face. And thank God you had the courage to come to the show today and not your usual vile comments on the comment section. You and your likes are the problem we have in Nanibu today. And God and nature will hold you to account for every single life that has been lost in this, what should I even call it? Do you know the people who hold your words to heart? Do you know the young people that you've managed to confuse on what you pretend you're fighting about? Do you know the extent they go? And you sit here and you laugh and you make all sorts of silly gestures and you think I'm just going to let you off. Do you know the impact of what you are doing, the long-term impact? These people hold everything you and your kind say to her. They take it serious. So forgive me when I come here and I point at you and I say you are the problem. And for every single one of them that lose their life in this stupidity, you are responsible. Their blood is on their head. Today I'm sitting at home. The rest of almost the whole of southeastern states have moved on. I was saying on a lighter note the other day that Enugu people like soft life. I don't know if it is because we have so many higher institutions here and it's not really a business center per se, but they like soft life. So since this whole sit at home started, Enugu people carried it. They just folded something and carried it on top of their head. Every Monday, we have structured our life in such a way that there is nothing like Saturday again. Saturday is now weekday. Our weekends are now Sunday and Monday. So when people say, sorry, see her, she's sitting at home and mother, you don't understand that we have structured our life around this. It has become a part of us. It is sad, but it is what it is. Some of the eastern states have moved on. I hear a friend of mine telling me the other day that neighbor, if you don't come to work, you're in trouble. Sit at home or not. No, it's not like that. If you don't go to work and you tell your boss, I sit at home, there's nothing they can do about it. Because actually they have good cause to be worried for you. He's the kind of army Mr. RBL and his like are what would I are funding and encouraging are the ones that when things like this get calm, the way everywhere is calm now, they don't like it too. The next thing now, they will now like tomorrow now. Tomorrow on is completely different. Please don't get me wrong. Tomorrow, without being told, being an Igbo woman, tomorrow I will respect what my people went through. Tomorrow, without any prompting. Tomorrow on is completely different. But today, days like this, today is calm. Aside the swearing, everywhere is calm. But when they see that everywhere Mondays are calm like this, they go like, so you people have moved on. Let's show you. They will go and incite chaos somewhere. I am not making this up. 2 weeks ago, there was an incident in Aba. Call anybody you know in Aba and ask them what happened. These people wore masks and were moving through the markets. When they were confronted, it became bloody. Security people were killed. Akasi people were killed. Some beheaded. And they went to Nkwangwa and chased women away and told them, is it because we left you people for a while? That is why you had the audacity to come to market on Monday. I am not making it up. Ask anybody now, but they will tell you. And he sits here and he's laughing and we think it's funny. The audacity for me. I am very bad. I wish more like you who are always in the comment section making mouths. We have the courage you had today. I actually respect your courage today to come here, even though you were trying to pretend that it is not you. But I knew it was you from the get-go. I wish more people like you on the comments who are always saying these things and saying one thing and doing another thing. We have the courage to come here and show their face like we are doing, so that when the chips are down, we know who to hold responsible. Tomorrow, I'm going to join it and for the last time.
What you mean is
you are not doing anybody's any favor. If you feel you are fighting for Biafra, which you are not, if you feel you are fighting for Biafra, which you are not,
getting kidnapped, that's what you like. That's what you
have some decorum, sir. Will you have some decorum, sir?
Your bloodthirsty
Will you have some decorum? Thank you. Finally, you did. If you feel you're fighting for Biafra like you claim you are, which you are, why don't you take the suggestion of one of the people on somebody here made and sit at home? You can't, because your employer will probably fire you or sanction you or something. But you are forcing people every single Monday. Every single Monday. Children no longer go to school. On Mondays, some of them had to make do Saturdays. Sit at home every Monday. Then maybe we can take you serious and stop all these things you people come here to do.
All right. Thank you, Godzika. That's why I said this is not a topic that I want us to add into what we're discussing today. But let me hear from a younger person. And John, what do you think? Just to round it up. Unmute yourself.
Take it to the side. Because there was a lot of things said. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. There was a lot of things said. I don't know in which area. Is it on because I think Ngozika went towards the IPOB and the situation and why Tete Lome was talking about the IPOB situation. So I don't know which one you want me to.
No, you mentioned about history, and when you hear someone like RBL talking and the people pushing for.
Oh yes. Yes. Okay. Let me start like this. I'm actually a student here in Berlin, in Germany. I'm studying my master's degree, and I came upon some post-colonial studies. Back in Humboldt University. That's where about Einstein went to university. So I went through, in my beginning of my conversation, I went through the post-colonial era. I was trying to learn how we started from and how we get to be where we are today with the marginalization and everything. That was when I was talking about some of the key points Tinubu spoke about today in his inauguration. He was talking about his exile, his history, and how General Gowon stood by him, helped him. Even like I think he always, most of the speech to Gowon. He said it in his inauguration speech. That was what he said. So speaking about history for me, like I said I want to learn more about the history of our country to where we are today, including how the Civil War became, a thing, and why is it that most of the Igbos are being marginalized? Because there's a reason. Because could you believe that in a study here, they said that Hausa language is the most spoken language in Nigeria? I had to correct them and said, I don't think that's so. It's what they hear or what is on Google or something like that. So I had to tell them, no, there's also some languages speaking in or being spoken in Nigeria and stuff like that. So me speaking about history is me. I want to learn because I don't know much about history. I want to learn about. I don't know about history. But if I want to go to 30th of May, I don't want to. I don't want us to go back to. I want to learn. I don't want to argue. That's for me. I want to learn. I don't want to argue. So if I could learn more of how we get to be where we get to her and what we tend to achieve in the next years, I think it will be more appreciated for me to learn about the whole situation and everything moving forward. I would just want to stop there.
All right, thank you. Let me just say,
Sorry,
I have to.
Dr. Damage, sorry. I just went out and I saw people carrying kegs. There is no fuel. All the filling stations are closed. Though. What is going on?
Oh,
Anybody
because
have any idea what is going on?
Tinubu announced, so for those who did not listen to the speech, he announced that oil subsidy is gone. So if you have petrol, if you have PMS, you
It
store
has
it.
started though. It has started. You people don't know what is going on.
And transportation will go up tomorrow, and this is real
It
life.
has started. I'm telling you, it has started already.
Yeah, that's what we try to discuss here, but people want to talk about other things.
It's not funny. I live the next building after mine is a filling station. They don't close this early. Yes, they are closed. People are I on my way to just go get dinner. I saw more than 15 people with kegs. I'm not making this up.
Yeah, people are buying to store because they know that
They
definitely.
didn't even see to buy. That's the
You know,
problem.
yeah, because stations are keeping it
Yeah,
watching.
oh Jesus.
And then
About to get messy.
what will happen next? There will be instance of fire because some people will store it in the wrong place, and because that it's a constant Nigeria. Go ahead, KJ.
Thank you so much. Sister Ango, good to see you. I will start with you. I like to see your face. My son, the other day came in. I said, is that auntie? She also a professor? So, and I had a good laugh. And I asked him, why are you thinking she's a professor? He said, because her glasses is as that of Rudolph. So
On my own.
I had a good laugh. But I enjoy your contributions and I enjoy the time that you come in. Most times it balances the equation because if not you now, we'll have all be men. And when men are talking, you're always talking with a lot of force. Your contribution is good. I just want to give a little pushback. IPOB didn't institute sit at home. IPOB had cancelled sit at home for over 1 year now. In fact, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave that order. And I'm not saying that because I'm a member. I'm not even a member right now. But I follow his activities. I also was I had to cover some of his activities. Now, the people who are carrying out the sit at home are not members of or not the mainstream IPOB. I want to put that on record because even the time they call for the sit at home was just when the Mazi is going to the court for support. Now, after that, certain elements I don't want to call names because I not give them job. Certain elements decide to seize that, and when they seize that opportunity, the outgoing government, I will not say government now, also seize the opportunity. Certain state governors also seize the opportunity. Certain opportunists who are politicians who do not get their way as they want it in Igbo land also seize the opportunity. So we have about 4 players in the east doing all kinds of atrocities. The other day we were talking about IPOB. I had a whole big file of what I've compiled of what is going on. Now, unfortunately, no one wants to, follow the right thing because they're all making money out of it. They're all making money out of it. And that's why some are shouting, stay at home, some are shouting, don't stay at home, because they are all looking for it as a political weapon. Some of them even went to visit Nnamdi Kanu in prison just to make sure that the Igbos get their votes. After that, that's all. Now, I don't want to go into that because, like Rudolph has said, he wants to create a day for that so we can all discuss. I want to thank you for your contribution. I also want to thank Mr. RBL. 30th of May is very important.
Can I chip in something? Please allow me this few seconds, KJ. Please, Mr. Damages. I want to ask Zika. I don't want to go into too deep into everything she said because she rambled a lot, but I want to ask her because a lot of things she was saying, she was implying that it was IPOB under Mazin and the Kanu has been doing all these atrocities that's happening in Igbo land. What evidence do you have that it was IPOB that's under Mazin and the Kanu? Because what you were saying was pointing at us, saying that we are the ones committing all these things. What evidence do you have for that case then?
Okay, I'll answer that for her, because don't worry. You see, that's why Rudolph have said, let us have a day to discuss all this. Let's not go into it. We'll take ourselves away from what we are discussing right now. I'm only just trying to be so we all be on the same page and go on with what we are discussing today. That's
okay,
enough.
All right, KD, one more question, please. This is the final one. Now, Ngozika, she said that, okay, let me put it this way. If we want to remember our people that have been killed in this Nigeria, how do you suggest that we should go about remembering our people that have been dying under the Nigerian government security forces and whatnot since 1904? How do we go about remembering them? What do you suggest?
Okay,
Sit at home is better for these
this is my
people.
suggestion.
Yeah.
First and foremost, Rudolph has this platform. He has set out the rules. And so we all follow it. It's either you follow it or you go start your own and then create your own rules. Now, secondly, I am Igbo. I lost more than maybe 7 uncles in the war. There are still some who are living, who constantly tell us what they went through. I can't bring that. I can't bring the way I'm going. I'm going to still remember them. I'm going to still keep that. But I'm not going to force you because I don't know the pain you are going through. It may be less than my own, it may be more than my own. Okay? In my community,
are we forcing anybody? Are we forcing anybody?
If you go to my community, they left the place where the war destroyed. They're living in a new site. So it's a constant reminder whenever you pass there that this was where the war destroyed. So what I'm trying to say, Nessa, is that just like you said, it's not a 30th of May day here now. It's a Rudolph show that we're in.
I would like to say that I have never come up with
we should run our day where we choose.
We must sit at home.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Thank you so much. There's no need to go further. I want to thank everybody who joined me. I'm handing over the show to Electricity. He will moderate from now on. I have to take off. I've been up for 20 hours, and I will see you guys Saturday. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm out here.
Thank you very much. We will pick up from where the point Ngozika raised. I've heard it to the oil subsidy issue. We are not there, but it's going to be a very painful experience. What can we do from here? I want to keep the discussion neutral. It is not because you all will agree with me. The Hausa man will carry the keg in his head. The Yoruba man will carry the keg in his head. The Efik man, the Bibu, everybody uses fuel in present day Nigeria. So let's push that tribe away first. There. Okay, I yield the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Here's what I would say. Here they say election has consequences. We are just entering the first consequence of elections. And you see, the thing, economy levels everybody. The economy levels everybody. And as we're going to witness from today, just like Ngozi has already told us, it's going to start. And you see, the problem with the Nigerian situation is that even those who have it now will hold it until the prices go up. That is even the bad part of it. And so once the fuel adds 10 naira, the market women will have to add 20 or 30. Because remember that they have to pay every agro on the roadway, especially in the east. The east is the worst, because if you go up north, you probably not get a lot of that roadblock. But because the constant roadblocks in the east will also have their own, addition. In Lagos, the agro also in the streets will add their own money. So it's going to be an all-rounder. At last, like the Nigerian palace says, everybody go chop breakfast. It's going to be served to all. All right. I'll skip my comment for now. Thank you.
Ngozika, go ahead, please.
So this whole fuel subsidy thing, it's one topic that saddens me. It saddens me because it's when we could have done it. I don't want to use when everything was still all right, because there has never been a time that Nigeria was all right. But I believe that if they had allowed it to push through in that 2012, maybe by now we would have been over the effects of the whole thing. But they didn't, because they probably thought they could use it as a campaign tool. And now we are where we were. The people I saw carrying kegs, let me tell you what they would do. If it was just inflation going up, maybe it would have been okay. Dr. Damages said something about fire outbreaks, because people are going to store it in very, very unsafe condition. People are going to try to hoard it and then try to store it, and these things could lead to fires. But that's another aspect of it. The other aspect is the queue, the stampede. Any filling station, any fuel station that sells or shows that they have fuel, now you have people crowd there. People will sleep there. People will camp there. Cars will park on the edge of the road. They will take up one part of the road just to stay close to that fuel station. You're going to have excess queues. You're going to have horrible traffic situations where we have fuel stations that are close to the road and unfortunately have fuel. And if care is not taken, we're going to have stampede, and these stampedes could lead to people getting hurt or even dying. So it's going to be a very nasty chain reaction from now on. I am hoping that it doesn't last. At least this whole, the thing with Nigerians now. I know it's the marketers that have hoarded the fuel. I know. Lately, I saw people holding jars and walking up and down. I say, Tinubu must have mentioned this thing, because I was actually expecting that it would take effect on the 1st of June. That was what the administration that left told us, that it would take effect on the 1st of June. It turns out our new president is impatient. He couldn't wait to the 1st of June, so he just activated it. So it's just going to be a horrible chain reaction, and I hope Nigerians have a way of coping with the worst. When you think they can't take anymore, they just come up with a stronger coping mechanism. So yes, we'll get through this. I just don't know how long it's going to take, but we'll fine. We'll be fine.
Okay, I share your optimism. Does anyone wants to weigh in? Before you, one of my fears is this. I remember back then when there was fuel scarcity, and we went through it. People hoard fuel, and they store fuel inside their houses, and it leads to a lot of accidents, including their houses getting burnt and people dying. That is one of my fears in this issue. I don't know how this will play out, to be honest, but it's going to be very tough for people on the ground there. And for those of us who think it's not going to affect us, that are in diaspora, don't forget, fuel is not just petrol. The subsidy is not just, it's going to affect even aviation fuel as well too. So, like I've always said, and I'll come back to it again. I know there's an issue of every one of us, like the IPOB man. We are seeking for succession. We want to break away because of one reason or the other. But let me throw this question out there to the panelists here. Nigeria is not working, or not working to most of our satisfaction. Let's all of us agree on that, just for the purpose of this discussion. If you break away and you've not developed your region, how will you be able to make that new country work? Remember, what is happening in Nigeria is just absence of accountability and transparency, equity, fairness. That is what is happening. I ask a question. If I've not been able to develop my region, even with the amount of money coming from my region, and I'm seeking for breakaway, when I break away, how would I be able to do that? Okay, I'll yield the floor to you. Go ahead, speak, please.
Yeah, very good question. First of all, is break away the ties the Western world has on our region. And unfortunately, our region have the oil. We'll make sure these people's hands will be cut off from our region. And we'll have true federalism. Please, let me finish. We'll have true federalism, as is stated in the meaning of the word, federalism. Carve out if it's going to be like states like in the US, let them have control. I'm talking having control of creating airports, seaports, that's the way forward. Nigeria don't have any of that.
You will continue, but you will continue. The premise of my bringing this thing up is on transparency, accountability, fairness. Okay? Regardless of what type of government anyone is going to run in this world, regardless whether it is federalism, whether it is regional government, name it, it will be based on transparency and accountability. As Nigerians, myself inclusive, and yourself, we've not been. Okay, you are not in Nigeria. Okay, Mr. KG, the man said he's not in Nigeria.
Okay. Can I speak?
I'll come to you. He's still speaking. I'll just interject him. Okay, you are not in Nigeria. You are an IPOB man. Okay, so and this IPOB will also be based on transparency and accountability. Would that be correct?
And the way to get that accountability, transparency, is to devolve powers into those states, give them more powers, let them control their affairs, take away anything with federal government. Federal government's job is really defense, immigration, borders, that is what the federal government's role should be. Everything else should be left to the various regions, give them more powers to dictate their affairs. And that is how you get accountability and transparency. Nigeria don't have any of that. But first of all, what's important is you must cut this tie of oil from the West. That's why the West are continuing to support Nigeria. Every time election, they come and say, oh, we don't want any interference on the election and all this thing. But when there's killing and mass poverty, they're nowhere to be seen. So first of all, is cut the hands of these Western people.
When you say cut, I'll come to you, Mr. KG, please. When you say cut the hands of the, I know, John Okoli, I'll come to you as well, too, please. When you say cut, I know you are not saying it's a literal cutting of their hands. Okay, I understand that. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech, is it? But what exactly do you mean by cut their? Are you suggesting? Because there was a video by one lawyer, something. I don't have the video. I don't know, Rudolph, I'm not. I think I should have logged in rather than. Okay. Anyway, I would have played the video for you. When the lawyer was saying, he wrote to the embassies. He wrote to the British embassy, the German embassy, and everything. So, what you're suggesting is these people should be cut off completely. Is that what you are suggesting?
Yes, because
Okay.
by then
Okay. So they are the one controlling us. That's what you are suggesting.
Yes, I mean, do you have your own working refinery? No, you don't. One of those things of cutting the hands of these Western governments and having influence on your affairs is creating your own refinery, dictating, and also having a meter at your refinery. Because from what I understand it, is they don't have a meter. So they go in there and claim as much as they want and then come back and say, I only took a pint of oil. So you have to have meters. You have to create your own refinery. That's one of the ways so you can dictate the prices of these oil at OPEC. You'd be a major
Mr. KJ, Mr. KJ, please stay there. John Okoli, do you want to weigh on this matter?
Okay.
Or you have a question?
I want to weigh in. I don't have a question.
Okay, John, hold on one sec. Go ahead, KJ.
All right. You asked a very pertinent question. How do we if we want to go on, how to make this work? This is what I think, and I've given a lot of thoughts on these things. It's very easy. Someone said here that Nigeria is a very difficult, complex country to rule. That's not true. Why it's difficult and complex? Because we are always trying to outmaneuver, the law that's been set on ground. You only become difficult because you're trying to outmaneuver, make laws that will suit your friends and your cronies. If not, why should we be handing the companies like the oil, the refinery to an individual? You hand the airports to an individual. You hand sugar quotation to an individual. You hand cement to an individual. You hand those. I don't see why it's done. Okay, so we are now having another set of when it was Abacha time, it was what do you call it? Petroleum. What do you call it? That one, which Buhari was heading. Now Buhari becomes president. He hands over to Aliko Dangote the rest, and then what next happens? So here is my take. If we truly want to build a united nation, a united state, a state that we all can belong, first and foremost, you allow the states. Let me not say region now, because I will have just jumped and say, you know what, let's go back to the regional governments. But you allow the states to control their resources. Allow the states to control their resources. Let states bring contribution to the federal. That way, you're making the federal very unattractive. And so less people will be looking to be president of Nigeria, and there'll be less killing. Now, when you do that, the power will be reduced. The money in the federal will equally be reduced. People cannot develop their states. And I said that with all sense of responsibility. Because right now, you remember, the mineral resources found in some parts of the north belong to the states. They don't belong to federal government. But the one you find in the south belongs to the federal government. And so you cannot mine it. You know, something as much as the forest in my community belongs to the federal government, you can't go there and hunt. If you go there and hunt and they catch you, they'll put you in prison. You can't hunt on it. Till tomorrow is still there. You can't hunt, you can't go there and cut trees. Now, that's one. When you have the resource control given back to the states will be a little bit more in control. Allow elections to be conducted by the different states. Don't make it a federal election. Allow elections to be conducted in different states, because that way you can't be everywhere and be rigging at the same time. Allow all the elections to run in one ballot. If you are doing for local government, governor, whatever, let it run one day in one, different sheets. When you go to vote, you vote for everybody on one sheet. That way will reduce rigging, and the states now, the people can now own who they vote into government, and they can now call them to account. If I know you didn't vote me by my own money, I was able to put myself there, and you are coming to make noise in my office, I will simply tell the orderlies to throw you out. Okay? Allow for state police. Allow for local government police. Don't tell us that the police must be controlled from this federal. And so even when things are going wrong in your state, like it's going wrong in my state now, the governor cannot call, them to order. I'll give you an example. When the army was marching to
Mr.
Nnamdi Kanu.
RBL, just hold on. Mr. KG is speaking, please. Thank you.
When the army was marching to Nnamdi Kanu's, house, the governor could do nothing. The governor didn't even know that that was what they've come to do in Umuahia there. Meanwhile, the governor's house is not too far away from where Nnamdi Kanu lives. He didn't have any authority to cut. Even when he knew, he couldn't stop them from doing what they want to come and do. And they were still there. And they still did it the following year and the following year. And maybe if Jesus doesn't come before the end of this year, crocodile will still go and smile in Abia State. Is okay. Now, so if the governors have some control, I'm not saying, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they become perfect overnight too, because they will still abuse power, but they can do it to a certain level because the people who will be there will know the localities. Then allow for this. See, if you go through Lagos all the way the East Coast line, okay, bring an East Coast Line Development Authority that will develop those East Coast. Okay, everywhere there's waterway around Nigeria, let the states be able to develop it. Let them open up seaports. In every nation that have made headway, it's not only one port that works in the country. Let every place that the sea the sea has touched the ground become a port, and let Nigerians open up for business. Allow seaport in Warri that will be functional, so that if I bring my thing, I won't take it all the way to Onitsha. I can use the sea to take it all the way to Onitsha. I don't have to use the seaports in Lagos. Allow for um allow for people also, the states to be able to go into whether it's aviation or don't retreat international airports only to the north and the middle belt and the south and the west. Okay, and then make it so difficult that if I want to land in Port Harcourt, I'll have to pay double what it would cost me to go to Lagos or go to Abuja. When you allow for those things, people know that they are being fair to them, and they can now, as much as possible, bring in their best and develop their community. Once long as development is left in the hand of the federal government, you determine when I want to, do one thing or the other. It's not going to go well, and there'll still be that marginalization call that's always going to. It will remain there forever. So this is some of the things I think that can be done and to help. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. RBL, you have to hold on. I need to go to John Okoli. John Okoli, the floor is yours. I'll come back to you, Mr. KJ, because you raised some important points. At least, even though you raised very important points. So we will go back. We will come back to that. John Okoli, the floor is yours.
Yes. In as much as I want to I want to agree with some of the things Arabella says, but not. I'll still have to criticize some of the things they say also. So, and if I remember what most of the things Mr. Katie just said remind me of everything P2B has been saying, like the way he structured it. I just remember when P2B is giving a speech and everything, and it's just in line with what KJ said, which is a very good thing and very, very valid point. But I would like to start back to you started with subsidy. So I would like to go a little bit back to subsidy and talk about, because I think that was what Tinubu said, and you said how people are going to fare, how people go see them, people go hear them. Even January said, I hear them. I know what I suffered, with fuel. I was going up and down. I was also buying Naira with Naira, then. But with the fuel issue, it's gonna be crazy. Trust me, it's gonna be crazy now. I listened to President Jonathan back then in 2015 when he wanted 2012, when he said he wanted to remove subsidy. And he said something that caught my attention, because he asked why the subsidy now and stuff. He said, subsidy is just something that he made there that he needs to remove. Because if we continue to subsidize, do you know that if we are paying for subsidy, we should be paying less amounts on fuel? Yet we are not paying less amounts on fuel, we're still paying a higher amount on fuel. So I think that was what he was trying to figure out. He was trying to know why. That's why. I think that's what bring up the old settings. And when I listen again to P2B, when he says subsidy is an organized crime, then I went back to the video of Jonathan, and I saw that Jonathan was actually trying to overhaul every sector before he was removed. It was actually trying to improve, deregulate the whole sector. The police, he even had that the state CID had already, under the police department, are already training people to protect people that are taking the fuel for themselves. So the police are even capable of this. From Jonathan, he said so. So, which means it's not just the institution is already compromised. Most of the institutions are compromised. So now that uh, was Tinubu, Buhari is still in our mouth. Tinubu just said subsidy is gone. Definitely is going to affect not just the poor. The poor service is understatement. The rich itself is also going to see a glimpse of what the poor has even suffered. That is it. I don't know how much it's going to be. Now, coming down to your question and everything, for me, Mr. KJ has said most of the thing, or because most of the things he said is what I actually wrote down here about the whole things and the whole set statement. Number one problem I see in Nigeria is the rule of law is not working. The rule of law is not working. In the sense, I can actually give you some of the example. When I went, my accordance with the police and stuff like that. Imagine police stopped me. Instead of he should ask me of my particulars, which I gave him to do as his duty and as his work, is asking me, where am I going? Who is my father? Did you get that? Do you get that? So I just simply asked.
Let me give you a joke in respect to the police. Sorry for interjecting. It's a joke, just to put a sense of humor. This guy was stopped, so they asked him of his papers.
Yeah.
So he gave them. He was prepared. He gave them everything, including his marriage certificate. Then they said, okay, everything. They said, okay, why are you driving alone? The man said he's not alone. No. I have God the Father, God the Son, God, and all the host of angels with him. They say it's overload. If we're arresting you for overload.
Oh God.
We're arresting you for overloading.
It's a very funny experience.
Go ahead, John.
It's a very funny experience. It's also a very weird experience because that day, that was when I found out that even me myself, I'm guilty. I talk about the rule of law. That day, that was when I found out that. Do you know that even 90? Could I say 90? Let me just say 90. I might be wrong. 90% of Nigerians do not know the Nigerian Constitution.
You are not wrong in that. Okay, you are not
so
wrong.
90% here. So don't know the Constitution of Nigeria. And once you start creating, because I look at most of this policing in America, and I see when the drivers or the citizen quote the Constitution to whoever on authority, you see they maintain because the rule of law is what is being obeyed. If Nigerians start looking into that perception of looking at the rule of law, like somebody was killed yesterday night at Orogun in Lagos for no reason, straight bullets, killed by police officer. Normally, the guy should face the law, but people will just protest and everything will just, die like that. It's not supposed to be so. So, and for me, again, the reason why, speaking about this IPO issue, the reason why I feel personally, the only reason I feel personally Nnamdi Kanu is talking about we want our own institutional integration is because of what? Marginalization.
Okay, let me interject you there. Okay, marginalization.
Yes.
Okay, you are young, and according to Dr. Rudolph, he hopes young people will come on board this show and speak. If we talk about marginalization,
No, I'm coming.
okay.
I'm coming.
All right, go ahead.
I don't want to say
Land. We are
yes.
flying. Let me allow you to land.
Exactly.
Land.
Exactly. So I said for me, my perception and my thinking, because if you remember, I spoke about the post-colonial down to the civil war and why we are where we are today.
Sorry, let me interject you. You come back, Mr. Exoromastro. I don't want. Are we leaving you out, or I don't want you to feel as if we are leaving you out? But
No, I'm listening. I will comment after.
okay, all right.
I'm at work, but I couldn't just miss out. But let them continue. I'm listening. I'll comment.
Okay, all right, no problem. Go ahead, John. Sorry about that.
Well, yeah, it's all right. So, why I use the word, the marginalization, because I feel I looked at, the essence of the Ojuku, why he was angry and stuff like that, and I feel the pain of the people and the suffering of the people that are being marginalized. I don't want to go down to Nnamdi Kalu case and IPOB. I'm just talking as an entity on Nigeria, why it is today, and why people are aggrieved. I feel there's a section in Nigeria that is not being taken care of, which is supposed to be equity, and that is why we have a lot of what do you call it, discrepancies of this one I want this one I want it, because you will notice one thing in Nigeria now: ideology is not being bought, but positions are being bought in Nigeria. Like for instance, now Tinubu has been sworn in as president of Nigeria. If Tinubu wants Nigerian to work, it can actually make Nigerian to work. But due to the fact that he wants to, this is my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. If Tinubu wants to make Nigeria work, he can. But due to the fact that he wants to settle some people, he can appoint some people just because he wants to give them to settle their nerves. Just like this Adamu that said he does not know anything about education, just because they just want to settle him. And I just pray it does not happen in his own tenure. And coming downwards to make Nigerian works. Like I said, Mr. KJ, I've said a lot of things which I want to talk about. Going down to the states.
Before you go ahead, I need you to expatiate this issue of your statement that certain people have been marginalized in the country. Now, on the foundation of basic living necessities.
Basic
living necessities.
Okay.
Which people are these people you are referring to?
Okay, fine. In Nigeria, let's start with this. In Nigeria, we have three tribes, three big ethnicities. We have over different kind of ethnicities in Nigeria, but we have three big ethnicities: Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo.
I'm going to interject you again for the purpose of education, please.
Yeah.
According to Wikipedia, we have 371 ethnic groups in Nigeria.
No, I said three major. I said we have different types. Maybe you didn't hear me.
Okay, I heard you.
Okay,
I heard you. I want to make sure 371 ethnic groups in Nigeria.
Okay.
So you need to explain for the purpose of education, viewers and us.
Okay.
Which ethnic group among these 371 ethnic groups that exist in Nigeria is or are being marginalized, and in what area under the premise of basic living necessities?
Electricity, sir, can I chip in something quickly?
RBM, hold on. You know, when I gave you the chance, you spoke. Your blood is hot, I understand. Come on down, son. Come on down. All of us blood is hot. Relax, calm down.
We all know that. Yes, the eastern parts of the country are being marginalized in various positions, which that they can help the country. I'll take, for instance, you talk about basic living necessity or necessaries. I grew up in Lagos. And I grew up around what do you call it? This Igbo men that market, this market area, Ladipo, Alaba, trade fair, to be precise, trade fair. And I saw I was there when Atiku Abubakar and Obasanjo opened that market. That market has transformed to what it is today. Now, the country knows what those ethnicity or those tribes could do to the economy. Yet, they don't give them that chance. And the only person that was given that chance to do something, there was something being done. The governor of Anambra State, which was the central, the CBN as of Obasanjo area. And to today, that's one of his proud achievements. He said it today that I am happy I used him because he challenged me and he gives me the right direction to go. That's why I am saying on basic living amenities of just the common masses. If we have those people, you know they run the economy of the country. You know what they can do. You know what they bring on the table. In Igbo land, you know, when I don't know what they call it in English. When I was growing up, they say this boy, Anaba boy. I don't know how to put it in English. You see them, give them 2-3 years. They've established themselves to the market, become somebody, help another people to help the economy. That's the fact.
All right. Let me please, RB and KJ, please pardon me. I just need to bring some more information out from our professor that is educating us.
Can you allow us to chip in? Then you can bring your own, because we all have our own information regarding what John Colley is trying to explain.
Yeah, you are going to rebut him. You're going to ask him questions.
No. What I'm saying is, let us chip in what he is saying before you chip in, because you're the moderator, so you can put everybody's ideas together and then bring your own conclusion for what you believe.
Okay. All right. Okay. Chip in what do you want to chip in, Mr. KJ? I apologize for that.
Talking about marginalization, it's not only marginalization; it's much more than why we agitate for freedom. It's much more than that. But let's go into this. You said something about the ethnicities in Nigeria. You believe it's 371, according to, what's your source?
According to Wikipedia.
Wikipedia, oh my goodness me, that says a lot for that. But I don't believe it's over 300, whatever, ethnicity in Nigeria. They bundle people like Ikwere people, for instance. They are Igbo people. Like it or not, they are Igbo people. Opobo people.
RBL.
I'm coming to somewhere. Okay.
RBL.
Yep.
Let's stay on track. Okay.
Okay. All right then. So you say over 300 is a lie. It's not more than. In fact, Nigeria's population is not more. I don't even believe it's more than 100 million, in my opinion. But anyway, let me go back to this marginalization. It's much more than marginalization. You talk about what they. Okay, everybody in Nigeria is marginalized. Of course, everybody's marginalized. But let's talk about the railways. Where are the railways in Nigeria? Are they any in the east? Where are the railways that the British built, like in River State? Where are they now? Are they in the east? In fact, they are uprooting all the railway lines that they used to be there. They uprooted them to make sure we don't have railway. You know. And okay, let's talk about the federal, whatever in the east. What do they have apart from prisons and police stations in the east? You know, let's look at the roads. Who are in charge of building these roads, these federal roads? Is it not the federal government? The East has the worst roads in that contraption called Nigeria. Is that not marginalization? Okay, now let's go back to this. To me, it's not. It's much more than marginalization that we agitate for freedom.
Mr.
LV, did you listen to the? I think you're getting it wrong. Did you listen to the
Mr.
question?
RBL.
This specific, based on the question he asked.
Yeah.
You know, he said, "What will it lead to the basic living amenities of the common
basic
man?"
living necessity.
So I wasn't going general. You know, you're going general. I was being specific.
He asked the question of marginalization. When he said that we believe that people in the East are agitated because we feel that we are marginalized.
Electricity. I think I have to round up. Maybe I will join you when I'm at home.
All right. Thank you, Isaiah Master. No problem. Thanks for having me.
Giving you the kind of things that other regions in Nigeria enjoy, while the East is deprived of those federal things. Is that not marginalization?
So what okay, let me narrow it. Okay, wait. It's you I'm addressing now, Mr.
Okay.
RBL.
Yeah.
Until Buhari left, that he signed the bill that each state should develop their own power generation. Which state in the country enjoy electricity?
Well, the east. I'm sorry, the southwest Abuja enjoy more consistent electricity especially than in many parts. I remember. Hold on.
Okay, wait now. You talk. Wait now.
What's the question? I need to answer this question.
You mentioned just one now. Okay, one. Let's agree. It's just for peace sake. Let's agree that the state you mentioned is just one, which is Abuja, meaning we have 36 states in Nigeria. Am I correct with that? So the rest.
Oh my goodness me!
Wait now. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say there was one guy, John Abba, who's I believe is from the north. Is that yes? He's from the north. This man himself stated that they enjoy more consistent electricity than the people in the south. Who am I to counter what he said? So you just asked me a question: who enjoys more electricity? So you said I only mentioned one area, but he's telling you a whole region enjoys more electricity than people in the south. So why would he say that if he's from the north? So that is a whole region in the north that is enjoying more electricity. He told us on this platform. So what are you saying about that?
Anyways, can I continue to finish up?
John Okoli, just 1 second. In respect to what you said, John Abba said, I mean, Fofather, would you affirm to that? Can you? 1 second, I'll be here, because to the best of my knowledge, no state enjoy constant electricity in Nigeria.
No,
to the best of my knowledge.
But you do agree that some regions enjoy have better electricity than others that have, how do I say that, epileptic electricity.
Epileptic electricity.
Exactly. You would agree that some regions enjoy more consistent electricity than other regions.
Personally, I will not agree on that. Personally, for me, it doesn't mean what you are saying is. It doesn't mean what you are saying is right or wrong. I'm just saying personally, I will not agree with that. But sure. Let's for the purpose of argument, Abuja and the northern region you claim. How many states are in that northern region?
Oh, how many? Okay,
yes.
you tell me. Is it 19? I believe there's not 19 regions in the north. I believe there's 19.
So for the purpose of argument, is 19 states in the north enjoying electricity. So 19 minus 36. So that will give us 11 plus 6, making 17, if I'm correct. 17, if I'm correct. So the rest 17 states are not enjoying electricity. Is that what you're claiming?
Well, no. Well, well, I'm not too sure about other regions, but I'm just giving you what's out there. Yeah. But the East is not anywhere near enjoying consistent electricity like in other regions. I cannot get back for the Southwest.
Now,
Lagos.
Moving forward, Buhari has given each state that power, that everything to generate power. Are you aware of that?
So where is the source of the power coming from?
What I'm asking you is, do you agree? Are you aware that Buhari signed into law for each state to generate their own power?
They can sign anything, yeah, but at the end of the day, you're still gonna be into first hurdle. But my question goes back to you is, if you were to have electricity, don't you agree there has to be power from a source from that electricity to come from? Where is the source coming from? Have they built hydro jams in the east, in the southwest, and all that?
RBM, are you listening? Can you just take a step back? Yeah. There is a law that has been passed.
Yes.
Moving forward.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you for the purpose of this and that. The past has been messed up.
Yeah.
moving forward, even in your state, which state are you from? Which state are you from, please?
I'm from. I was born in River State.
Okay, you're from River State.
I'm not from
So
River State. I said I was born there, but I'm not going to say River State.
okay.
I'm from the East.
Whichever state you are from, you are now have to hold your governor and your legislator responsible in that aspect.
But no. You cannot jump away from that question. They signed the law. You're happy with, they signed the law. That's good enough for you. But you're not asking the question. You're not asking the question. Okay, they signed the law into law. But where is this source of power coming from? Why haven't they went and built all these sources in various regions? You've not asked those questions. You're just happy that, they've signed the law. That's good enough, so there's no marginalization. That's not a good answer. That's not what you should be happy with. So my question to you
you're asking me, where is the source going to come from?
Yes, where is the source of power coming from?
But I'm not the governor of your state.
So do you think that a state alone can build a whole hydro dam if, say, they want to do that, or nuclear power station in order to...
Firstly, you are against the federal, now you're against the state. I'll come back to you. Just hold on 1 second. John Okoli, the floor is yours.
Arabia, you just took us way back. Way back. First of all, I would like to say, if you want to say something, you have to bring an evidence to prove your statements. Which I think the power of a sector, we should leave it. I don't think there's any. I've lived in Duse. I've lived in Kano, and I live in Lagos. So it's all the same. So it's not just one particular state. If you ask me, on my own experience when I traveled. So what I was speaking about, we talked about the marginalization and the business. So what I was speaking about, we talked about choose the economic side of it and choose the people who have been marginalized that can help the economy to grow based on the basic living of a common man. And speaking about this, to improve the same country, I said something like this now. All the old state governments rely on the federal level, which is not supposed to be so. If there can be a change from that constitution, every state has its own autonomy to take care of the state. For me, I believe all the governors are very lazy because they rely on the federal government for income or for what they take, back to their respective states. Work for your state, generate income, generate revenue, give a policy that will help your state to help that state to develop. Like for instance, we talked about a lot of why is the country not moving forward and why is this. I love. Let me take for instance Governor Wike. In as much as I don't like some of the things he say or he do, but I always like the fact how he tried to make River State like one kind heaven. He talks about it every time. He engraves it. He even fight the federal government on one, I think, is it on oil well or something? I don't know what it is. He fought the federal government and he won. And he said it's for the states. If we can have governors who fight for the states, to develop the states to look like the heaven they want it to look like, Nigeria will be a safe heavens, if you ask me. If we have every state, I want my state to be better than this state in the policy, in making their citizens like living very, very well. What does it take the state government if they're generating a very good revenue to give free antenatal to the people giving birth, giving their child money every month or something like that? What does it take the state government to do to make life easy for them? You don't have to wait for the federal government. So I just want to, because Albert has taken most of my things I want to say. So let me just, because he has distracted me. He distracted the whole thing that I wanted to say, but let me just stop here and give room to the other people that want to say something.
Mr. KG, thank you, John Okoli. Mr. KG, you highlighted some very important point in terms of the ports and the airports, and it's how we will see these things being actualized. And that has also been my dream, because really, Warri Port is more or less I don't know, a shadow of itself. It's not functional. We can also have another port in Bayelsa State as well too. Like you rightly said, I don't have to. I need something in Warri, then I'll ship it to Lagos. Then I'll not transport it again to Warri. It doesn't make sense. I totally agree with. Even though yesterday we were on the opposite end, and today we are we are on the same end in terms of how we're going to achieve this in this present climate. I recognize the past, but we're not going to dwell on it. And I'll be you are not going to take us into that past. Buhari have signed a law into there's for each state to generate their own in the context of electricity. So let them deal with it. Forefathers, wait, before you go. Where are you? Forefathers. Yeah.
Hello?
I'm going to hand over to you soon, please. So are you still there?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just want you to know that I'll hand over to you soon. All right. So don't run away. Stay there. I'll be here, but you hand it over. So it's going for. Listen, you heard the subsidy is gone. It's gone. And people are starting to buy fuel. They will buy fuel. We don't know how much they will start to. And you know, in Nigeria, anything that goes up does not come down. That is a rule of law. That is one of the rule of law in Nigeria. I don't know who invented that law. So it goes up, it does not come down. And my argument
electricity.
Yeah.
You said the subsidy is gone. Is it got the speech Tinubu made at the inauguration, or is gone? It's going to be different. After making the speech, he's going to go back to the cabals to talk about the speech he made.
Okay. Right now, from what Ngozika made us, before Ngozika made me to be aware, I was talking to people in Nigeria. They said, oh, bros, things don't cast for here. I said, as it cast, everybody go stay for darkness now. At least the generator said, don't try not to make noise. So, I said, this is the reason why I've been telling you, all citizens, the problem of our nation. And if you guys were here earlier when Dr. Rudolph started it, a professor, I can't pronounce his second name, came up and highlighted the same thing we were saying, because he said he worked in the National Assembly and everything, and that our major problem, either in state level or federal level. So when I mention National Assembly or the House, I'm not referring to just the federal, state level in every thing. He said they are our number one enemy. So this is a new regime, but the people have not changed. The laws also have not changed. I pointed out, before I hand over to forefathers, I pointed out a statement I made 6 years ago. I've forgotten. Believe me or not, I have forgotten that statement I made 6 years ago. And I read it out. Now, before I read that statement out, I told Dr. Rudolph on that show that today is 29th of May. Until we all go back to the Constitution and take it serious and become part and parcel of us, there will be no meaningful change in Nigeria. Then I went back to my YouTube videos, not forgetting that I already said that 6 years ago. And it's still the same thing today. In fact, that one, I said it like a prophet, that all the hosts of heaven are declared that until Nigerians go back to the Constitution, there will be no meaningful change. It concerns us. And Dr. Rudolph has taken it upon himself that we will start looking at the Constitution and preach it to our people back at home.
Electricity, do you know why there will be no meaningful change? Because they have weaponized poverty. By weaponizing poverty, they can use people at will to do all the crap they want to do.
I disagree with you that there will be no meaningful change. Let me tell you why I disagree with you. If people weaponize poverty, that means they did something. Also, equally, we can also do something. to what? To change people's mind. It's called the renewing of the mind. Now, and that is how we can address this. We have to renew our mind. And
Now,
I did a video yesterday. Hold on one second. You said, I listen, I will push back against any negative narrative. Take it or leave it from me. That is just me. It doesn't matter whether I'm moderating here. Any negative narrative, I'll push it back. It doesn't mean I dislike you or this and that. Any negative narrative, I am going to push it back, because that is the campaign I am running. Because I believe we are well able to what? To make it. If you are saying that they've weaponized poverty and you want to go your own region, don't forget that there's what we call in school the carryover. That same thing that they have in their head, they will carry it over to whatever region you want to go. And for you to get that thing out of their head, you have to start to preach certain things. Even the Bible, Romans chapter 12, verse 1 and 2, tells us that for us to renew admonish us to renew our mind. And how do we do that? Using the word of God. For Nigerians to get things right, we have to start to renew our mind with the Constitution. Forefather, I hand over to you. The floor is all yours.
Oh my God.
As for I want to floor, me, I want to enter,
please.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to enter silly for flat and a floor be your me na silly.
What I mean is, I have hand over to Forefather. I am not the moderator. I am here, but I have hand over to Forefather. So he's the one.
I need to thank electricity today.
Forefather, before you go on, Arubian, all right? Arubian. One thing I learned is that we should learn to listen, or I said we wouldn't misinform people on some certain things. You may be right in what you are saying, but the way you present it will make people think very, very wrong about it.
Okay, what did I say that you're not happy with?
You present your cases here, and like people like everyone will start tackling you. That's what I don't understand. But John, thank you very much.
Is this
RBL.
Now from hello, also. RBL now from day one. He be Baba two picking. I know. So when they try to they corner they talk here. Me I dey here for now. The place wanna go look me for faith, they rubbish the hard work that the youth put into this. Me and now, I go wear one pint and trouser with una.
They don't remove you to 3 times. I hate you.
No.
Again.
See, those children work so hard. And for throw away their hard work for their faith, they say, it no matter. It matter. We will not they move on. I don't give you an arrow BN. Make you go tell your Tinubu.
Mama Icho, I don't think you know RBL. RBL is IPOB. RBL is IPOB, but it's not.
That's why I said, not this RBL, not this one.
It's not. This RBL is not true. This one is proper IPOB. Let's break Nigeria. Go your way, I go my way. This one is Wait, they cannot sponsor.
He knows me. I ain't gonna meet plenty.
Not this one. This one.
This one. Me, I ain't gonna meet plenty places.
This one doesn't like Tinubu.
You not say they laugh. Me, I don't meet plenty places. So those way want to make we move on. Make una go tell una unconstitutional president. Say the only reason why me and my children go move on. All the people when buy during this election, make they resurrect them for me. Because they die untimely by. Now they hear me? All my children for Lagos, their shop when they burn to ashes because of this, they go bring the shop the way it did when they take burn it. Not because they go bring new one, no, we don't want new one. The way when the shop did, the time when they burn it down, now we know. And they must donate MC Oluomo head in the platter as they do.
Mama Head Show, you don't say this before. Mr. Ademedi remove you. You should.
I better match your break here, match your
Don't
match.
do 3 times because of
You
what
just
you're
say
doing up like this.
if you not like, they're gonna put me for purgatory 100 times. I
No,
go
you
still
don't go
come
up like
to
this. You still come back again.
because
The same thing.
people are still bleeding. See, una like, una not get choice with me. Oh, me and I don't enter 1 train. No, nothing drop me for anywhere. Now they hear me. Hey, God.
Mama Icho, are you sure it's not big TV you're thinking of?
You
This
guys think you're
RBA.
going to drop me?
He's
If
talking
you
about
bring
RBA,
the
not
price of
RBL.
it's not going to happen.
RBL, my Icho.
Mama Icho, Mama Icho, I understand you, but I'm just trying to say this
As far as I'm
RBL from day
concerned,
one.
wait, as far as I'm concerned, now 2 parallel government there for Nigeria now. The constitutional one, which is one when they give to now, the constitutional one, we are waiting for the court to give us our mandate.
Yeah,
So those when they don't go inside Kovu. They can't make agreement with Kovu say it has not been done before.
Oh my issue. Thank God say Nnamdi Kanu no convert you into IPOB member. Because your type, if you say you follow that kind of movement, they for the year I'm up till today.
No, you know, that picking. The only time me and that picking, you know, they vex me. Now so they carry, they abuse everybody.
But now so you two don't they abuse now.
I never at the course now like that what they talk. If they say idiot, you foolish, you this, you that. I know they use those kind of language.
But now small they carry start.
No, I don't ever use that.
There's always a thin line.
Mama,
it's funny because Mama Echo was never a real supporter of Obi at the get-go.
Yes, ma'am. Today, Obi is not my favorite. I hear and wear. But you see, I be mama. My pikin not go labor. Finish make I open my crocro and then one person gonna take out for my pikin hand. It's not gonna happen. Nigerian youth has labor for it. And those are the people I'm fighting for, not to get it clear.
Okay, I get you now. But the thing is this.
I am not fighting for Obi. I am fighting for my children who has labor hard.
The thing is this.
Showore is my man.
And contest also.
Okay, I think let's try to get some order. I think let me give my HO 2 minutes to round up. Okay, take 2 minutes. People, please let her have her say. Then we can get back to normal flow of discussion. Okay, please go ahead.
When it comes to Showore and Obi, na 2 children when I born, okay? Some children follow Showore, some follow Obi. Till tomorrow, Showore is my man. Because if I say I win right now, country for don't settle, if I don't reset the government. But Obi na Soto type. So because in this Soto and my children, hear the word, go and publish everywhere. My children supported Obi. That is their choices. Let's say I get all of them 100%. 99% follow Obi. And they work for it day and night. Their labor, Agbado, the unconstitutional president, he open mouth to say they go labor in vain. And he can't plan for the vain work. Then he can't give Ghana must go to wait till that professor non-entity. If they can't deliver my children mandate for midnight. So because of my children, now they take this angle. So those one of the publishers for newspaper that say, Mama, I don't know. Tomorrow, Showore is my man. Come 2027, I will work hard for Showore. Even before then, I don't start my work for Showore.
Because go get your PVC.
I don't need PVC. I'm a kingmaker. You hear me? I am a kingmaker. I said, now Godfather is the entire Nigeria presidency. Now Godfather is and modernism won't work together. But may they not come with the angle of rigging, no. And may they not come with this style of MC Oluomo. Because we all of us we go do what we need to do come 2027 election. So that any person do beggar, we to go do beggar, not because we go run for them. So now come to this. We can never move on. Today is Black Monday in Nigeria. And it continues to remain Black Monday until judiciary, they know their work. Because right now, Nigeria judiciary, they don't know their work. They say that 3 arms of government. This one go checkmate it is. No.
Mama Echo, it was supposed to be 2 minutes, so please take this in 15 seconds to run.
You be here for 8 hours. How many of the minutes I take for you?
I just come 5 minutes ago. I never said it. Yeah.
I did then on a talk now wake me up, so I did hear on all of things.
I just came in.
Inside my dream self. So the way forward be say, number one, henceforth, make any person not come any platform. Come they tell my children, say make them move on. No, if I catch you for that platform, me and you go wear one.
But let's just start this threat where they trample for platform. For they close the platform for us.
I think hold on. See, Mama Echo,
they don't use the language, they should move on.
I agree with I agree with you. I think what we have to also be careful is that YouTube may not know the difference between the Nigerian banter and the kind of what is a real threat. You see what I mean? And the last thing we need is the Rudolph comes here and he starts telling us that they gave him a strike.
I don't use any language that they say put to you down for this. I said maybe I know they tell my children make them move on. I say if I tell them, me and I go wear one trouser. Now, when in YouTube, make the Google make them put up for inside interpretation.
They won't. They will just Google. They don't listen. All those Indian people that are behind the desk, they will just strike you, and that's it.
Mama Echo, I've watched you for a very long time. I'm sure your minutes are almost over, but let me just chip this in. A lot of times, this is what I've observed. A lot of times, you're making very great arguments, very nice points, and you're hitting the nail on
the use your warrior spirit. Something you don't know about me.
Not just the warrior spirit. Please let him finish. I think you are going to hear something positive, actually. Yeah.
And all of us, we have different ways of delivering speeches, but for some reason, yours most of the time it comes so aggressive and combative.
Because that is the warrior spirit in me.
No,
the Osita. I don't tell
Mama, calm down. Mama, hold on. Mama, calm down.
You get who I be. You don't understand me.
Listen, Mama. Listen.
Aspect of me.
Mama,
there is a warrior aspect of me that I hate impunity. My grandfather was a warrior.
Mama, sometimes now listen to your picking them now. Sometimes too you too listen.
Now they provoke me initially when my boy they smart.
But Mama, wait, I never talk anything now with they provoking now. You see, I never talk anything with they provoking. Because you and I have been on platform for almost a year now. You get, and if we're going to be having real conversations, nobody's saying that we're moving on. We all know that the case is still in court.
Good.
Okay, but as days go by, other things are developing. And we need to keep having conversations healthy enough to help us plan, to help us accommodate, to help us adjust. Nobody has moved on. We're still looking forward to what the court case might be. But Nigeria on its own is moving. So is in every other part of the world. We need to also keep on moving. The people we're fighting against, they are developing strategies. We also need to be developing more strategies. Okay? So I came here because I thought, maybe people were about to start talking about, okay, what's going to happen with the subsidy, with this new government, what are we expecting to happen? Someone, how else are we going to improve, making conversations that can improve Nigeria? The office of the presidency, above every other thing, everyone knows I'm a diehard obedient. But for now, the office of the presidency, according to constitution, must remain functional. The person in the office, actually not who we like, actually not who won the election, but I mean, from a legal perspective or from a Nigerian setting, this is what we have while we are waiting the court. Should we now stay on standstill till the court case comes? If anyone remembers, when Obi tried to remove Ngige in Anambra State, it took almost 3 years. What makes any of us think that removing a governor will be easier than removing a president? And
I think this process is capped in terms of timeline, and that was because of some of those type of cases. So I think it's about 60 to 90 days, if I'm not mistaken, the entire process that will be involved.
At least within 6-7 months, we should know.
80 days.
Yes, 80 days.
180 days.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you.
No, sorry. How many days? I need to be clear on that.
180 days.
Wow, 180 days. That gives us 180. That's 6 months, isn't it? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, so
we've gone almost 4 months already.
So what? Yes, ma'am.
I heard you very well. I'm not be mad person. Yeah. But I'm a mother who is bleeding. Okay? I am bleeding because of what happened. For some people to come here and use you, because I don't know if you were here in the morning, and use the word move on, and use the word that there is nothing that will come out of the court case. These were words that were used this morning. And it's being used by people who are enjoying the Obodo Ibos. It's heartbreaking. And for someone like John Abba, that claimed to be a pastor, will still come here and be trivializing what happened. It breaks my heart. Yes, Dr. Udo was right. Children listening to this. Is that the kind of language you wanted to learn from? A lot of our children who are of age, from age 6 in this Western world, they follow us through the electoral process. Some of them cried. I have a video of some. That we are crying and we don't want Tinubu. It is Obi. We have children. Those children have not forgotten the evil they saw. They are still in pain. And as a counselor, I know what it means. And we come here to tell them to move on. Those children have not been healed.
Mama Rachel, I agree with the point you're making, and I defended you. No, but you have to remember now, Mama Rachel, you know now, it's been going on for a while now. There are other people here. You have to also respect them now.
Before I wake up, as all these people not be talking.
So I'm like Uzo just came in and the show just came in. I just came in. Osita just came in. But you have been talking for the last 10-15 minutes now. It's not fair now on them.
Okay,
don't you think so? You don't have to go anywhere. You just have to be fair to other people. That's all. You don't have to go anywhere now.
You see, when did they cause it? Did you see what causes trouble here?
You see how many minutes you want to talk before you consider it unfair?
How many minutes I don't tell Mr. Man?
It's well over 10 minutes.
Moderate, you be problem. When you open your mouth, they talk, they run like pararara.
I know. But when people correct me, I take it on. See, when people correct me, I take it on, and I take the hit. So don't take it personal when I say let other people talk. You can't go on continuously. Okay, how long do you need? He said 2 minutes, but it's gone past 2 minutes now.
Did I ask you for 2 minutes? Did me, Mama H, open my mouth?
But you accepted the 2 minutes.
Sorry, Mama.
I was only answering Osita.
Mama, I'm so sorry, Mama. This is my person of meeting you. Good day, ma. When you were talking, forefather said he's giving you 2 minutes. You exceeded the minute. He said, "Okay, I give you some extra seconds." Maybe probably you did not.
I didn't hear you. Number one, my original talk. He said 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then please, can you?
In my
talk, the original one, you already spoke for more than 5 minutes.
Let me finish.
Mama, can you just learn and let other people talk?
No. Forefather, not bury me before my time. I must die.
Nobody will bury you. Let's not do that. Nobody's
Ask
burying you.
Mama how many minutes you need. Make your time herself.
How many minutes do you need?
Uninterrupted?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. 1 minute.
Perfect.
You see?
Perfect. Let's
But
go.
if you interrupt 10 minutes.
Don't worry, I would never do that. And if anybody does that here, I will kick them out. That will teach them.
Everybody out. Now 10 minutes.
I was just joking. Just go ahead.
So, Osita, it's not that I don't understand you people. It's not that I can't tell calmly. Now, two aspects of me night inside here. One is warrior. And the warrior outside of me, he hates injustice, impunity. So when people see impunity, injustice, and unfairness, and they just make peke, this warrior go come out and not they control. But if you not come from that angle, as I be bedroom voice, I go take and follow you talk. So tell your people, they don't provoke me. My children are bleeding. They are still crying. Some are the verge of taking it. So we can't be using this language to sustain them, okay? Let's use words that will suit them. Let's give them hope that there is still a case in court that can still work in their favor. So that at the end of the day, whatever happened, I know they would have been getting themselves used to whatever is on ground. But the situation, you look at their work and effort, money they spend, and you call it in vain, it's a no with me and anybody. Any platform I catch the person, me I ain't go wear one trouser. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Echo, and you did live by your word, and I really do appreciate that. And this point you just made just now, I spent a lot of effort defending it the other day, that I don't like the idea of telling people to move on when they are actually doing the right thing. They are following the constitutional process. You want them to go on the street and start rioting because they feel injustice. So it's not nice when people do that. It's a little bit insensitive. And like I said, people say all these things, and I think we shouldn't take it personal, because people are in different places with these things. They will just say people move on, but the ones that are saying, they really need to think carefully. And I think maybe that's some cultural change we need to also observe. Like in the West now, if something like this happen, they will say, okay, yeah, they are doing the process. You have to recognize that they are doing the right thing. They are following the constitution, for trying to upturn something that they feel that was unjust. And that is what you should expect from them. Otherwise, it's on the street, and then what are you going to get? You want to get military that you're just going to cancel the election and cancel the National Assembly and cancel whatever they can cancel. Nobody needs all that drama. So let's just understand each other on that front. Who is next? I think your sister came next now, isn't it? Your sister, please go ahead. What do you think about the speech? I just listened to the Tinubu speech.
It was actually Uzo. Sorry to come in. It was actually Uzo.
It was Uzo. Is your sister? Jesus. Okay, let's. And Uzo was just being a gentleman sitting there. It's not like he does. It's not like he cares even. He's on the phone. Do you want the sister to go ahead?
No, look at what happened.
I'll sit on my brother now. My brother who looking go ahead.
You see that?
Thank you.
All right.
Look actually what happened. I was the one who was in the demanding for you guys to post the link, because at first when I came, it took almost 30 minutes.
Click, post them.
You get ahead. So before I knew it, someone, and I can't see somebody don't enter. I can't say they enter the link while they demand for someone else don't firstly enter the link. But that's by the way. I've not managed to get myself to actually listen to Tinubu, to be honest. But I've looked at the headlines. I know he said he's removed, subsidy must go. So I don't know to what detail of how he said it will go. I don't know, because I know that the designated time, the time designated for it, I think is sometime in June. I think it's the 23rd of June, according to Buhari. So if he's sticking to that plan, good and fine. But the question now is, what will be, what sort of How is it going to be cushioned by the ordinary masses? Because it's going to seem like just pulling the rug off someone's feet. Now, the things I'm most concerned about are the SMEs that depend on these fuels, this petrol and everything. The cost of goods, is going to go high. Even to run a barbering salon is going to get high. So now I don't know what agreement that is in place, maybe with Dangote refinery, as per whether the cost of, getting, refined oil products from Dangote, whether it's going to be anything cheaper compared to what we used to, import. The one thing I know for sure is that at least there is going to be more expediency, in logistics. The time, the thing of maybe sometimes you come and you say, fear no day, all those things. I'm sure fuel scarcity is going to drop, but what I do not know is what the cost will be. You get? I'm envisaging a situation where a good number of people will no longer even be able to, will not afford the luxury of, riding in their private car alone. You might have to be a sort of a thing that, when you're going out, you pick people on the road, the people contribute, because, that's what my mom used to do. I mean, back in the days, while we're still in secondary school, that's what she would do with her car and everything. So, but what is going to be the gross impact on Nigerians? Everyone knows. I'm of the opinion that fuel subsidy has to go. You get, but now when the reality is about to, you're being checkmated with reality, it's a different ballgame altogether. I'm imagining my own mother, who is in Nigeria currently. My dear, I'm sure she's going to be calling me more often. Oh, fuel no day. Oh, fuel no day. Cost of fuel don't day high. That all that sort of a thing. So that is where I'm looking at. But on the other part, although this is what I think that's one of the major things you spoke about. I think also people has mentioned that he tried to say calming things to the opposition parties and stuff and all of that. But like I said, I didn't hear that. Those are the things he's expected to say. The other thing I am looking at is our conversations moving forward, which is sort of one of the things that electricity has done quite well, trying to bring us to a point of more constitutional awareness. If anyone remembers what I said the first time this result was announced, that what we are looking for, we might not get it at this moment, but that does not mean we should keep our eyes off the ball. I even went as far as saying what we should be pushing for at this point in time, the sort of conversations we should be pushing for, are the things that, mount mainly on reforms, especially electorally. Because if our electoral reforms do not get better, if we do not find a way to absolutely make INEC independent, we'll still have troubles. And I'm talking about at the state level, at the federal level. Before we get the quality of leadership we want, before anything can start working well, before investments can start coming to Nigeria properly, we must find a way to make sure that our electoral reform is top notch. Why? Because a lot of people think, that the president is the all powerful. A lot of people think that all governors are the all powerful. The only reason why that is because the arms of government are not properly separated. The executive constantly are always superimposing on the legislative, even to the judiciary. So unless these arms of government are properly separated and are more focused on in fact, I wouldn't even care much about what the executive does. You see, the legislative, that is the most important ingredient of democracy when it comes to the arms of government. Because the moment we're able to start getting the sort of leaders who are thinking in our mindset, imagine where you have someone like electricity or forefathers as the Speaker of House of Representative or as a Senate President.
No,
And
I
we
don't
start
want
talking about
forefathers. So sorry.
and maybe and we
Why,
start having
why is you always
I don't
casting
want
this in?
forefathers.
You know when he
Use
just
another
mentioned it,
example. Sorry to interject you,
you know
Sipa.
when he mentioned it, I
Not
just imagine
forefathers.
somebody with Agbada flying out of the House of Assembly.
oh.
That just came through my head, and I
Yeah.
know that's the kind of stuff Osho would like.
No,
So go
the
ahead.
point I'm making. Now imagine where we citizens start having conversation. Imagine where someone like myself now, who I think that personally, someone who needs to be a legislator, maybe it should be a part-time job. And there should be a cap on the kind of money they are paid. Possibly even it has to be a job that you do voluntarily without being paid. Which means that only someone who is well-to-do financially, who is already established in himself as finance, who just only wants to come to serve. If I'm the sort of person who has the power to be in the legislative, I wouldn't want to be like nobody will be getting paid. It has to be a job you come to do voluntarily. There's something that
Don't you think that when you do that, you make them more susceptible to be bribed because they don't have a lot of resources? This is one of the problems with the legal profession because they are not highly paid.
No, my brother. No, that is not the case. When you drop the incentives, when you drop the things that attract people to that office, when people realize that, man, here, if you enter here, you will go in there. When you're coming out, you become poorer than you went in.
Okay, let me just put this. There's something you are missing. You can drop the incentive in terms of financial incentive to secure the office, but because there is still power in the office, it's still going to attract resources. You have to take power away from the center there because where power goes, that's where resources go.
Definitely. Where power goes, that is where resources go. But the electoral reforms will not just let's even take, for instance, they are still getting the money that they are getting. But the sort of corruption that allows for budget padding, that allows for things that shouldn't be there to be there, that allows for people to act in their own interest instead of the interest of the common people who have elected them into those offices, it would drop drastically. Why? Because imagine someone like Ojo Zokalu. I'm not from Abia State, but I would not want Ojo Zokalu to even remain in the Senate. I don't know for any reason why someone who is as notorious as Ojo Zokalu is
Can we leave Ojo Zokalu? Is he the Antichrist of Nigeria?
I'm sorry. No, I don't.
Why is it always him?
We listen to you. Let us come in also, please. Let us come in.
Okay, yeah, it's true. Actually, you're free to come in. It's not like it's not very strict. Anybody can chime in.
I want to ask you a question, Oster.
No,
Ojo Zokalu and Akpabio, who is worst?
My brother, the two of them, it depends on the degree of knowledge you have about them.
Hold on, please. Just hold on. And then Lawal, the president of the Senate, are they all not the same thing?
My brother, they are all the same.
So why I'm asking that question is, you see, where you're going is not going to give us any traction. What will give us traction is to remove, just like we have said earlier on, reduce the power in the center. The power is too much. Look, the president of Nigeria can run without the assembly. We will run comfortably, and that is how this man who just left did all his days in the 8 years he did. There are certain work he did which was never approved by the Senate. There are certain money he spent which was never approved by the National Assembly. And that's how strong it is. In fact, he alone can tell the army what to do, whether to go to war or not, without even approval from the National Assembly. And he has done that severally. He has deployed the army in many places in Nigeria without the consent of the National Assembly. The army is everywhere in Nigeria. It wasn't deployed. Was there any bill ever passed to say the army should go? No. But you see, the office is so strong, it's almost impossible to control him.
Can I respond quickly to what you're saying?
The constitution is skewed towards one direction. Let us sit down and harmonize those things so that we know who is who and where we're going.
But this thing you were talking about, we're all running within the same circle. You cannot reduce the power of the president without you having an effective legislature in place.
See, you're still coming back what you are saying. You see, if you and I are the senators that get 30 million every month, that is official, unofficial, 80 million, okay, minus constituency funds given to you, will you change the law to that make it so that you be taking only 1 million? You won't. You see, even we even have senators who came into Abuja. Senator David Mark, when he was elected, he said one of his priorities was going to make sure that the rent in Abuja comes down. When he got into the House, he became Senate President. They called him, so boy, you know well, the House Abuja, those houses, who do they belong to? Nobody us. Who are they paying to? Nobody us. You want to reduce it? That bill never saw the light of day till he left. How many years ago did he leave? Abuja House is still where it is. The little you can get, you pay more than
But
that.
KJ, there could be a dynamics that grows whereby if you say, okay, you want to reduce wages for people in the center, and obviously they don't want to vote for their own wages to come down, but the ones that want to change that will become more and more popular over time during the election cycles, because they will be like, I've been trying to do this, these people are trying, they have been blocking me, the corrupt ones have been blocking me, and you can name the corrupt ones even, and they keep getting voted out. Before you know it, you have a House of Assembly that is actually ready to do the right thing by the
I want to
people.
give you an example from my state. The only reason why Abaribe went back to the Senate is because the people of my state love him. You understand what I'm saying? He has never been able to push one bill across. He will do everything possible, but at the end, it will not pass through. Why? Because you see, how many? I have friends who are in the house. They are not the best of people. You don't even want me to call them. They're not the best of people. They are just collecting that. You see, some of them are even just comfortable collecting their money. They don't even care whatever is going on, and it's not going
But
to.
you said you have a good one, and he's
They
not
are very
succeeding in
few
getting anything
to
done.
make a change. They are very
Yeah,
few.
but that's what I just described. You start from somewhere and build momentum from there. It depends on the kind of campaign and awareness that they make people this thing that they do, because you have to let people know the work you are doing and why it's not working, and you can name those people and or work with form alliances with people that share the same opinions as you. You go to, like, let's say other this in other southeast this in lawmakers are not backing you, you call them out. You see what I mean? You call them out. The same thing in the south, the same thing in the north.
KJ, I think sorry, KJ, can I just chip in one more thing? I think you've lost where my conversation, argument, or submission was coming to. So just you people just remember what I was talking about is electoral reform. Electoral reform and more independence of INEC, in the sense that once we start being able to, once that power to vote in the people who we want and vote out the people who we want, once that becomes sacrosanct, once that become impossible to tamper with.
Who should make? How do you want INEC to be made independent? Because it's one thing to say it. You also want to tell us, how
Okay.
people want
Now
to do that.
look at the troubles we encountered during this election. What was the main problem? The main problem was that even after people counted their votes at the polling unit, they knew the scores of the votes and they went home. The polling agents, they had their results, their own evidence, their own proof. But at the end of the day, at the collation center, everything was changed. So which means we were able to bypass the problem of getting people out to vote. The BVAS worked, so there was not overvoting. But we now started having problem with collation.
So how do we make INEC independent? What is the mechanism you have for that?
Now, okay, how do other countries do it? A country like India is already doing electronic voting. Okay, and what happens with this electronic voting is this: with electronic voting comes with a system that also automates collation. Okay, so assuming, let's take for instance, as people were counting their vote and everything was being registered and it was coming out online, this will not be the one that say Una go upload for IREV after they go recollect them. This one is that as you're voting, as you're casting your vote, everything automatically, electronically is being collated. I know some people will say, oh, there is a chance of it being hacked. India has a population over a billion, with over 900 million registered voters. And they have been doing electronic voting since 1999 or 1998. How many years ago? For over 20 years now. Because
I know what I was saying. I would say
but Indian INEC too is not entirely independent. So
now,
that independent aspect is the one I'm just trying to get to, because I think that's his argument.
I want to be clear what he's saying now. I want to clear what he's saying now. Even
you said something, show.
I said Uzo. Uzo's itching to speak.
Okay, Uzo, go ahead. KJ, please let Uzo finish, then you can go.
Let me. What I want to say is this: is it my time or just to respond to
it's not your time. It's Osita's time. Osita, your time has gone on, but
my time has gone on.
Yeah, please, Uzo, just contribute briefly. So
this is where my issue they fight to just the dance time like in a list material.
I've been saying that, all right. And why I'm saying this is this: it doesn't matter the system we have in Nigeria. He said something about electoral law. The system we have in Nigeria is that's where the problem is. In a way that is only the president can appoint the INEC chairman. No matter whatever you do, if you guys vote everything, the INEC chairman that has the last button. If the president call him, hey, dump it, he's going to dump it without thinking twice. Secondly, I want to say this: if the masses, if our legislatures going to the house know that when they messed up in 4 years, next 4 years, the masses will vote on out, they will start doing the right thing. But they know that whether they mess up or no mess up, the masses don't have the right to vote at how it is right now. They will be handpicked and drop there by any chance. They will keep on messing up, no matter whoever you put there. If you cannot be, as you guys we are here, as the pro spoke, how somebody he called the way he described the person, know who the person is, about the telecommunication, how he was collecting 2 Ghana must go. When he collected 2 Ghana must go, he can't even say anything anymore. He said the money was like he didn't see, he didn't talk. All right. So say no word, and the way he call it though. So that's my own, because if we can have let me say, how INEC can be independent. How INEC can be independent? Would that be controlled by the governors? The governor of your state will appoint, will be our next chairman of the state. The president will appoint will be all those kind of process. How do you think you're going to get a good election in such situation? It's going to be rigged. So I don't know. That convention we should have, see how that is possible. If the electoral law, they should remove it. They can just remove that electoral law. So INEC can be. INEC is independent. INEC is a party, is a part of the party. Like as it is now, INEC is an APC, is a part of APC. As it is, INEC is an APC party. So they cannot allow any other decision. It's only Jonathan that have the guts not to remove Jaga. If INEC remove Jaga that period, APC will not come in. Jonathan say he don't want the blood of innocent to waste. That's why he left Jaga there. If he remove Jaga and bring person that will rig election for him, he will still be PDP still hold the party now. So let's just take it that way.
You know you're a brave man coming here with that Uzo. The moment they put Carlo at the end, you know you're a junior, you're a brother of what Uzo Carlo. You're a brave man coming here with that name. Sorry, Baba H.O., please go ahead. Just add what you wanted to.
The way forward, all of us they vote here, right? There is something they put in place that make this kind of thing when it happens or not happen.
Waiting be that. Tell us.
Number one, we need to pass a bill that says we need to pass a bill that says the citizen who vote and nominate and elect an INEC chairman, so that the INEC chairman is not accountable to anybody. Because as far as I'm concerned, They are not independent at all. The way forward, all the money when they apportion to themselves as senator, as House of Rep, we the citizen need to decide that money. It's only 8 years they stay in office. They stay 8 years in office and they will collect pension for life. That your papa and my papa that serve 35 years. If they live for another generation upon generation, they add their pension together, it's not richer. Is that not something we should look into? Then we should stop this jumping from governor to become senator. We should cancel it. We should cancel it. Then they are not entitled to any pension. If they want entitled to pension, may they go do 35 years civil service. They did pension for life. Houses every 4 years. Changing, hey God. Why will they not do all this shenanigans to enter there? So, I thank God say all of us, including me, we don't wake up. We don't wake up to know, as long as we leave things like that for Nigeria, we go get worse of Nigeria, and now we go suffer. Make all of them way do but you go and start your job where you need to get another job because this oil subsidies is on your neck, brother. Mama is sick, brother. They just admit mama, brother. I not pay my children's school fees, brother. They just drive me come up from school, brother. They say I want to operation. No, hey, be ready. So if we were ATM machine before, hey, we be bank now. We be bank now. Then two, all this not go work. Make we drop pan. Make all of us wear the thinking cap say it go work. You know why? All of us they where they work. And what do we need to do now? Copy and paste. So then we have to start education now. Education. It is our responsibility to begin to educate our people back home. That while we are fighting this one, we should put our eye for 2027 as if not today. And start working together. And all of you ain't there yet. Una go carry una pali, una they go to House of Rep, una they go for House of Senate. Because now there the monster there. The president cannot do all this one. If these two people are not party, they're supposed to be checkmating each other, judiciary, executive, and legislature. But unfortunately, Nigeria, 3 of them are working together. So these are the bigger monster we have.
I think you suggested, you made quite a lot of good suggestions. The one about the INEC head being elected, maybe a few other positions at the top being elected. The problem will also come from that cyclical aspect whereby you have to worry about who is going to conduct that election. Could it not be rigged too? So but that could be something. At least we'll have an idea of the personality of the INEC head, because if people want to elect somebody that is going to lead the INEC, it's also good for people to know the person, because like this INEC head now is just appointed. That said, it's the same thing in America. The president appoints the commissioner, the people that are in charge of the electoral commission.
But
and many nations do that too.
But yes, I agree. But their system is working. If system is not working, with that, let me say it is not happening. It is not happening. Is it not the first time they are bringing the ex-president of United States to book? Is it not the first time?
I also agree with your suggestion of governors not going to the Senate. I think there should be a cooling off period of about at least 5 years before, or 2 to 5 years before they go and they are allowed to go and run for Senate or anything like that, because it seems to be a kind of a round door now, where everybody just go in merry-go-round from one political office to another. So they are all, and you have too many, rotating, what do they call it, rotating doors, where they are just padding each other's backs, and that is not exactly a very healthy this thing. So I support that. I think you see, you have a thinking head. I think sometimes this is why Mama Echo, you do have ideas, and so that's why maybe when you are talking about other things, you want to sometimes be coming up with this idea so that people know, because in the end they are the solutions that people need. I never thought about that. I listened to this speech. Hold on now. Let me finish what I'm saying. You have said your piece. You have said your piece, Mama Echo. You do have ideas, I must say. See, sometimes Mama Echo will just be talking like this, and suddenly
You
just
think Mama carry file?
the professorial degree just shows up from nowhere. Like, oh, it shows up from nowhere. But I heard Tinubu's speech, and one of the things he said some things that sound right. He also understands fully well, at least from what he said, the position of Nigeria on the continent and in the world. And he seems to. But one of my biggest concern with the speech, and I also like the way he actually, basically embraced the fuel subsidies, this removal. And but the area I'm concerned with, he did talk about the security, that we need to take care of it, but he didn't specify the level of change that is going to be needed there. And that is very concerning, because if that doesn't change, we'll lose this opportunity that we have. And this is one thing that African leaders and our people need to watch out for. Our leaders, they have been trained to tell us what we want to hear, but never deliver any real change. Now we have to be careful about that. So who is next?
Wait.
I'm not sure if Uzo has spoken. If Uzo doesn't get
when you finish,
Uzo will speak, then after Uzo will speak.
Let me say something. Let me say something. We are
John Okoli has been very patient too. Jesus. He
doesn't
even interject at all.
No. John has spoken quite a bit.
For 5 hours. Let me say something we are not paying attention.
And let me add one thing.
Sorry, I did not talk. It's just that most of my time was taken by that being that guy.
Yeah.
Let me say something here.
Let me just recognize electricity for something that he's working on right now, and I think it's something that if we can support. Let me just highlight electricity, even if it's asleep. How many seconds? Mine is 20 seconds. So electricity, I think we need to recognize electricity for what he's doing. He is looking to have a situation whereby to recall our lawmakers will be easier. He wants to try to make it so that they are more, because if he succeeds in recalling 1, 2, or 3, they will sit up. And just like Usita is saying that we need to focus on those lawmakers and all the rest of it. So Mama Echo, please go ahead.
There is one very important thing we have to pay attention to. And I know it was a deliberate thing. And me, I go pay attention and I go touch lighter. Remi Tinubu, a few months ago, cry out. We don't have money, oh. We are collecting money from, is it Shetima's wife? I've been Oshobanjo's wife. Good. And on Sunday, that lady went to redemption camp, climbed the pulpit, open microphone. My family is very rich. We don't need Nigerian money. So less than how many months una don't reach, una not need that money. You know, see the higher deception. So that when they come thief, when they come begin, they carry, una not go to say the thief una money. Remi Tinubu you, your husband, your children, your grandchildren, make una declare all una asset, home and abroad. Now una put that for black and white for us. Because one of my pikin does suggest something when I hear somewhere. He said, make we dey let them declare their asset before they as they enter. And before they leave, make they redeclare am, so that we go know whether they thief us or not. So Remi Tinubu, irọ́ lẹ́pa. Irọ́ lẹ́pa. You lied to us the other day, so now they beg money from Oshombajo wife. He never reached any month. You can't they go for altar of God when they're supposed to call holy altar. You can't they lie for there. Say una rich, una not need Nigerian money. So therefore, that's una there for Aso Rock. I hear that they say that they pay rent for Aso Rock. Make una use una money pay that rent too. Make una use money that they feed una sell for Aso Rock. The whole one be una be Yoruba, so all one be there everywhere. Make una they use una money. All this lie when they put for people, who it is or be mumu. Internet not they forget. So you and your children now go declare everything. Una go tell us each of the business and work where you and children they do. So that we know say una not go they do drug paralysm. As una position, everyone go they traffic drug anyhow. Anyway, I don't want to spend my energy for here because sooner very soon you will leave the Aso Rock.
Okay,
all right,
just
all
quickly,
right, all right.
before
Uzo.
Uzo speaks, Uzo speaks, just two things quickly. So I know Mama Echo said it initially, but the second time she said Osibaju's wife. So just to clarify, so that people won't run away and say on Damage Issue they were, peddling whatever. So it was Shetima's wife, and it wasn't at Redemption Camp. It was at National Christian Center in Abuja. That doesn't change what you said.
But
It
she
doesn't
said
change.
something Redemption Camp on
No, it
Sunday.
wasn't
That's
Redemption.
what I'm telling you.
Mama Echo, it wasn't at Redemption Camp. It was at the National Christian Center in Abuja where they
The one
held
she
the
said,
most.
the one where she said they reach. Okay, sorry.
Yes. So just to clarify, but the message you passed is still valid. But some people, they will forget the actual message and run with, oh, she said Redemption Camp, as if it makes any difference. But just to put
Okay,
it
I
out there.
didn't know. As I
Yes.
see the auditorium.
Yeah.
So, correction. They said a National Christian Center.
Christian Center, Abuja, yes.
So, National Christian Center. Now he do this lie. He said they know they use our money to do anything. So, all of them, when they are so wrong, they collect money from their account to buy rice. If
Mama Hecho,
receipt to me, because I go pro-ban. He said they rich, they don't need our money. They better then jet them kobo. Oh my house, singing your funny. He go hang on your throat.
Hold on now, Mama Hecho. See, I think is there an argument for this? Because Tinubu likes to brag that, I don't know whether it's brag or just say that for the last how many years or so, he has done a lot for a lot of people and all the rest of it, and he has not asked for anything back. He has not asked for any contract with the federal government. He hasn't got any contract linked to government. So is that accurate?
And he collect toll gate where they buy my children for during toll gate.
Isn't that a private business or something? I'm talking about something linked to the government. Does he have any contract linked to government?
They say may they relinquish toll gate for me and my children.
I mean, you can talk about Alpha Beta. Of course, they always say it's not linked to it. It doesn't own it and all of that. But
that one is Lagos, isn't it? Maybe I think he was referring to federal government when he was saying that.
It's not just Lagos. There are a few states who use Alpha Beta. It's a business deal. They do the job, they get paid for it. What they get paid, some people argue is a bit too much, but that's all for debates. I don't know.
What they get paid is extortionate, because if 15%. You take 10%, is it 15%? If you take that kind of amount from a state's revenue, the state is basically working for you. It's just because you're offering a service doesn't necessarily mean, because in time that's what it's going to amount to. And that I'm not sure that is healthy, but given the state of Nigeria, I guess that is better than not even getting the revenue at all, isn't it? So, Uzo, I think he has been very patient. Yeah, please, what do you have to contribute?
Patient is they say the patient dog eat the fastest meat. Not bone anymore. No dog wants to eat bone. Want to eat meat. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good luck with that one.
Uzo don calm since when he belong to the camp of repair and let's move forward. But that
You
one
know,
wey talk for Biafra for
you know
head.
what, what other people say about that? That the patient dog eats the bone or the fastest meat that the hustlers left behind. So the hustlers have been there to take their share already are gone.
Rachel, one thing about me, I'm sort of a person that there are two type of people in this world: people that move on with stuff, and people that doesn't move on with stuff. Even when I was later, I always like I'm a type of person that at not like I'm not someone that stay one place to like because it didn't work for me this way. I will keep on still doing this. I will find a way around the other back to like enter there and still go on. So that's my type of person. You know, it's hard for someone to change on something, even the way you are being hold down, crying, shouting. Down there, you are looking a way also to like um find a way out of it. And some people are they can't move on. They want to hit the head and the tail. So we have when some people come here and say something, they say on their own, not for everybody. Some people are like that, some people are not like that. All right. So that's one part. Secondly, we are talking about subsidy. All right. Subsidy is a crime syndicate. It's a crime syndicate on its own. It doesn't like for if Tinubu remove subsidy in this is just a month to a week of being a president, that it take Jonathan and all these people 8 years, Buhari 8 years, guy, we are in a deep shit. Once they are on this shit, they will fight him back. The syndicate will
Watch
fight
your
him back.
language. Your family people are watching.
Oh, sorry, Daddy. I said we are. I said we are in trouble because when you say syndicate, what it is, people that are on this subsidy, they are not like kids. They are not kids. This is a very big business that you have been doing with Nigeria, toy with Nigeria all over the place. For him to come out like this and announce it, if you remove it just like that, man, I'll give him hand though. Just like John said. John says so many things here. Yeah, being a young kid, the first time on this platform, I've listened to you since John, since he came on. The guy was speaking a lot of stuff that we that have been here and learned a lot. All right. One thing he said, and I asked him, I don't want to ask you something. You talk about Obonyi State and the Dave Umahi. We know about Dave Umahi, how Obonyi State was. It's one of the poorest country in I think it's top 5 poorest in Nigeria, and the Southeast is the poorest. People laugh at the way people, but today, all right, they have one of the best airports so far. Best hospital. You ask him, where did he get the resources to build the airport? Why Imo State, which I come from, they are NDDC. They have all, they have money. Most countries have, they can't even get a good hospital. Where did this guy have this money to do that? And John said, this guy, 2007, people were like, nobody want to see him. He keep people there. But today, the same people that want to see him are the one also praising him because he have done what people do not expect him to do in their lifetime. All right. Now, talking about Obonyi right now, Obonyi is in record. Like if you go to Obonyi in the night, you think that you're not even in Nigeria. The way I heard, you would think that you're outside Nigeria. Yeah, the guy may design the whole Obonyi state like a disco club. People like a disco club. Local club is light, like a disco club. But you still feel that okay, is this Obonyi or where I am? At least some of us, when I heard that, I had to start going. I laughed. Then I saw so many things. I said, wow, if this guy can change and do this, everybody have the opportunity also to change. And after, as a Christian, my age is a Christian, all right. I didn't say everyone to move on after election or do that. Yeah, we have the right. The case is in the courts, all right. But we cannot, as I said, we cannot put the country on shutdown. Things are getting worse. Just like we're saying, sit at home, sit at home. All right. Where is it sit at home? People sit at home. People, business, the government, things are going wrong. When you put the country on hold, let's not to move on. Let us wait until the election court rules. Guy, these guys, they are 10 miles away from us. The whole, before the court will day, the whole country will messed up. All right. So just at the same thing, when we say sit at home, we say let's shut down, let's put the country at home and let's see the head and tail of it. So let's not, I don't have to put the two of them side by side, actually, but we don't have to do that. But on my own, what I'm suggesting, on my own way, everybody have people that come that don't know anybody here. Is here, I know for everybody. You don't know how I think. You don't know how, I don't know. You don't know my own way of life. As I said, we have to talk about people. So we're learning every day. You, young, old, everybody. Mr. Scribe said yesterday, most of us are not good on them. Like he said, he's a software engineer that is not good on putting words together. But after being the show, he can like know how to talk, how to put things together. Most of us are like that. The Solomon show are giving most of us the platform to like as spoken to put one or two things together. All right. So that's why when we see some when we talk, hey, don't make them shut this place down for us. We don't know what this show have brought from, like bring up for so many people. So people that are going to solve into so many depressions. The way they're on this show, they are healed. It gives healing. Sometimes they don't even know when the time is gone. They keep on like with it. So that's what people don't understand, that not only people come here to listen to, some people are going to stuff. But so when they are on this show, keep on listening, contributing, you see that, they're like, it's a part of healing. But we don't understand. That's when all of us shout, hey, let's keep this thing calm. Let's get it going. Let's start knowing people, right? You don't know who is who. You don't know who is. I'm not picking person from here. I can get the hair from here. I can get anything from here. So my own part is this: let us all keep it calm and work well. As I said, when Esther was saying, I still believe that the Nigeria structure is very wrong. It's only structured to fit the the rich. It doesn't structure to feed the poor. All right, in a way that during election, the masses don't even have a right to put somebody they want. I know 3-4 people that went from here to go and contest for federal and state house of assembly. I know what the story is. I know how they spend money. I know how the story is. All right. Even the people that are trying to help in the village, I know what happened. And those people come tomorrow again to beg me for money. All right. So I know what happened. So the first step I suggest, if you can, this electoral reform, if you can do electoral reform, see how you're going to like reform the electoral process. But reform the electoral process is not busy. As KJ said, you're going to pass through the house. And who has the house? The total of member of the house from the Southeast. Only one state in Kano. If they bring any law, only one state in Kano will cancel it. Only people from Kano, only the senator in Kano, 2 states in northern state will cancel whatever that doesn't feed them. All right. So that's where the problem is. If he bring a bill, everybody have the right to like, okay, I bring a bill, everybody have the right to vote on its own or vote the way it should be. All right, without counter. That would be right. But it can't be a bill like there's no good bill that have been passed in my place. Like, okay, this is a bill apart from the federal or the house. What we know, want to remove him. End of the day, my people will vote. The person will still go back there. You ask yourself, how the person will just go back there? The problem is that the INEC have the right to like come on the air and just announce anybody that wants to announce. Whether you vote for him, you don't vote for him. They call them and announce anybody want to announce. Your vote doesn't count. Your vote will not count in that. So that's if we start from there, it will be a very good step. So okay, if those legislatures know that next 4 years, if I didn't do well, they won't vote for me. They will start changing. The way they know that whether you vote or no vote, it doesn't count. They will always like do whatever they want without even sending anybody, without looking at anybody. Even with that diaspora, we have all the power. We use all our power in my place. These guys, they're faster than us. We are talking now. These guys have already perfected their 2027 way. We are talking right now, talking about how I'm going to do this. These guys, they are like 2027 already perfected for them. 2027 perfected for them.
But at least, see, also the difference will be that they may have to use more other means. Because now, like in America now, they use other means. They have a form of rigging, but it's not the kind of rigging that you see in the ballot box. It happens before that, the way they, advertise and all the rest of it. That said, regarding what you said about INEC being able to declare Whoever, technically that's true. INEC can declare whoever, then it's up to you to go to court to sort it out. And this is the problem. That's why when I said earlier on today that this is the way the constitution is meant to work, people were having a go at me and say, how can you say that? Something that everybody agrees that is the truth of the situation. The only way you can mitigate the damage that can do is to ensure that whatever process that is going to involve challenges in an election should be completed in a short period of time and before any new president or any new official is sworn in. And if you do that, there's no incentive now for even INEC to declare somebody, because it's going to go to court and then they're going to resolve it, and then the right person will get into office. So using INEC as a weapon against this thing, the masses is going to be, it will be mute, because it's not. They will challenge it in court, and the evidence will be provided, and it go through the stages of the court system. Then it will have to be decided by the Supreme Court. So I think that's one of the ways, and also the system itself. This system was quite robust. The problem is that they didn't put enough power in the IREV in terms of being able to confirm. I don't like the idea that they have to vote by thumbprint on a paper. They could have used that device to vote. They could have used it to vote. So you take away the chances of anybody being able to alter the information. So we are very, very close. And that is the area, those areas we need to tighten up our cyber security. And then it will be very, very hard, almost impossible to rig an election based on human interference the way they did this time. So who is next? Sure, you have not said anything, no, and you are
Show
not
has not
looking
spoken.
at anything.
Show needs to speak.
Okay.
Show speak, oh.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you think about the speech? And
I only answered question from asked Osita question. I'm beginning to think I'm here to say crayfish. So let me know.
I think because you have okay, after show, I think you have because you
No,
have been around for a
Cage, have
long
you
time.
spoken since forefather came to moderate?
No, I only asked
no
question to Osita.
Have you? Did you speak when what's this? Electricity was moderated.
Show had been watching this show since 10 a.m. You know what he's talking.
Yeah,
I've been here since. Yeah, okay. Don't worry, I'll be brief.
You can
Don't
go
worry.
ahead.
No, yeah, he has spoken. He has spoken actually.
Forefathers, maybe move electricity to the backstage. Not remove him completely, just backstage. So
Yeah,
that,
I think he's there.
Come back. Okay, he's here. I thought maybe he was sleeping or gone. Yeah, okay. Just make sure it's there, because for optics, it was just a blank space. Yeah, so the speech, I still haven't listened to it.
Hold on. I've not asked the question because I wanted to make you, ask you about the speech. What areas? Okay, you have not listened to it.
I've seen bits and bits and bobs of it. I've read the article on the. I've read the article. I've gone to read the article on BBC regarding the subsidy. He didn't specify when it was, when it would take effect, but he made the pronunciation that subsidy is gone. And Nigerians. Now, this is not. It's partly to blame with the way Tinubu dropped it, but also the citizens. And I've spoken to someone, today who said, oh, yeah, you can't blame the filling stations. It's going to be hard for them to restock if they sell everything they have. I said their job is not to keep it. Their job is to sell it. So why are the filling stations? Now, this is the problem of the citizens, which forefathers would tally to what you always say. You have fuel that you bought at whatever price, the last price you bought it. Now you're holding on to it, waiting for the price to go to 700 per litre so you can sell it at 700 per litre or 500 per litre. This is a problem of the citizens. This is not the government now, which forefathers should be happy to hear, because I know you always say you share the blame and all of that. And there's enough blame to go around. Sell whatever you have at the price. My worry is people keeping these things at home. We don't have good hospitals. People, see, when the explosions, God forbid, when they start because of the storage method, we just start hearing explosion there. We don't have hospitals. We don't have ambulances that can cater for people. So I'm just pleading with people, if there's anyone listening, the way you're going to store these things that you're looking to buy, please don't go and buy what will kill you and your family. You understand? So, hey, that's that. I was joking with a friend when the subsidy thing happened, and one of my friends and my nephew in Ibadan confirmed that the filling stations in Ibadan have stopped selling fuel. All of them have stopped. So I said, if you see anybody that supports APC, when they get to fuel station, there's just shout to Yoruba Room and they would sell to them at a different price. or they should just shout Akombi, or just shout APC, take a broom there, say you're APC. Maybe they would do with you differently. The subsidy had to go. Someone had to buy the bullets. That thing is a scam.
I like
It's
the
a scam.
way I like the idea that the way it went off is that the next budget, the budget that is coming in, doesn't have allocation for subsidies at
Yeah,
all.
it's a scam
So
because if you look at it, last year alone, Nigeria spent about $9 billion on subsidy. For this first half of the year, 2023, we have spent close to $7 billion, over $6 billion. Those 2 years, now you're looking at about 15 billion. Dangote refinery cost 18.5, 19 billion. That's how much Dangote refinery cost, $19 billion. And in less than 2 years, we've spent about $15 billion on subsidy. So that thing is a scam. It wasn't value for money.
So
And this
when sorry, let me just, because there's some other numbers that was ringing in my head. When you said the subsidy used to be 9 billion, when was this?
last year was 9 billion.
Jesus
Estimated
Christ.
$9 billion.
You see,
And this year, January to June, we spent estimated about $6.3 billion on subsidy. So in between last January and this June, which is 18 months, we've spent about $15 billion.
So the
And
depreciation
refinery
in
cost 19 billion.
the depreciation in the Nigerian currency may be partly to do with this.
Yes, I
Because when
hear
the
that.
Nigerian currency depreciates, then and we are still keeping
It
petrol price
also
the same.
affects, so that's something you're talking about, affected Dangote refinery, because the initial estimate of that refinery was about 9 billion, but it ended up costing 18.5 billion, 19 billion. So it affected the refinery. But what I'm saying is, if Dangote can build a refinery for that amount, and we are just throwing money in the air in the name of subsidy, I mean, I don't know, for better, I love analogies. It's like, it might not be the best analogy, but it's like living in a compound. You are the landlord. You refuse to train your children. You refuse to send them to school. You don't pay their school fees. Your tenant, who is seemingly, not as rich as you, decides to send your children to school. On the day of their graduation, you now go and buy agbada. You are sitting in front. Because when I saw, the leaders of Nigeria at the Dangote refinery, I was disappointed. Not because I have anything against Dangote. He's a private businessman. I'm happy for him. He's there to make money. It's not charity. But when you see Nigerian leaders who have failed to make even one out of our refineries work, go there and be proud and sit in front and give speech. And the Lagos State governor was lecturing us on how Dangote, who is Dan Tata's grandson, came to Lagos 40 years ago with nothing. And now he's a billionaire. And I was listening to all that noise and I'm thinking, do you recognize shame, even if it slaps you in the face? We could not make our own refineries work. Dangote's refinery should be supplementary, but we couldn't make any work. And Dangote's refinery will function while ours is not functioning. These guys are, honestly, it's crazy. And I hope that
I think when you look at it, technically, Nigeria built equivalent of 40% of their requirement in Dangote refinery, because if Nigeria owns 20% in Dangote refineries and they have a capacity to produce twice what Nigeria needs, you can see that 20% is now 40% of Nigeria's capacity that they can be used. So maybe, just maybe, that is why they can sit there and say this is part of our own success too.
But do you know how much we spend on our refineries yearly? Have you looked into it?
Yeah, it's been a disgrace. This is
We're
so
not
far.
producing a liter. Sell it off. I know Femi Otodola, was it Femi Otodola that was saying that him and Dangote and a few other guys were going to buy them? But I think when Yaradua came in, he stopped it for whatever reason. If it's not going to work, sell it so that we stop wasting money on these refineries. See, for me, the issue I have with these things, why it annoys me is when I say, I keep talking about health because I think, the health sector, probably because I work in and around the health sector in the UK, and I compare it to what we have back home. When I say the health sector, the educational sector, yes, we don't have enough money. I'm reminded every day we are broke, and I get it. And that is why it annoys me when I see wastage, leakage, stealing, corruption, whatever you want to call it. Sell these refineries off. Let us stop wasting money on it. The money you are wasting on these refineries, spend it on education. It's the best legacy you can give.
But they are due to be coming online. They said the Port Harcourt one, the River State one should be coming online this year.
We'll wait. I don't want to be
Yeah,
pessimistic and
you know
negative. We'll
how
wait.
many years I've been waiting for Dangote? That's what
Exactly.
we'll have to wait
Exactly.
and
That's
see
what I'm
whether they
saying.
come
So
online.
when you see them waste money like this, and it's not waste, it's stealing, basically, it's another name for stealing. When you see them stealing money like this, it's infuriating. Like I keep saying, if it was the days of Gowon saying that we have so much money, we don't know what to do with it, that people are squandering money, you might look away. But I'm saying this is the period when Nigerians are struggling, where some people cannot even eat. There's no electricity, there's no water, people live in abject poverty. Forget the people you deal with, your circle, the probably comfortable guys in Nigeria. You go to Nigeria, you can stay in their house, you might decide not to stay in a hotel. There are big boys and big girls that you went to school with. But there are a lot of millions of people in abject poverty. Yorubas will say, "Ọmọ alápatà ò gbọdọ̀ jẹ egungun." The child of a butcher should not be eating bone. That's the thing. If Nigeria was like truly broke, then all these excesses of our government officials should not exist. But if these excesses exist, then you can't turn around and tell me Nigeria's broke. We can't afford this. People should manage. Things are different. You're still doing giveaway. Today you are giving Niger this. Tomorrow you are giving Niger Republic that. You are giving Sudan that. I'm not saying don't play your role. You're a big boy in Africa. But if you are broke, you don't do giveaway on Twitter, on Instagram. Don't go and borrow money to be doing giveaway. You don't do that. You don't live like that. If we're truly broke, let us cut our spending. The cost of governance. They will tell you. I mean, I saw Tinubu's convoy when he came back from France. Past 65 cars. Sorry. What was going on? Why? If you question it, people will attack you. I'm not saying, and I think, oh yeah, Fofo, that was on the program where when people are attacking you for that. I think the question people were asking is, did we need 65 cars to go and pick Tinubu from the airport? We're not saying do the Peter Obi style and go with 2 Peugeot 504. No. It needs to be protected, but not 65 cars. Not 65. Why? You understand? So
Sure, on the
Nigeria is broke.
contrary, the P2B style
It's
is what
like
we
you
do.
now, the way you are right now. God forbid, let's say your contract is not renewed or whatever, and you're not working for 6 months, 8 months. Yes, you've made money over time. The first month after your contract ends and it's not renewed, you still be balling. The second month, third month, by the time it gets the 6th month, and you've been to like 6, 7 interviews, nothing is happening. You start reducing what you do. You understand? Your children come to you and say they want to go to Disneyland Paris. You say, no, let's go to Legoland in England. Yeah. We can't go to Disneyland Florida. But Nigeria is living as if we still have excesses. So the leaders are still enjoying everything. Nothing changes for them. They're increasing their package. Buhari's wife is saying we should give the president's ex-president's wife a different package from the ex-president. When you are telling the citizens we are broke, and I think it's because that woman wants to go to Dubai. She's not ready to go to Niger Republic or go and look at cows in Daura. She's not interested. She loves the life of Dubai, and she needs money. If Atiku's son is caught on tape saying that for him to move to Dubai, he needs to live like he lived in Nigeria. The guy was saying that he needs to go to Dubai and have chauffeur and have cook and have chef. That's Atiku's son. You can imagine what Aisha Buhari is used to and what she wants in Dubai. So to maintain that life, she's asking Nigeria to be taking care of her for the rest of her life. And not just her.
Yeah, no, I
all
think
the other
that part is really that's how do you have the art of touch they use in the UK.
They are very out of touch.
They just don't seem to like realize the nation they are running.
Every
How
day you're
badly
preaching
things
to us
are.
Nigeria is broke. But you people, you are still living fat. And when they say the woman is fat, she go and arrest somebody, take the person to hospital, be beaten. Have you not gained weight? Didn't we see you when you came in? The boy said you've lived fat on Nigeria's money. You got angry. So for me, the subsidy had to go. It had to go. It's just that Nigerians will hear it, and those of us in the UK, Mama Icho nailed it. See, you were to give your mama 100k every month before. Just know your bill has gone up. Don't let your parents negotiate it. You yourself reason it and increase it next month. Don't let them come to you and start saying your name is not for father, so they won't call you for father. Whatever your actual name is, they will call you and they will say, "See, subsidy is gone. Okada will go up. Everything, the price will go up." So most of us in the UK, the West, Canada, Australia, all of us, we would feel it as well. We will definitely, what I'm giving my mom or what we give my mom every month has to go up.
You see, don't you think? Okay, one of the things I was suggesting, because months ago already, earlier on this year, I've already started preparing to shift from using the kind of petrol in generators and other to move to solar. Listen, don't you think the federal
the price of solar won't go up? Long term, it will still be cheaper. But
now,
you think
tomorrow,
the price of solar is going to go up this evening? It's
I
done
think
of
I
this
should
season.
start buying it already. I think I should start buying
Of
that
course.
already.
No, if you sold solar system in Nigeria, wouldn't you increase the price tonight? That's what people would do. It's common sense. It's business. It will be
But they may
cheaper in
not
the
know.
long run.
Nigerians don't always calculate like that. They may not know. So best to
People that
start
have
buying it
fight,
tomorrow
well,
morning.
you underrate my people. No. Apologize. But
No,
let me
they
move
will
on to
increase
KK
petrol,
so I
but they
don't
may not
carry
know
on.
that the solar panel price will just go
I
up
hear you. You
immediately.
underrate Nigerians. You don't know.
Okay, maybe
KB, are
you're
you the
right
floor, I
there.
beg?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Father, what do you think for you to install 2 kVA solar system in your house? How much do you think it will be? 800,000 right now.
Yes, at least, yeah.
So how many people can afford that in Nigeria?
That's the point I was trying to make, to show that don't you think that the government should make it should allow especially businesses to be able to get loans to be able to transition to solar this thing, that way they can get rid of their generators.
Father.
No, it's 800,000. Why are we laughing? It's not like a million. You just say 800,000, 1.5 million.
Please let me know the people who can apply quickly. Which of those government agencies or banks you're talking
But
about?
you know, the Nigerian government does give loans out to people that want to do catfish farming and all the rest. They do give them money. So if a business like tech business wants to transition to solar, I would like to think that the government should be open, at least guarantee the loans for the banks, so that the banks can be able to actually, because you want to stimulate economic growth, and one of the ways to do that is to allow business, because businesses are going to collapse. Workers are going to lose jobs.
Even here in United States, all right, 0 down payment on clean energy, solar. 0 down payment on clean energy here, all right? Everybody is 2 months course. Can go and do how to do that 2 months course, all right? A lot of money on it. 0 down payment on clean energy, which is solar, all right? That's what's going on right here. So government can do that, but not Nigeria government. Individuals can also do that,
but not the Nigerian government. See, they don't have to do anything. They just have to guarantee the loans to an extent and create an environment so that the businesses are also ensure that the businesses pay back. Because that way, you don't have a lot of, because I think this could result in at least 5% increase in unemployment, because some businesses cannot sustain the extra cost of energy. You see what I mean? So you don't want that. You want people to remain in work and to be able to pay tax. So if you want to do that, one of the ways to do it is to make sure those people are able to transition, because solar energy will overall be cheaper for businesses. You see what I mean? It will be cheaper. They don't have to be going to petrol station to be buying fuel. You know the hassle they have to do that. The risk of burning the neighborhood down reduces. There are a lot of benefits that come with solar for businesses. So that is one of all consolidate these generators.
Let's not take everything down. I'm here in United States. You know my job here? I'm into backup powers. Every business is here have a generator.
In the US,
you have a generator. Government institutions have a generator. The country I am, all right, the national grid is a generator. They have about 58 generators line of national grid. So
but that is not your 32 kVA generator now.
No. When I talk, every business have a generator. Every house there right now have a generator.
Hold on, are you talking about overseas or in Nigeria?
In America, Google it.
Businesses have generators. What kind of businesses are? What kind of country is that? Do you know about that in the UK show? Does the UK businesses have generators?
See,
I've never heard about
that. Because it's not your line. So you won't understand what I'm telling you right now. When I tell people the generator in America, they say no generator. How come? Generator may stay here for 5 years and not be wrong one day, but it must be there.
Yes, for hospitals,
I think you might be referring to like big businesses or forefathers, not like your pharmacy down the road.
Google now,
Yeah, but he's making it sound like it's 2 kVA generators they are using. We're talking about huge generators here.
Google 5 kVA, 10 kVA, a general generator in America. You see how he's selling like pure water.
Yeah. I think for me, what is trying to say,
I'm telling you, it's like pure water. It's like pure water.
What he's trying to say is, I think every institution.
So learn how to mark everything out. Even right now, builders, when they build a house for you, they put a generator, so you are together with the house now.
And I think the system is quite different in the US compared to the UK. You know,
in America,
most of them have air conditioned built with their house. You know, but you come to the UK, there's
Yeah,
nothing like that, so it might be slightly different what they have going on there.
the
So
institutions they get back
so
of
who's
generation.
are the generators you are referring to? Are they based on fuel like petrol
Natural
or
gas. Natural
Natural
gas.
gas.
that's
Yes.
interesting. Natural gas, is that we talking about the kind of gas we use for cooking in Nigeria?
Yes, they will have a it's run when they run natural gas water. You can connect to your
You can
generator
connect to
also.
it. Okay, that's interesting.
All automatic, everything is automatic. Everything is so.
That's quite interesting. I never knew about that actually.
If you want to get his most of his examples, like what Uzo is saying, is if you pay much details on movies, if you watch movies a lot, you see that when there is power failure, you hear them say, "Wait on." You see the backup generator coming up immediately, automatically, just like that. You hear it, but it's real. Is it just?
You know, John, if something doesn't happen, if something doesn't happen, people will not take measures. When we had the freeze, I'm in Texas, all right? We had a freeze. In Houston, we never expect what is freeze. All right? Now, you know what happened? After the freeze, people died. They were frozen to death. No light. All right? I know here now.
I remember that time.
They are all sick here.
It
Most
was
of the Americans here are all sick. They live in oxygen, in medication, all those stuff. Most people are dying. After that freeze, all right, everyone want to have a backup generator. Like one man I did draw for. The man told me that after my wife, my generator is my love. He kept my wife alive during the freeze. You see how people
That's
are thinking right
interesting.
now. Yeah. So after that freeze, now about Nigeria, after that freeze, Center Point, which is the major electricity distributor here, all right, the director had to step down. Like he failed. You know why he failed? He never prepared for the freeze, and the freeze came. All the high tensions was messed up. People died. They are still going to
But
suffer.
how is it that UK doesn't fall for this? I guess the UK they do have gas power, so technically when there is power outage, the gas is still functional to an extent. I guess you can't because you still need ignition, and that ignition tends to rely on electricity to turn it on.
Sorry, guys. I just want to say something.
Olumide, I think KJ and John Okoli. Sorry, okay, let's move it on now. John Okoli, KJ, you wanted to say something a while ago, so let KJ get it out. It's just an interjection. Then John Okoli can go. Then Olumide. KJ, go ahead, please.
No, I can give my slot to Lumide when he finish. I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. John Okoli, do you have anything to add? You're muted.
Basically, there's nothing to that. I'm just trying to learn one or two things, but I would like to say some of the things. I don't want to take much of some of the things Mama said earlier on. I was just taking notes about when she was trying to talk about the reforms and the institutions and everything. There's this saying that she talked about moving on. You know that nobody should tell her say make a move on. I think probably I don't know if she heard, but I think the conception was wrong from the beginning because nobody said anything about moving on, ever since we were talking about this program. Because even
No, they did. Actually, I've heard people say we should just move on and, Tinubu is the president, forget about it, move on.
When I came, I'm talking about when I came.
Well, not now. She's talking about what she's had before.
Jonaba.
No. I didn't meet Jonaba.
Okay, Jonaba get into it today with Mama H.O. That Jonaba had to remove him twice.
Okay. Because I actually wanted to point out that even Tinubu said it in his speech today that he knows that a lot of people do not vote for him and people are seeking redress, which is their constitutional right. So I was now wondering where is Mama getting aggravated from? Say, don't tell me to move along, blah blah blah, stuff, and
Don't blah blah how, because it's actually real. So don't get that cross now.
I've never seen an old woman being aggressive in a speech, anyways. But we
need that kind of voice. That's why I think she's good for us. We need that kind of voice.
Yeah. So
she told you Mama H.O. is old.
Yeah, she's not old though. I don't think she's that old. She will be that. She has a lot of energy.
maybe excuse my language. Maybe not so I, so she said, that thing, and she talked about reform. There's something where I won't bring to our attention. Might I speak pidgin English with this one? Say growing up for Nigeria, I grew up say I the year Tinubu. Now, I don't day where I did now, and I him be president. And there is this saying also growing up is, according to this philosopher of John Luke, he said when you are being born, you are born tabula rasa. You can check it out, tabula rasa, meaning you are born blank. And when you are born blank, it means when they born you, you don't know anything. You don't know anything. So once they carry you come this world, now things where you they see, things where you they observe, things where either your parents, your mother, they do for your eyes, you still see a normality. The thing embedded in your system, the thing embedded in your perception. For you now, you think it's a normal thing. Because now I am coming to our leaders. As a average youth now in Nigeria, if they ask and say, if you become governor, you go do well. He say, yes, I go do well, but I go pack money like my predecessors do. I'm talking about perception of the mind because, Mama is talking about reforms and everything, because before we talk about reforming the institution, are we reforming the mindset of the people of Nigeria? Because it's already been corrupt. To give you an example, if you did Europe here, I met a child here in Europe. The became lick sweet. This girl is not less than 5 years old. The became lick sweet. When they go, she can't say, Mama, I'm looking for the trash. I want to put it inside the trash. I was reading. I see this girl carry the sweet till they find trash. She put the thing inside. But it's not like that in Nigeria. If you give her sweet, it looks sweet. Or like why they call sweet? Pure water. You don't throw them for inside gutter. That is the mindset.
Conditioning.
When are we going to? Because we already have that classical conditioning in ourselves. So when are we going to change that? Right from the local level to the president level. Not even nobody is exempted by by this view
Issue
or the issue, because it's something we are not seeing. Are we actually reviewing? Because you talk about okay, we want to do reform, we want to do the institution. Are you forgetting? Or you want to do with INEC? Are you forgetting? It's the same human being that will still operate it, which is already corrupt minded. So how do you want to do it? How do you want to make the institution strong? Is it not by making the perception of the people strong, by making the people of the rule of law be very, very evident? And even though the president does not even has a say, that's why I like America. You see the way they treat Trump, even though they respect him a lot, the institution is stronger than the president. The institution is even more stronger than the president. So if we can build that in Nigeria, I feel 60% of our problems is solved for me. Because
I think that the core of our I wouldn't say at the core of our problem. If I want to go to the core of our problem, I'll just go to security. But in terms of the way we organize ourselves in our country, the incentive for the center to be this corrupt and the culture that needs to change. I think what you are referring to is culture when you say mindset. The culture that needs to change.
No, I'm taking I'm taking culture away. Culture is just our way of life. I'm taking culture away from our perception. I'm taking it away because it's two different things. Because if you mix the two of them, that is why we see all these cultural people. Can you imagine? So a king in the village is advising the government.
I think you're missing what I'm saying. Tradition is different from culture. Culture is something that you are currently doing, that that is inbuilt into the way. So if you think corruption is not a part of the culture,
corruption is part of the culture.
Now you see, when you do that, you can't separate it anymore. I think you are separating because you think culture is something separate and without any negative aspects.
No. I will object to that. Corruption is not part of our culture. Why do I say that? My grandfather, he was a king, and he was a man who was known to be just, honest, fair, and incorruptible. So I grew up seeing him administer justice.
yeah, you're speaking. You know, you're speaking for yourself and for
I
your
think it's
own
culture changes with generations. Just like
That's
in
yeah,
the 60s or 70s, where you have bongo trousers and all the rest, things change with different. You have the different cultures change over time. So
a
let
glimpse
me
of that.
Okoli, let me finish what I'm saying.
All right.
What I'm saying is that if you, like, as you were saying, that we need to change our mindset in terms of corruption, it will take to about 2 generations. There are at least 2 generations of Nigerians that are used to cheating in WAEC, not getting a proper driving license. You see, as Uzo is laughing, and they bribe, they give police will bribe, police will take bribe. All of them, we know who we are. We've done this, and many of us have the mindset that when we want to get into office, we are going there to get ourselves enriched. However, if you want to truly change the system in terms of disincentivize people from going to the center, you have to move power away from the center. And what you tend to hear Nigerians talk about is, let's move it back to the regions. But the truth is, the real way you can really entirely solve this problem is to move the power to the people. And when you look at one of the ways to do that, you can't have a dictatorship do that. You have to do that from the point of view of this thing, like the way the Swiss did it, where they empower the people. The people are able to change laws. They are able to recall MPs, whoever they don't like. They are able to oppose laws. Like if a government passes a law, they can say, no, we don't want it. They will just come together, band together, and block it if they want to block it. So I don't think that is the real way you can disincentivize this interest in the center. And also, even in the center, you can also make it so that it's no longer something that people fight for. Like either you make it stable by making it rotational system, so everybody gets their turn anyway, or you do it the way the Switzerland people do it, where they have about 7 officials that are potentially presidents. So the presidency office is 7. There are 7 of them in there, and they select one at a time to rule. After through each election cycle, let's say an election cycle happens, they will select those 7 presidents to come up, and each of them will assign one person to head the nation. That in terms of representing the nation, but their decision-making body is by vote among 7 of them. So it's a very, very interesting system, and it's very, very stable. And such a system, you find that those people are very, very happy. Switzerland is one of those few countries in the world that the government told them, let me give you $1,000 every month for not doing anything. And they rejected it. Like, they wanted to give them $1,000 for free, they rejected it.
Forefather, I'll tell you something. In Nigeria, even here we are, United States, all right, we make corruption part of our culture, not that it's part of our culture. We put it there, all right? Every Nigerian person, I will tell you, like, even we that are here, all right, sometimes we do things that are wrong, corrupted things, even in Obodo Ibo here, all right? A Nigerian guy will go away with it, walk away with it, all right? Or Igbo man cannot tell you, say, it was, Igbo man will tell you yes will be his yes, no will be his no. But Nigerian man cannot tell you yes will be my no. We always blame people on top, always blame people on top. I guess I said this thing, even the little group in the church, this little group, just 50 people, they give one person to be a president. Kind of things that goes there in United States, in Nigeria, all over the place. If you manage a family of 10 people only, you will see the kind of, like, the investment of the little money dues that the 10 people paid. Some will just invest it. You put second person there, investment, third person there, investment, and that person will come out tomorrow and still tell you that the government is corrupt.
Exactly. It's a cultural thing that we create, and we think that it's just there by itself.
You think that is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, let's allow Okoli to finish if that's what he was saying.
No, that was actually what I was saying, because you didn't allow me to land, because I wanted to give with facts and examples, because Osita was talking about the old era where there is normalcy, there is rule of law, because in Nigeria today, most of the things that are still working in Nigeria today are the things that was being built before Biafra War, and that are still strong till today, not the new ones that are being built today, going down the line. When I said that corruption, with our culture, is because we allowed that to be. True, culture is our way of life in Nigeria, but we embedded on it too much. We embedded on it too much that we see it as a giving, like an attribute. to be a human being than doing the right thing for the right sake. Put yourself okay, I'll give you an example. I served the Nigerian custom with my NYSC. I've been trying to apply for NY. I don't know if I will use if culture we be in this one, but let me just put it there because it's a true life story that happened to me. I've tried to enroll for the Nigerian customs. I think I served though. I was even serving under them. I was still applying to be under them on that place. Do you believe that I could not get the what's it called, the form? They said I did not pass. They said I did not pass after I knew the organs and everything. I did not pass. Then one day I was just sitting down on my own. One guy come and meet me, say he's looking for the Savicom office that he wants to go and register. I was like, okay, let me take him to there. He doesn't speak English. I took him there. I said, I don't understand what he's trying to say. So I didn't know that he was actually grumbling. He was grumbling. He was grumbling. And I now asked one madam there, saying, what is he saying? He's saying that they forced him to come and wear uniform. He prefers to go to the what's it called? To the this and take care of his cow. This was what he said. So I now thought to myself, if the institution is working in the right direction, will something like this be happening? If culture and where he's from and who helped him to give him a slot, do not involve himself in compromising himself, will something like this be happening? That's the question I asked myself, which we allow the thing to engrave us. It's destroyed us. It allows it to destroy our institution, which we are trying to bring, which brings me back to the perception of the mind, which we were supposed to create in Nigeria. I can, say, Obodo Ibo, they don't believe in this. If you see somebody who is older than you or bigger than you, good money is good money. But in Nigeria, you must dobale just to, bring that culture, or you lie down or something like that, which is our way of life. But if you don't do that, they see it as a sign of disrespect. They see it as anything because we've involved it in so many categories that influence our thought and our process in this thing. Just like what happened recently. Did you see what happened recently? That they said that why Peter Doche did not bow down to Oni of Ife. I was like, what kind of things is this on social media? What kind of things is going on in Nigeria?
My brother, hold on. One day you will come here, you didn't call somebody chief on this platform. They will ask you why they didn't call you chief. You're talking about Nigeria.
I'm trying to prove my point, to him that it's already influenced. And again, this someone talked about Dangote refinery here. I think it's you, Uzo. You're talking about Dangote refinery because we're talking about moving on. Dangote is not stupid for him to build a refinery by himself and federal government claiming all those kind of things as there. Dangote is a businessman. You not expect Dangote to build that for Nigeria. He's there to make profit for himself and help Nigeria. So federal government now will have to be paying him for him to be refining for Nigeria because he had to borrow money to be not the federal government helped him to do that. So for Nigeria to say, or for people to say, oh, we now have refinery, I think that refinery is private owned. I think some people don't know the implication of what we are trying to, what is going to happen. As of this evening as I'm talking to you, fuel is being sold now for 600. I got the information now from somebody said they are buying fuel now 600 per liter now. But the refinery now, when it starts going on, only God know how much where you go up to. So for me, I think we still have a long way to go to analyze the future of this new administration. But we just have to give them the benefit of the doubt and see.
My advice to anyone is any investment plans you've got for Nigeria for now, just hold on at least from now to the next 6 months.
KJ now wants to say something. The one that just gave up his star is okay. KJ, go ahead, please.
But it seems that I gave it up. I'm only coming back because I think we are drifting away from our focus. But you see, Dangote was concession to be the sole importer of cement. Cement is not yet cheap in Nigeria. And so I'm not going to see. Nothing is going to change. Nigeria have not invested money in other people's business like we have invested in Dangote. And I usually take offense when people say Dangote is a businessman. I mean, any goat that is given monopoly to import anything can be the richest man. If you told me you built your company without the assistance of government giving you monopoly of materials and or items, and then you became so big, I will clap for you. But
But
they're
is it
giving
not
you
a little bit of envy going on there? Because there are other
no,
people
no,
that
no, no,
monopolize
no, no.
other
Listen,
things.
listen, no,
Let
no,
me
no.
give you now like that,
Oh,
like
father, no.
banking
Let,
system
let me
now.
finish. Let me finish. I mean,
Okay.
let me finish.
All right.
Now, the mere fact that you get concession when you want to go and borrow money from the when you want to get foreign exchange, you are giving the government rate for foreign exchange. The mere fact that you are when you want to import, you are giving some concession to import your own materials at almost a giveaway, other than the other people. It doesn't make sense, and you charge other people. So at the end, you pride yourself as somebody who has. The truth of the matter is that many people can build refineries in Nigeria, and there are modular refineries in Nigeria. If we are trying to be honest with ourselves, those people will call Niger Delta people who have been building modular refineries. We can bring them out of the bush. So, oh boy, you people have been refining crude into fuel in the bush. Now do it free of charge. Do it or illegally. Here is the paper. Sign. Let us sign. This is what they are going to pay to government. You keep refining your oil, your fuel, and sell to the mainstream. Now, we are saying that also. We are saying that, no more subsidy. But you have not said to Okech, to KJ, you know what? You cannot be an importer. Go and get your this and begin